very good morning to you. Welcome along. It is live international cricket once again here on TalkSport 2. Well, we've been heading around India for the last few weeks, but we have reached the denouement, the final part, the top of the mountain, if you like. And we have reached Dharamshala at the foothills of the Himalayas to do so. Of course, the series went west as far as England were concerned in Ranchi. The defeat by 195, when they were bowled out for 192 for 5 was a 5-wicket win for India to take the series 3-1. So this is all about pride. This is about personal movement, if you like. And so it's still an important game. Welcome along to our coverage of the Test match. Very good morning to you. I'm Andrew McKenna with you in the seat once again. And we are a few moments away from the toss of the coin. It's a very different Indian scene to what we've had for the last few weeks, because the players warming up this morning in coats and beanie hats. That is because, as I mentioned, I'm not joking, we are in the foot of the Himalayas and there is still a covering of snow on the top of those mountains. So the players are well rugged up during their warm-ups this morning. So they are trying to keep themselves nice and warm and ready. They're just starting to mill around the centre as the toss will be happening very, very shortly indeed. Of course, England have already named their team with one change from Ranchi. Mark Wood coming in for Ollie Robinson. The other significant news for this Test match, of course, is that we have Centurions on duty. In fact, we have two Centurions, because Johnny Bairstow and Ravichandran Ashwin will be making their 100th appearances for their countries. We'll be talking about that. Plenty of time between now and the first ball in half an hour. And it looks just like we have an Indian team coming in. And Devdutt Padikkal will be making his debut, batting at number 4 in this game, is the word that we are getting. So I'll confirm all of that once we've got the details from the toss. But it looks just like we're getting very close for that. So yeah, plenty to fight on, plenty to build up to for England in this game. There's no such thing as a dead game ever. Let's get across to Ravi Shastri, because the toss proceedings are starting.
Between India and England, Rohit Sharma, Ben Stokes, Jeff Rowe, all in readiness. Rohit will give it a rip.
Tails call. Tails England.
Well, Ben, you won the toss. What have you decided?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat.
Looks a pretty good surface.
Yeah, it does. Overheads and all that kind of stuff, conditions here, I think, just looking at the wicket, we sort of looked, if you turn up in England on a morning like this and you look at this wicket, you probably have a bat. So, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see what goes on this morning.
Now, when you look back at this series, there's so many positives. The scoreline really doesn't define at times how well you played.
Yeah, I think, if you just look at the results and what we've done over the last 2 months, you can sort of, not come away with what you want. And I think the experiences that some of our players have experienced as individuals throughout this trip and the progression that they've shown as individuals, I think is a real positive. Taking the scoreboard away from it, obviously we'd like to be in a better position than we are in terms of the results. But I think it's been a great tour for a lot of people.
And what would you like to take out of this Test match now? Last Test match series over, but you'll be obviously playing for pride.
Yeah, I think again it's another opportunity to go out and represent your country, and everyone who manages to wear the shirt wears it with extreme pride, and every game is an event in itself. Coming away from India 3-2 sounds better than the other ways that it could be.
And Johnny playing his 100 tests, it's been a long time.
Yeah, amazing. Johnny, I think, is one of our best ever all format players. But 100 test matches, shows the commitment, the desire that he's shown to the shirt. It was great to share the moment on the outfield there when he got his cap, to share it with his family. He's a very, very proud man, very emotional man, and hopefully he has a great week.
And your combination for today's game?
Yeah, one change from last week. Matt Wood comes in for Ollie Robinson. Obviously, we all know what Woody possesses in terms of skill. So, and obviously keeping our 2 spinners in as well. I think it gives us a good look at as the wicket progresses.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Ravi. Cheers.
Well, Rohit, you would have batted as well?
Yeah, we would have batted as well.
Now, when you look at the series, you've had an outstanding series. What are you looking to take out from this Test match?
No, look, I mean, every test match you play for the country it's quite important, and a lot of things at stake, to be honest. We come into the series winning every game, and we've done really well so far. Another opportunity for us to, finish the series off really well and on a high as well.
What do you make of this pitch?
Yeah, it looks a good pitch. It's a bit hard, obviously. So there will be some good bounce as we've not seen in this series. But this will be a good batting pitch. I don't think it will deteriorate too much. Not too sure, but obviously as the game goes on, it might get a little slower and slower.
You've been around the world, played on many grounds. Nothing comes better than this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the best in the world, and we all enjoy coming here. The weather is beautiful, and yeah, beautiful ground as well. Superb wicket, nice outfield as well. So,
Ash playing his 100 tests. I think you two must have played at a similar time. Both made your debuts. It's a long time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, Ash has been a real stalwart of Indian cricket for so many years now. Reaching this landmark, obviously, it's such a pride moment for him and his family, and for the entire nation as well. For us as a team, for him, we will be obviously rooting for him, to come out and do his magic that he's been doing for the last so many years. And yeah, he's come a long way, and I hope he continues to do that.
And your team for today's game?
Yeah, we made 2 changes. Obviously, Bumrah is back from the last game, so Akashdeep misses out. Patidar misses out, got injured last evening while training. So Padikkal will make his debut.
Have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. The news from the centre is that England have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Thank you very much, Ravi Shastri. Was that me, or was that one of the lowest key tosses we've had in this series so far? Maybe it's because it is the final match of the series. Maybe it's because the series has already gone. But there's still plenty to play for. I've always believed this for a long time. Adrian Durham said this to me many, many years ago. In any sport, there is never a dead rubber for an England team, no matter what sport it is, because there's always something on everything, and that has got to be how England are viewing this. As we mentioned earlier, it is Mark Wood in for Ollie Robinson. We knew that from the team that was announced yesterday. The Indian team, we didn't know. We do now, though. 2 changes for them. Jasprit Bumrah is back. Akashdeep is the man missing out there, and Devdutt Padikkal is going to make his debut as Rajat Patidar has picked up an injury yesterday. So that is the word from the Indian camp. So let me take you through their team first and foremost. So it's Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal, Shubman Gill, Devdutt Padikkal, Sarfaraz Khan, Ravindra Jadeja, Dhruv Jurel, Ravichandran Ashwin on his 100th, Kuldeep Yadav, Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Shami. Siraj. That would have been news if Mohammad Shami was playing. He's actually recently had an ankle operation just to try and tidy up the problem that he's got with his heel. So he is not involved at the moment. And the England side, as we say, as announced yesterday, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes, Ben Folkes, Tom Hartley, Mark Wood, Joe Bashir and James Anderson. James Anderson today is playing on his 50th different international cricket ground, which is some remarkable achievement when you think about it. I'm Andrew McKenna. I'm delighted to say alongside me are a pair of England fast bowlers, Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we?
Good morning, Macca. Good morning, Jude. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, very, very well.
I'll say that again. Good morning, Macca. Good morning, Jude. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, very well. What a picture that looks like on our screen. Fantastic looking outfield with the mountain and the background. The England team met the Dalai Lama yesterday. What a place to go and play cricket.
Yeah, the good news is, the good news for everyone listening and reading on the newspapers and websites later on is the mountains are actually behind the commentary boxes, so we're not going to be sitting and staring at them all day. You're not like Cape Town when you've got the mountain in front of you and he's just sort of looming over. Unfortunately, they didn't design the cricket ground with the press in mind, so the mountains are actually behind the stand where the media facilities are, so you can at least keep your mind on the game. And on the game, Alex Tudor, I've just said, there's no such thing as a dead game for England ever. There's always something to play on with the pressure that we put on our sporting teams. This is no free hit, is it?
Yeah, morning Macca, morning Harmy, morning everyone. Yeah, no, there's no dead rubber, and that's what was in my train of thought yesterday when I was on my way down. There is no dead rubber. There's always something to play on for any individual in the side. There's places up for grabs. You've got people behind you who want to try and take your spot, so you can't just go through the motions. You've got to go out there. If your job is to bat, go out there, score your runs. If your job is to bowl, go and get some wickets and make sure that you give the best of yourself, because there's a lot of competitions in between. A loss of form, anything like that can creep in, and if someone starts the season extremely well, you know what we like in the media, we'll talk them up, we'll hype them up, and then they may get their opportunity. And we know in sport, someone's misfortune, a loss of form is someone else's gain. They come in, they do the work, and you have no right just to walk into a side. You have to make sure that everything is prepared and you're out there and you perform well, and that takes care of itself.
Harmy, when we were in Vizag, you sat down with Johnny Bairstow and did a pretty long interview with him. Today he gets to the 100 mark, the 17th England player to play 100 Test matches. Your thoughts on Johnny?
Yeah, it's been a wonderful career. Ben said, yeah, and he's always right, but he's spot on again. He has been our best all multi-format player. You know, opening the batting in one-day cricket, opening the batting or batting number 4 in T20 cricket, and how that's evolved, World Cup winner, and then being a sort of jack of all trades in a job that nobody ever wanted. That was his title for a while. I don't think he realised that it was not only was he doing a job for the team, but it was actually when they took the gloves off him. You're our best batter, and we need you to bat. We need to protect the rest of our group, because we're going through some indifferent times, and I think that's been his job throughout his career. He's batted from 3 down to number 8 in different averages that he's had. So he's somebody who, for me, has been asked to do a lot of things unselfishly for the team, and I think this is one time I think he needs to be selfish. He needs to go out and have a score. There's a lot of people, a few former captains, writing him off after this game, saying it could be 100 and out. I don't believe that. I think he's still got many miles left in him, and it wouldn't surprise me if he goes on and gets a big score in this game. He's a great lad. He's somebody I've known for such a long time, and I remember the short stint I had at Yorkshire, a very young Yorkshire side with the likes of Root and Balance, Rashid, Bresnan, Lythe, Rafiq, and also Johnny, as very young men starting out in their campaign as a Yorkshire player, trying to go on to play further on, as a lot of them did. And to see Johnny come through and get his 100th cap today, I was immensely proud, and watching him to get it, and with his mum, Janice alongside, and his sister, his partner, and the little one, makes it all more special. So it is and that exactly what Judes is saying before. There's no dead rubbers. Played in many games where series has gone, in Australia especially, and you play and you are representing your country, but you're also representing milestones in games, and this is a milestone that 10 England players would want to go out there to perform alongside Johnny Bairstow, to make sure that his 100th test is a memorable test, a winning test, one in brilliant surroundings. So for me, that's why this game has so much riding on it. Not only because it's Johnny Bairstow's 100th test match, it's R. Ashwin's 100th test match, and I think because of that, both sides will want to do well for their respective stalwarts, the figures who have done their country so well, and want to make sure that they come off on the winning side.
Johnny Bairstow, 26 runs short of 6,000 in Test match cricket, so we're talking about little milestones. Maybe there's one for him there. Tudes, on the team, England announced it yesterday. It is proved to be the case. There is a little bit of illness running through the camp, so there are a couple of rogue names on the team sheet today, Collingwood and Trescothick, who might have to do some 12ers fielding duties, but let's ignore that for the time being. The one change though, Mark Wood is back, Ollie Robinson misses out again, so it now means Ollie Robinson has played one game of first-class cricket since July. There was a little bit of concern around Ollie Robinson in the last Test match. Do you think justified?
Yeah, I think justified. I think while he was batting when he got at 59 in the first innings, he went for a run and he sort of not diving in but stretching for to get into his crease, and he called for the medic to come out and he got a tablet, and you're thinking, oh dear, he just seems to be riddled at the moment with injury. We all know when he's on top form that he's a very good bowler for England, but at the moment it's just not quite happened for him. He didn't bowl a lot overs, 13 was it or something, so it's not a lot of overs that he bowled. Right decision, a little bit more firepower with Mark Wood obviously coming to the side, just gives Ben Stokes that little bit of express pace if it is a dull soul pitch, that he can come in and sort of hurry up the batsman, sometimes take the wicket out the equation. If the ball's reversing at all at any time, he can come in and try and get those Yorkers in. So justified. Everyone else picks himself, and I would just like to say as well, congrats to Johnny. He's a good man. He's one when you're on the field or anything, and as a next player, he never walks past you. Very respectful, comes up, gives you time, talks to you. So I'd like to wish him the best. I think sometimes it's a little bit disrespectful for someone who's approaching 100 and we're having the chats that we have, and Harmy makes a great point. He's done sometimes the dirty work when no one else has wanted to do it. He's opened the bat and he's batted in the middle order, and it's always like, oh, his place is up for grabs. He's been a fantastic player. You're saying he's only 26, did you say, Macca? Away from 6,000 runs. I mean, that's a serious player for England. So, look, he's been fantastic. Well done, Johnny. Nice that his family's out there to enjoy it for him. And listen, don't be surprised if he don't come out here and get 180 balls.
Ravichandran Ashwin is currently getting a presentation from the Indian side. They're all out there along with his family. His children are wrapped up in coats, hats and gloves, so they'll always remember. They'll see the photograph and know exactly where that was taken, because there ain't many places in India you need coats, hats and gloves. Yes, Dharamshala will be on the memory of an awful lot of people for an awful long time.
That really is a hard hit of a cricket ball by Johnny Bairstow. It's gone miles back.
You can't write him off. He's such a destructive player.
Here he comes again and bowls, and Bairstow hits it straight down the ground. Bang! 6 more!
In my opinion, he's one of England's best all-format players to play the game.
And I tell you what a catch behind the stumps from Johnny Bairstow.
We know how emotional individual Johnny is, and I think we'll see that this week.
Did I hear that Johnny Bairstow virtually manhandled him off?
Johnny Bairstow has just helped the security here at Lord's essentially rugby tackled one of the protesters to the floor.
And Bairstow goes to smack him over mid-wicket, which he does clean as a whistle. What a sound that made off the bat. He goes to 100 with a stroke to remember.
It's boyhood dream stuff. Yeah, something that when you're a young kid, you want to try and do it, but never do you actually think you're going to achieve it.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow's 100th Test match, becoming the 17th England player to reach that milestone. He's been chatting with our man Cameron Ponsonby.
Johnny, first of all, congratulations, 100 Tests. It's an incredible achievement. How are you feeling?
Yeah, amazing. Thanks ever so much. Yeah, it's obviously something that I'm very proud of. But look, we've got a job to do out there today, and really excited for it.
Is it a bit more difficult now we're on the morning of the match? You've had the build-up to kind of really take it all in and appreciate the achievement. You've got your family out here, a lot of friends. Is it now kind of time for business, as it were?
Yeah, it's probably easier in some ways. Obviously, the build-up is the build-up, but then you get to the day and you switch into match mode. So, look, it's been amazing. I'm very grateful for the messages that I've received from friends, family and supporters. It really does mean a lot. So, yeah.
Something that'll be impossible to ignore throughout this week of your special 100th Test match is the location. I mean, what's it like to play here?
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, we're looking at it now, and you see something new each and every single day. The sun shines on a different part of the mountain. Thankfully, the rain stayed away, and yeah, hopefully we get all 5 days in.
Bit of kind of housekeeping for this week. Have you had a chance to look at the pitch? It seems like it's got a bit more in it for the seamers.
I know it was a used wicket last month in the Ranji Trophy. To be honest with you, I saw it 2 days out, and I've not bothered looking since. So we'll have a little stroll out this morning, but I don't think it'll change too much. I genuinely think that there won't be a huge amount of grass on it. So a pretty standard Indian wicket, I think. But I must say that the ground staff here have done an amazing job with the weather that they've had, but also the change in the outfield from the World Cup when we came here has been magnificent. So credit to them.
4-1 sounds a lot different to 3-2. Just how motivated are the group to leave here with the win?
I don't think you need to ask about the motivation of this group. It's extremely high. We're very proud to play in the way that we are looking to play, and the style of cricket that we're looking to play. So nothing changes this week. We're really excited for the challenge that's put in front of us. It's all set for a fantastic week, an amazing venue, and an even more special setting.
And just finally, Shoaib Bashir is fit to play, which is obviously great news. Even better news for a lot of fans of the sport. Collingwood and Trescothick officially added as sub-fielders. What would it be like to take the field with them again?
It'll be absolutely brilliant. I'm just disappointed Trez hasn't rocked out a pair of his old Asics gel TR100s like he did back in the day. Everyone wanted a set of them, but unfortunately he'll have some spikes on, and yeah, it'll be great to take the field with him, and it'll be very special.
Perfect, Johnny. Thanks very much, and best of luck.
Thanks.
Johnny Bairstow speaking with Cam Ponsonby a few moments ago. Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor have moved out. The former England spinner and Surrey head coach Gareth Batty has moved in along with Jared Kimber. Let's keep going on the Johnny Bairstow theme, gentlemen. Good morning, by the way. Thank you very much for joining us at this time. Gareth, with your head coach's hat on, Johnny Bairstow, have England got enough out of him? And by that I mean, we've constantly messed him around, haven't we? He's batted at here, there and everywhere. Some days he's keeping, some days he's not keeping. I mentioned earlier, he's 26 short of 6,000 runs at an average of just over 36 with 1,200s, a best of 167 not out. It's a heck of a player, but could England have got even more out of him by giving him a settled role in the side?
Morning, Macca. Morning to the listeners, if you're up at this hour. Look, it's difficult because throughout his career you don't play 100 test matches and the management stay constant. So there's been a change in management, there's been a change in captains. Because he's an emotional player, because of the style he's up front as a player, as a human at times. When he's on the field he plays in an aggressive manner, he can be quite confrontational at times. It's not going to be everybody's style. I would go with your last bit that you said. I think England possibly have missed a trick. We had a guy batting at 7 averaging plus 40 for a good 3 or 4 years, and then it all changed maybe six years ago, I think, from memory, when we were in Sri Lanka. I think up until that point, and it was only a bit of injury, and if you play long enough you're going to get injured. It's part of the game. Possibly a future planning from an England point of view can go missed when management changes, captains change. But you've also got to go with a new style, a new thought process. So players do get caught up in that, and everybody, and it's for all to see that Johnny Bairstow would be one of those players. Have England got the best out of him? Absolutely. You don't play 100 test matches and not have a wonderful career. Could there have been a little bit more? And I would suggest that there ain't many people that finish the game going, okay, completed, I've done it. Most people finish going, I could have done this, I could have done that, given this, given that. Because that's just part of being a professional sports person. You have that drive and you have that want to be the absolute best all the time.
Jared is a bloke who likes to get into a fight with the world, Johnny, at times. It seems he needs to get his beans ticking. I mean, I'll never forget the interview that he did after that incredible 100 in Colombo, and we were all sort of looking at each other going, wow. I mean, he'd gone out and made a brilliant 100 and then came over and still had the adrenaline pumping through his veins, and he basically went, well, you lot said that I couldn't do this, and he was using you lot in terms of the media, but we were all looking at each other, sort of the old side-eye going, where's this coming from?
I remember the conversations of like, has this been said? Like, no one had really said. I mean, if you look at his treatment, you talk about the Joss Buttler one, I think is the most interesting one, when Ed Smith was fascinated with Joss Buttler and brought him in as a specialist number 7. It just feels like they've gone out of their way to, not get the best out of him. And, I know there was a lot of conversation this week about, players who played 100 test matches and, where he fits into those sorts of things. But he's a match winner who probably has been poorly treated because maybe he's not above average in some of the core skills that he needs to, but when you need him to actually explode, he's exploded like few players we've ever seen before, right? And he does that on and off the field with a microphone, and everything else.
I think the list of players that have played 100 test matches for England will be batter dominated. So I think the fact that Johnny can keep wicket and bat is an all-rounder would go against him at times.
Absolutely right. Well, the players are making their way out to the middle. England have won the toss. They are batting first, and the Indian team is out there along with Ravichandran Ashwin, the man who is playing his 100th cap for India. Umpires for this one, by the way, Joel Wilson and Rod Tucker. Kumar Dharmasena is going on to TV duties. So we're about to get underway. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are there. The bowling will be opened not from the Himalayas end. It will be from the other end. And we wait and see just how this is going to play. Johnny Bairstow saying in that interview with Cam that it is a used pitch, used for the Ranji Trophy just a few weeks ago. Very good morning to everyone who's joining us on TalkSport at the moment for the first session. I tell you what, some final quick thoughts from Gareth Batty and Steve Harmison, and Neil Manthorpe is going to be coming in to talk you through the first over as Jasprit Bumrah gets loose. Morning, gents.
Yeah, I think just going back to the surface, we saw the pitch report, and you can see the scarring from the game that we've been told was sort of 4 weeks ago now. The ground staff have recovered the surface, so there have been a sprinkling of grass cuttings been thrown down on it and rolled in. But from that 5 metre line, 8 foot line that you see just at the side as the bowlers follow through, there's little marks on the side of the surface. You can just see the scarring on the pitch from the previous game in the Ranji Trophy. So don't expect it to be the green seamer that we might see for an hour this morning, Big Steve. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, well, good morning, Bat. Yeah, we expected it more seamer friendly, but I think it was more bounce than anything else, than any sideways movement.
Jasprit Bumrah then for the first delivery, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Zach Crawley. England winning the toss, batting first. Well underway as Barmy Army sings for the final time. Well, it won't be for the final time, will it? There'll be a second innings, change of innings. Good to see Jasprit Bumrah back. Fascinating that India should decide to rest him for what turned out to be the series decider.
Yeah, maybe he's not the bounce that we're expecting, because that just lollipop to Jurel, who was standing a decent way back.
3 slips and a gully. Interesting to see how long they last. Here's Bumrah in once again, and that one carried a bit more. The first one really did bounce like a punctured tennis ball. The second one has carried through, and it's left alone again by Zach Crawley. I've noticed in the last 3 test matches has been working hard on his leave, hasn't he? Morning, Bats.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, he's definitely a player that wants bat on ball. If you put in the jargon side of the professional game into it, he wants to hit the ball. He wants to keep moving, and he doesn't always move at his best when he's leaving the ball. So when you say he's worked on his leaving, it's his movement pattern to leave the ball.
Here's Bumrah in once again. That one very much a leave ball. Third delivery in a row, well outside the off stump. You have to say that the pitch is not something that would earn great points for its aesthetic beauty. It's very patchy, isn't it?
It does. It matters. It looks like, obviously we're not on the ground, but it looks like what Hyderabad looked like very first test match. Bare at the either ends, looks cracked, and the majority of the surface, it looked as though it was quite strong in the middle, decent surface in the middle, so very much similar to Hyderabad,
which played really well. Here's Bumrah in again, angles one in, 3 away to Crawley, and then that nip backer. I think there may have been some inside edge onto the pad, just popped up on the onside harmlessly, but Bumrah beginning with 3 slips and a gully. Good shape on that.
Yeah, you just see the reaction of the ball off the surface. I think it was Bumrah's second ball that went without any danger through to the keeper, but you just saw that bit of sort of what we see in England, that English seam skip off the pitch, a bit of sort of lateral for the seamers, which you don't always see in India. The pitch takes the energy out of the ball. It's not here, it's just that bit of skip, bit of moisture in the air.
Here's Bumrah in once again, outside the off stump again, and Crawley having nothing to do with that. It wasn't the right length to be driving. Line might have tempted him had it been fuller, but it was back of a length. So sparse crowd in, and it's seen this has been a common theme Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam, the first 2 test matches, were very, very well attended, but the next 2 in Rajkot and Ranchi, the crowds have been considerably thinner, but at all the venues it's been a challenge just getting into the stadium. Crawley off the mark as Bumrah is into him again, angling this one in and turned nicely off his pads down towards Kuldeep Yadav on the long leg boundary, and they come scurrying back for 3. That's very good running. They ran it hard. It's been cool. They're not running some warmth into their bones so far this morning, though, because it's nice temperate 18 degrees. Sort of early spring day, which is what it is in this part of the world. England 3 without loss after 1 over, and that's when we heard Ben Stokes talking about the lack of departure lounge syndrome in his team. I've heard many captains say that over many years and haven't always believed it. Seems to be very, very much the case today.
Yeah, they've certainly looked after the scheduling, to the disgruntlement of a few, to say they should have been getting prepared for conditions more, staying in the country more, but flying in and out. It's certainly kept the mind fresher. But unfortunately for England, having the series gone in the previous game, that's not changed a result. But it's open for speculation as to whether performances are better or whether does it matter. It's the same end result. So I don't know. That's for everybody to talk about.
I think the mindset's better. I think there's 1 or 2 who probably lacked in it from a performance point of view.
Mohamed Siraj in for the second over outside the off stump and left alone.
I think there's 1 or 2 who, we said, I was one of the ones that was ranting beforehand, and I think it's my position was not one size fits all when it comes to preparation. You know that more than anything, Bats, when it comes to the coaching point of view. Some will get there earlier than others, some will take a little bit longer. I think Ollie Robinson's the biggest case in point, but I think the mindset that England have gone into this series has been what's a point of difference of why England's been able to stay in the series and been making a contest as opposed to the last few times they've been out there.
Siraj in again, just wide enough to be left again by Crawley, who's now left 5 of his 8 deliveries faced.
There's been a conscious effort to bowl wider early to Zach Crawley. You look at the Bumrah's last over. I didn't think it was a great last over, but there has been a plan, throughout this series. First 10, 15, 20 balls, Zach Crawley's had to leave because England have, India have bowled it out there. They've left it outside off stump where they've tried to swing it away from him with the odd one brought back in, but they are making an effort to leave it outside off stump.
Oh, that's full, and it's attempted drive from Zach Crawley. That was a millionaire's cover drive that he specialises in so well. It was a little too wide, to be fair, and he's missed it.
For that exact reason. They basically said, right, we're going to pull our lengths back, bowl it around a sort of 4.5 metre length, try and get it to go over the top of off stump from a wide area, see if we can get Zach Crawley coming across his crease. They've gone for the in-swinger. He's played really well through sort of straight mid-wicket, which is, from a balance point of view, is perfect technically.
Here is Siraj in once again, and this time it is a glorious cover drive, off drive, and it's the first boundary of the innings. Siraj going slightly too full and close enough for Crawley to have all the room that he needed to play a beautiful drive. 7 without loss.
A risk reward from Siraj. This ball, it's the risk, and it goes for 4 through extra cover. Lovely extra cover drive. The previous ball in the over, he didn't quite get that left foot down, Crawley, so he's playing on the move, does him on the outside edge. But as we know from this explosive England partnership, if you keep doing it and you miss by an inch, whack, it's gone for 4.
Nice to see Jasprit Bumrah carrying the ball to Siraj with a word of encouragement or advice or opinion. Beats him outside the off stump with the next one. That's a beauty. Zach Crawley, he's getting this. There's plenty of shape around this ball.
This has been Mohamed Siraj's series, hasn't it? He's bowled with good shape early on with a brand new ball. He's either been bowled an absolute jaffa or he's been belted for 4. He's been very expensive in the early part of each of the first and in the second innings with the new ball, to a point where I think there's been an element of trust from Robert Sharma and how long he's utilised Mohamed Siraj for. Crawley and Duckett really have getting on top of him.
Here is Siraj once again outside the off stump and left alone. Last ball of the over. 2 overs gone, 1 from Bumrah, 1 from Siraj. It is a magnificent part of the world, Himachal Pradesh Cricket Stadium in Dharamshala. And if you hear, as you will do, different pronunciations and you see different spellings of Dharamshala over the course of the test match, then for once we're all right. Because the translation from the original transcript of the word, the name of the town, has never been finalised, and so the authorities just said, all right, well, we've got 4 spellings, just let's make them all official. And there's been no clear guidance on pronunciation as well. So, Harmy, you've come up with a couple of variations, and guess what? They're all right.
They're all right, yeah. Well, you've got the right people on here. You've got a Geordie on, you've got a Yorkshireman on. So, from an English language point of view, we'll get it right, won't we, Bat?
This is our kind of teaching.
How would you like to spell it, Gareth?
As it says on screen. I'm not even sure I could say the letters that are in it.
Well, we're going with Dharamshala for the most part. Here's Bumrah again. Beauty to Duckett. What a late away swinger. It kept very, very low as well. And Duckett looks like slightly quizzical, like someone's told him a joke he doesn't understand. He's had a little push at that one. He's missed it by quite a lot.
Yeah, I think both of these England openers, because of the surfaces in this series of keeping their feet very much within the sort of what you would see from the tram lines on the TV screen when it goes to DRS, they're keeping within the width of the stumps and they're trying not to get dragged outside, but the bat face, because of the swing, is just getting pulled away from them at the minute.
3 slips in, Bumrah bowls another beauty to Duckett, and he'll be happy to field bat on ball there as he guides it into the gully. The other point about Dharamshala is that, like many places of extreme beauty, it's quite a challenge to get to. The airport is a hair-raising prospect, even in good weather. And very often the weather is not good in the foothills of the Himalayas, and aircraft flights are frequently postponed or even cancelled. And we made some friends when we were over there in Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam who stayed in touch with me. Their flight 2 days ago was cancelled, not delayed or postponed, cancelled. So they faced an interesting journey. Here is Bumrah. That's a snorter. That is a magnificent ball. Back of a length, bounce and movement away from Duckett, who again has that quizzical look on his face. Get a bat on that. Dear, oh dear.
Oh, wow. We thought we might see some early movement. With the atmospheric conditions and a little tinge of green in places on the surface, but not to this degree. This is pitched about middle stump, square Duckett up, so he ends up just standing with his hips and shoulders square down to the bowler Bumrah, and it's beat him on the outside edge. I reckon that's deviated about a foot. It's gone nicely off the seam.
No wonder he missed it by so much. That's pushed away out towards backward point and fielded by Devdutt Padikkal, who comes into the side for Rajat Padata, and 2 Indian changes. So yeah, this small group, not one of the major tour groups, but 6 of them were given the bad news that they had no flight to Dharamshala, but the consolation was that there was a taxi laid on for them and they were expecting it to be a 15-hour drive.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't say I don't envy them, but trying to get to London last night was a challenge as well. So it's not just India that countries are in a shocker when it comes to this country's in it. Unbelievable. I think 10 hours it took me yesterday to get from Newcastle to London.
Here's Jasprit Bumrah, and that's back of length and steered away by Duckett into the gully, and there's no run.
Take the positive, Steve. You were on a train for 10 hours. I was throwing for 10 hours yesterday.
Yeah, well, every cloud and all that. At least I had Wi-Fi at some point. But yeah, I started off on one train, ended up going on a different train. I think if I looked at the map on the country, I think I went in 4 different directions at some point yesterday, trying to get here last night. I was fully expecting coming straight from King's Cross at some point early hours this morning, straight here. But I managed to get some sleep.
Here's Bumrah in once again, and Duckett struck on the pads. He tries to work it away through the leg side, and a leg bye is confirmed by umpire Rod Tucker. 3 overs gone. England 8 without loss. It is a dramatic place to get to, and I'm talking about Dharamshala rather than London Bridge.
Yeah, it depends where you're coming from. The one thing I'll say after watching these 3 overs, I think what we could see if you get in charge of this game, when it comes to, from a batting point of view, you can get runs on the board, you might see some tactical declarations, because what it looks like, that's swing. That's not seam bats, that's massive swing. And I would imagine Jimmy Anderson will be licking his lips thinking, if you can get in control when the runs, declaring overnight or coming up first thing in the morning with a brand new ball, Jimmy Anderson would be in the game.
Yeah, I think the morning and the evening of the start and finish of the game throughout the days, you're going to see some swing movement. I think the moisture in the air, the mountains are going to play their part, the atmospheric conditions. It's an interesting one because we've seen spin all series, and if it's turning a lot, you would basically just say bowl lots of balls in that area, in that line. Is it the same when the ball's swinging?
Yeah, I think so. I think, the risk and reward we're talking about a little bit earlier, but it's also having the person to swing it. And Bumrah's swung it big time there. Siraj, you see him.
Siraj into Duckett. It's pushed out towards short leg, and just momentarily the fielder at short mid-on thought that he was in the business of a potential catch. Rohit Sharma, the skipper, has actually just come out from first slip into short mid-on, and it was in the air for a while and hadn't actually picked that fielding change up, but Rohit is obviously onto something.
Yeah, Rohit's he's took himself out of slip, I think. He's took one slip out, and then the Siraj's...
Duckett now plays forcefully from the crease, punching it up to mid-off.
Yeah, Siraj has changed the angle. He had a couple of balls around the wicket, and now he's gone back over the wicket, and he's probably more swing bowler than Bumrah. When you look in the England side, it's Anderson. Mark Wood swings it a touch, but not probably as much as what Jasper Bumrah does. But obviously you've got Jimmy Anderson. Wouldn't surprise me if you see Ben Stokes bowling in this Test match as well. And Ben is somebody who can get the ball off the straight when it comes laterally through the air.
Full and very wide, and a very, very flat-footed swish at this one from Ben Duckett. I know that he doesn't use his feet a great deal, and he's a very handsy player, but that was an ordinary waft at that, very wide.
Yeah, I think often people talk about batters getting scrambled with high pace. We're not seeing high pace here, but we're seeing high movement, and I think it's the same principle. Duckett's just not quite as composed. His foot movement isn't quite as precise as it has been throughout the 4 Test matches, and it's because of the lateral movement.
Here is Siraj once again into Duckett, plays it away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Dharamshala also, of course, I'm sure that our learned listeners will be aware of this, is the home of the Tibetan government in exile, and has been since 1960. The Dalai Lama resident in the small suburb of McLeod Ganj. That's where he hangs out, the Dalai Lama. And some of the England squad went to visit him yesterday. This is always an inspiring occasion, and that one is clipped out towards mid-wicket, half fielded by Shubman Gill, who parries it, knocks it on. Not all of the players went, all of the management did, Marcus Truskovic and Chetan Patel and Paul Collingwood, and all of the coaching staff and management went to meet His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. There were half a dozen players. I must say that when I have actually met the Dalai Lama, but his people around him, his entourage, are intimidating, to say the least. I mean, they treat him as a deity. He is their lord and master and a godlike figure, and the security is quite intimidating. And when you finally actually meet the chap, he's so down to earth, welcoming, and when I said earlier that it was 18 degrees, I don't think it's reached 18 degrees yet. I think that's a forecast high for the day. Beautiful delivery from Siraj, beats Crawley outside the off stump. Absolute ripper once again. Late movement through the air, and Crawley's just phlegmatic about it, just shakes his head and says, well, he can't do anything about those. So who would the players be asked to, would you be asking for volunteers who'd like to meet the Dalai Lama, or are they picked out of a hat? Because I don't think the whole squad could have gone. They wouldn't have been able to fit in.
No, I think it's just the ones that want to go will want to go. There's probably some that have met him before. I remember my first trip to India, we got asked to go to Taj Mahal. I went, and then the second and third trip I've been there, they asked again, and I was like, I'm not spending 4 hours in a bus to go and, as much as it's a great sight, it's a great view. Once you've seen it once, you've seen it all. You've seen it. That's it.
I would agree about the Taj Mahal. You commit to it and give it the whole thing. And it's a full day, and I mean a full day. Duckett beaten, absolute beauty again from Bumrah, who's quite amused by how much movement there is for him at the moment. Yeah, so 1 times Taj Mahal would do me, but I think the Dalai Lama is just such an extraordinary man. I'd tick that box if I had another chance.
Yeah, it was pretty evident. I would suggest that players would never be forced to, but the guys who knew they weren't playing, I'd exchanged a couple of messages with Gus Atkinson last night. He was there. Make no mistake. You're taking the drinks tomorrow, pal. You're going to be there. Don't worry about it. Whether he wanted to or not, he was there.
I'm sure he wanted to. Who wouldn't want to meet the Dalai Lama? That's nudged away out on the onside. But yeah, the day before a test match, it requires... I know that he lives in Dharamshala, or sort of on the outskirts of Dharamshala, but it's still a full day, isn't it? Once you've ticked all the security boxes and got on the bus and done everything you need to do, and as I said, there are various sort of layers of security and protocol that you have to go through in order to actually get to the Dalai Lama, which increases the experience dramatically when you actually meet him, because I say he's just so down to earth. Here is Bumrah once again, and pushed away by Ben Duckett up towards mid-on, and Ashwin fields 9 without loss. Put it this way, I can imagine more onerous chores, like going to visit a local leather-making factory, which would have been less inspiring than meeting His Holiness. Only 1 photographer allowed in. So, there's, as I said, a lot of security and cultural protocol required. That's tucked away. Lovely shot from Duckett. Beautiful piece of timing. Didn't, unusually, try to hit that too hard. It really was just a gentle push through mid-wicket. Ashwin does the chasing. Once again, looks like a man who's just run half a marathon, Ashwin, but pulls up just in front. His 100th test. Congratulations to him on that. He was deeply underwhelmed when he spoke about the achievement of reaching 100 test matches. Really, very, very much like it's just a number. He sort of wanted to say, Ashwin, celebrate it for your supporters if you're not motivated by it. 12 overs gone, England winning the toss, batting first. Crawley 7, Duckett 4. 5th and final test match coming to you from the Himachal Pradesh Cricket Association Stadium in the beautiful city of Dharamshala, as Bumrah is in again outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Crawley. I have to say, England done very well to get through the first 5 overs. There's been a lot of movement, maybe too much actually.
Yeah, possibly. It all comes back to the length and the line that you're bowling, without sounding boring. But you've got to just be patient in that area over and over again, and don't expect every ball to have the movement, and then when it have that extravagant movement, hopefully it's full enough that it finds the edge. If it's just that bit shorter, looks pretty great to talk about, great to throw your hands up in the air, isn't going to find the edge.
Here is Bumrah outside the off stump again, and Crawley wisely leaves alone. It's been a very interesting first 5 overs. England winning the toss, batting first, 12 without loss. Crawley 7, Duckett 4. More from Gareth Batty on line length and the Dalai Lama, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, the interesting piece there with Ashwin, we saw him presenting with the cap and his family there, etc. And saying he was underwhelmed by the 100 test matches. I mean, obviously that isn't the case. And having a look at the surface when we saw it on the pitch report, I think we can suggest that 5 weeks ago he knew he was getting his 100th cap today, because if there weren't 15 left arm over the wicket bowlers playing in that Rajasthan Trophy game, I don't know what I'm looking at with the footmarks, because it's beautifully placed for him outside off stump to the right hander.
It is beautifully placed, and again, like the first Test match in Hyderabad. There was footmarks there, and he made the most of that. And again, I think he will come into it as the game goes on.
Here is Siraj as Ben Duckett just drills this straight to Ravichandran Ashwin, stationed at mid-on. Good morning to you all on TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I'm John Norman, alongside not the Dalai Lama, but Steve Harmison, who brings a Zen-like quality wherever he goes, and Gareth Batty, the head coach of Surrey. And England have won the toss. If you're just joining us here this morning, they've won the toss, and absolutely no surprise whatsoever, they decided to bat. And Duckett is climbing into a full wide delivery from Mohammad Siraj, and that has been smashed to the boundary for 4. 16 without loss, England, at the start of the 6th over.
Yeah, first time there's been real big width that, hasn't been swing. That's just fallen off the action of Mohammad Siraj. He's tried to go that little bit fuller. He's trying to swing it back in by looking at the seam position, but he's just lost his wrist a little bit. Give Duckett first chance to get his hands free, and India have bowled a lot of balls coming back into Duckett, ball away from Zach Crawley, but trying to cramp Ben Duckett for room, trying to swing it back in. The 2 or 3 balls that have nipped away from Duckett have probably gone off the seam more than laterally through the air, but it is swinging.
There's a short mid-wicket in place as on the pads drifts Siraj, and the ball doesn't go to short mid-wicket, it goes to square leg where Shubman Gill is stationed. I'd like to see how far short of the fielder this ball has dropped. I don't think it's too far from him. Nope, one bouncing in those 2 mitts.
Yeah, you can see the tactic from India. Rohit Sharma at a straight mid-wicket catching. There's a mid-on, and he's not that deep at mid-on, and your square leg just in front, he's just creeping in front of the umpire, just for that ball, like we saw there, just staying in the surface. I don't think it is staying in the surface, it's just a different surface to the previous 4 Test matches.
Here is Duckett, and he's forward again and plays this back to Siraj, who fields from his own bowling.
Yeah, India are giving Duckett the extra cover freedom to hit the ball through extra cover, not something that Ben Duckett is really comfortable doing unless it's really, really full. And, India are trying to swing that back into him, trying to cramp him for rule. He has that way of closing the face, and if it does go nip off it, they'll try and sort of catch the sort of leading edge, and they've got 2 slips and a gully in play. Got that backward point because of the one that just doesn't swing, he opens the face on. So it's a good feel, but you've got to be nailed on when it comes to lines and length. And India, to be fair to Duckett this morning, they have been.
They've changed their tactics to Duckett, haven't they, as the series has progressed. It's just whether he's got the answers to it. Straight again, and straight to Rohit Sharma. Close to the batter on the leg side. So Duckett is 8 not out, Crawley is 7. These two have had a pretty successful partnership at the top of the order. 6 of the top 8 opening stands between the 2 sides have taken place between Crawley and Duckett. The problem with England, of course, is that the runs have started to dry up. There's been problems in the middle order rather than the top. We've kind of it's a complete flip on where England were for so many years.
But a lot of that has been against the spin, not the seam.
Absolutely, it's part of where you're playing, I suppose. This is clipped into the leg side and fielded athletically by Shubman Gill, trying to get the blood pumping around the body. It's a little bit nippy out there. You'd relish these conditions, wouldn't you, Harmy?
Yeah, you'd feel as though I could bowl more than 4 overs. I think that's, as a fast bowler, when you're out there, you think, I can get the oxygen back in the lungs and get a 5th over, a 6th over in, especially when you see lavish movement that has done it. Probably just keeps energising the bowler. So, you'll see, I would imagine you'll see Bumrah and Siraj bowl that little bit longer throughout probably that first hour. But watching this morning bats, I think Jimmy Anderson be licking his lips thinking, I need 2 for 700. I might fancy them this week.
Crawley, then Jasprit Bumrah, who's got a couple to beat the outside edge of Zach Crawley's bat so far this morning. 7 from 15, Zach Crawley. And Bumrah back in the side after being rested for the 4th Test match in Ranchi with 3 slips and a gully, and this is too wide and left alone by Crawley.
Yeah, I think I can kind of understand the psyche here, because if you're a fast bowler and you're in India and you see this swing you're thinking, give me the ball, and I ain't giving you it back until I've got a few wickets in my pocket. It's the same principle as a spinner in England. As soon as you see it go off the straight as a spinner, you go, give me that ball, because I don't get this opportunity very often. I'm going to take it with both hands.
Just seen. Oh, go on.
No, I was going to say we'd possibly say it'd be critical that Bumrah's bowl wide at Crawley, but I think this is a plan that India have got to Zach Crawley. I think it has looked as though Zach Crawley's left balls comfortably. I think this is a big plan of India, trying to get him across the crease, trying to get him to leave, and then go at one that he shouldn't.
Bumrah, Crawley is beaten. This is straighter, good bounce, good carry, and it whistles past the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, I would say over the 4 games, it's pretty obvious that the plans have changed fractionally. They're looking to ball over middle stump to duck it and challenge his outside edge from that natural variation going across him. But to Crawley, they're wanting to bowl that 4th off stump and just drag him towards the slips with the odd one running back to either deviate back a long way and hit him on the pad or stumps and try and catch him on the crease, or get him to chop the ball onto the stumps.
How much do you think they've missed Mohammad Siraj? Mohammad Shami, beaten again this time. Crawley playing inside the line.
Yeah, I think they've missed him because I don't think Mohammad Siraj has bowled that well in this series. I think he's wasted the new ball on numerous occasions. During that time, it hasn't been. I don't think it's been punished because it's been more spin friendly, some of these surfaces. But I think Mohammad Shami would have caused England a few more problems with that new ball, especially the opening partnership. Like you just mentioned, 6 out of the top 8 have been from England in this series, and I think Shami would have challenged that.
Haven't seen the Lightning start this time though. This is beaten all ends up by Jasprit Bumrah with a quite wonderful delivery, which has turned Zach Crawley inside out. There is quizzical looks all around on the field and in the commentary box. Steve Harmison, how on earth has Crawley not been dismissed by that ball?
Yeah, I think I might have been. How was that missed from Jasprit Bumrah? That is an absolute beauty. Zach Crawley's trying to clip this, not off his legs, because what Bats was describing before, Zach Crawley, the reason why he's played so well, because his balance has been good, and he's played the ball through straight mid-wicket brilliantly. That there, he's trying to clip through square leg. He's gone all round. That's not old-fashioned Zach Crawley. That's just he's seeing the ball come down angle-wise, and he's thinking, right, that's a clip off the hip to square leg, and that's then deviated, whether it's gone through the air or nipped off the surface as well, and got over the top of middle and off stump. Absolute beaut.
Looks like an 88-mile-an-hour leg break from Bumrah, who is in again, and this just evades a diving gully fielder. Crawley will take 4, but there's no doubt about it. Bumrah is all over the England opener. England have yet to lose a wicket, but many more deliveries like this, and surely India will strike.
Yeah, Bumrah persevering with that sort of corridor of uncertainty, about 4.5 stumps with a little bit of movement out. A fraction 4 on this occasion from Bumrah. Crawley groping outside that off stump, doesn't quite get his feet in place, so he's a little bit on the move, finds a fat outside edge, but fortune favours the brave for Crawley, and it flies off down to third man for 4.
Last ball of Jasprit Bumrah is over. It's been an eventful couple of deliveries. Crawley readying himself as Bumrah's in, and again extravagant seam movement away from the bat of Crawley, who's on the drive, a little rueful smile up the track. You don't get that at the Spitfire ground. England, though, are unbeaten at the early stages of their innings after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. 20 without loss, as there is a change in the commentary box as well. Jarrah Kimber and Alex Tudor joining me. Welcome to listeners on TalkSport and TalkSport 2 via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. You're just joining us. England won the toss. They've decided to bat first. One change with Mark Wood coming in for Ollie Robinson. That was announced yesterday. India left their 11 late, and they had to make a late change with Rajat Patidar, who was hit on the ankle during training yesterday, pulled up sore this morning. So a debut for Dev Dutt Padikkal, and as you've just been hearing, Jasprit Bumrah back in the side as well. And it's Mohammad Siraj as he pitches this delivery up to Ben Duckett, and comes forward and plays this up to mid-on. Toots, morning to you, matey. You well?
Morning, Johnny. Morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm good.
What a delivery in that last over.
Mate, we've seen some seeds this morning, haven't we?
Oof.
Wow. I never had a wrist to be able to do that type of delivery we saw from Jasprit Bumrah the ball before. Maybe a Martin Bicknell.
Oh, what a ledge. What a ledge he was. Jared, you well? Siraj is in, and this is cut away by Ben Duckett. There's a chase for Jadeja. He'll pull the ball back at the second attempt inside the boundary to deep backward point, and Crawley comes back for a second.
Yeah, all good. I mean, looking at this pitch, it's quite interesting. Of the 66 first-class grounds in India, according to CricViz, this has the highest percentage of seam deliveries bowled. 76% in first-class cricket. Obviously, this wicket it's got a little bit of grass on it in some places, but it's not quite some of the wickets we've seen up north in this ground before. Usually it has a slightly better carry and pace, I would say, than what we've seen so far, but certainly still helping the pace bowlers. But I'll tell you the difference in average in a minute, which is incredible as well.
Siraj again, and defended by Duckett, no run.
Spin average is 54 per wicket here, and seam average is 28 per wicket. Now, clearly they're trying to make this wicket a little bit more friendly for spin, otherwise India wouldn't have picked 3. But that does tell you what kind of a wicket this generally is up here. So it's certainly, when I saw Australia play here in the deciding test match in 2017, Australia was shocked at the pace and carry, and actually India completely outbowled them because they weren't quite sure what to do.
Yeah, that was an interesting game. Siraj again, and on the pads, clipped to square leg, no run.
Also, the Australian batters, I remember talking to them afterwards, and they were like, we'd been playing on wickets that hadn't bounced above the knee all year, and for 3 months or whatever to prepare, and then in the series themselves, and then they got out and they kept nicking off.
It was 1-1 going into that test match, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a 4th test, and we'll probably talk about it a little bit later on, actually, when Kuldeep Yadav comes on, but it was his debut, and he made the difference. Can you remember?
Yeah, he got Maxwell with one that Maxwell just didn't understand at all.
Siraj again, and this is aerial again. He clips us to the leg side as Ben Duckett. That's not a million miles away from Shubman Gill. We've seen one drop short already. This one not quite as close to the fielder, but Duckett not in control of this shot. 22 without loss.
Yeah, it's a plan, isn't it? Just try and tuck him up, keeping it close. Just not carried.
It's kind of the opposite of what most teams do, which is bang it short of a length outside off stump to him. So clearly they've seen something within his technique.
Well, I think they just got bored of waiting for him to edge it to slips, didn't they? So they thought, he's a little surprise, a little tempter really. And Ben Duckett tries to pull this delivery, but the length isn't there, and it's well wide. Again, no connection on the bat, and zips through to the keeper, Jarrell. 22 without loss.
That's the normal length that you would bowl to Duckett, but he decided to smack this over the leg side. He was about as close to it as we are to the ground.
I mean, I can't really explain that shot. It's test match, but I know the game's moved on and these young men play the positive intent. But generally what you'll see in a series, don't you, buddy, back end of the series, the fielding side will think of plans, and the batter's got runs during the series, and then it's like, right, okay, actually he's not that great when you bowl and try and tuck him up, or when he plays off his hip, the ball's in the air for a while. Let's get someone there.
Bumrah is back and Crawley is facing, and Crawley expansive on the up drive, which goes square of the wicket. Not a million miles away from Shubman Gill, who's now at points, and he'll pick up 4 runs. And I think Crawley, who was beaten comprehensively on a couple of occasions in the last over, is just thinking, if it's anywhere near me now, it's pitched up, I'm going for it.
Yeah, that's when that height comes in. 6'6" or so is Zach Crawley, stands tall. Say fraction of width, and he just throws his hands at it. Goes aerially, but hit powerfully.
Is that Shubman Gill at point still? He's just taken a couple of steps to his left. So following the ball a touch as Bumrah is in, right arm over the wicket, past the umpire now. And, Crawley gets away out of this. This is well short, well wide, and also moves. And Crawley just comes down. I don't know if that hit a divot, if it came off the seam. But again, there was movement extracted from the surface by Jasprit Bumrah.
I'm not a massive rip leader.
That hit a crack.
And he goes, he said, it's hit a crack.
You can see a crack there, can't you? Quite a sizable one.
It's probably not a dangerous one for this game, unless you're a left-hander and it goes the other way. But
it's very wide.
Yeah,
So
it's wide and short.
Yeah, so it's when they're straight is the when you have to worry.
Bumrah again, beaten again, Crawley.
That was a leg spinner.
It's like he's bowling on a slope, the old Lord slope, isn't it? It's just going to right angles.
I mean, you could tell it's tricky out there because England 26 runs after almost 9 overs. I mean, that last ball, that hit a crack again, by the way.
And that was a little bit closer.
That one is a straight to crack, yeah.
And Ollie Pope got a pair last. He's like, oh no, really, I don't really want to be seeing this.
What's the false shot percentage this morning? I wonder if CricViz can let us know. 15 at Crawley from 24 deliveries, 3 slips and a gully, and this is straighter, and Crawley is through the shot too soon, and the ball just lobs up over the bowler. No timing whatsoever. It's a leading edge. Bumrah's all over Crawley this morning, but Crawley's still there. Comes back for a second. He moves to 17, and England are 28 without loss.
Yeah, it's great bowling. Seaming away. Crawley getting through his shot way too early. It's not coming on as he thinks. And he's lucky that it's gone gun barrel straight of mid-on. Aerial for a while.
Crawley again. This is pitched up again, and once again Crawley, who is through the shot too early, trying to clip the ball to mid-wicket, is a leading edge, and it pops up over Rohit Sharma at extra cover, and Crawley comes back for another second.
You called the first one a leading edge, and it looked like it, but the first one was kind of off the middle. It was just that he sliced it. That one had to be a leading edge. I'd be shocked if that was off anywhere else other than the outside edge. It's full at leg stump. Oh, and he's just tried to flick that on the leg side. He had no idea what he was doing then, Crawley. His feet and his head were in the wrong position. His head was at off stump, the ball's on leg stump, and his hands are outside his body, Judes.
Yeah, his hands way too in front of him. But what's happening, he's getting sucked into the line. But Bumrah with that wrist is getting movement, and he's trying to play it on the leg side, and it's staying straight and moving away, and he's getting a fat edge. That one, he's lucky.
Somehow England have scored 8 runs from this over. 1 ball left of it, and that's how you play Jasprit Bumrah. Straight back to the bowler. No run. Another eventful over. 30 without loss, England. And after a word from Jarrod Kimber, it will be Andrew McKenna to take us through the next 20 minutes.
John was talking about the false shot percentage, and I've been looking up England batters since Bazball, and their false shot percentages have gone up. And of course, that makes sense because they're taking more risks in the way that they're playing. But not that all the false shots today were from those risks. Of course, some of those were some very good balls. But you do have a look at it. And so in the last couple of years, Crawley's had a false shot percentage of around 25%, and yet it's been the best time of his career. And what he's basically doing is he's scoring. Even then, when he's made some mistakes in that over, because of the looking to have some intent, put the pressure back on India, he's still scoring even when he's playing false shots. Whereas I think if you look at the period where he was struggling, Judes, he was just kind of sitting there waiting for an edge to go to slip. Hello, Macca.
Morning, everyone. TalkSport 2, and of course the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us at this time of the morning. There's plenty going on. 9 overs in, England 30 without loss. Once again, one of those stories that the scoreboard doesn't always tell the tale. A couple of those deliveries from Bumrah have been off the charts brilliant, but they're wicketless so far. Siraj to start a new over. He's bowling to the left-handed Duckett over the wicket. Duckett clips to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Duckett 10 from 28, Crawley 19 from 27. That ball, though, that looked like it was going a foot down leg side and went straight over the top of middle. Wow, what a delivery. And I was just thinking out the back of the box, James Anderson sitting on 698 test match wickets. There's a reason he wanted to play in this one, folks.
Yeah, definitely. There's been prodigious seam movement. Great wrist on display. They say the batter's getting duped into the line, but obviously there's great seam movement, a few cracks on the pitch.
Siraj is on the way once again past the umpire. Duckett just playing defensively to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, the Ranji Trophy games played this year, spin hasn't taken a single wicket. I can see why. They don't get many overs, I would have thought.
Also, this is one without any grass on it. A lot of the first class wickets would have a bit of grass as well, so you can imagine what it must be like playing seam bowling up here.
Well, it's a chilly old day.
There's a lot of beanies.
There are a lot of beanies, gloves, scarves. There's a bit of mist coming off of the Himalayas. As Siraj comes in and bowls once again. It's a roundabout leg stump, and Duckett flicks it away backward of square. Kuldeep will do the fielding down on the deep square leg boundary. Flicked away nicely by Duckett for only a single. 31 without loss, England.
Yeah, a lot of risk for a single there. Again, not completely in control of it. But one thing I would say is, Jude, I think these two have... If this was the first test, we just see Duckett coming down the wicket. We don't see him do that very often, by the way. If this had been the first test in the series, and they didn't have the confidence that these two have, I think they probably would have already lost a wicket by now. But they've played so well that they're kind of riding the storm just that little bit better than, confidence just plays a big part, doesn't it?
Yeah, massively. Being backed by your captain and your coach gives an individual player that confidence just to go out there and...
Siraj in, Crawley solidly off the middle of the bat to mid-off, no run.
To go out there and perform and do... and go out and show people why they've been picked, why they've been selected. As you say, Zach Crawley's most probably having the best time in an England shirt. Ben Duckett's doing extremely well. And sometimes you do need that luck. I think it's one of those ones, Gerard, you have to see off the new ball. New ball looks like it's doing loads. See it off. It's like old school test cricket, and then go and score your runs. I think day 2 is going to be most probably best time to bat.
Siraj for the 5th ball of the over makes his way in. Right arm over, Crawley, big stride into that, and he beats mid-off. Ashwin can't get across, and it's away for 4. Zach Crawley goes to 23. England go to 35 without loss, with a lovely off drive that beats mid-off.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Siraj just getting full in length. Zach Crawley jumping all over that. Textbook. Extra cover drive there. Full extension of the arms. Good stride. And once he hit it, yeah, Ashwin just waving that on, really.
When you got 100 test matches in the bank, you can do that.
Yeah, you can do. Lovely shot.
Final ball of the over then. 5 from the over. And Siraj is in. Oh my goodness. That is 3/4 of a metre, maybe even more wide of off stump. Crawley threw his hands at that one, and it goes under the under edge and bounces for a second time before it gets to Durrell behind the stumps to end the over here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England 35 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, the ball was out there to be hit. It was more the fact that it rolled along the ground. That's the sort of one that you drag back onto your stumps, which would be a weird way to go out today, considering everything we've seen. They just flashed up on the TV, Macca. I don't know if you saw it, the average swing for the first 10 overs in the test matches so far. So it was less than 1 degree, 0.4 degrees, 0.5 degrees, and 0.8 degrees. That's first test, second test, third test, fourth test. So far, 2.4 degrees it's swung. So a lot more, I think, is the answer.
Well, come to the Himalayas and see it swing. Is this the advertising strapline they've never used for this part of the world?
So far, that's because they didn't employ you.
Well, maybe they should. Maybe they've now thought of it. It's going to be Bumrah around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Just brings him forward, pushes quietly to cover and takes a single. England 36 without loss.
And without surprise, Cricket's also saying of the 7 innings played so far in the series, today's been the highest percentage of plays and misses in the first 10 overs, 25%.
Yeah, that kind of backs up what we've seen with our own eyes, hasn't it? So
also the most leaves, which is shocking because Duckett's out there.
Absolutely. How many leaves does it say?
It's 18% of the leaves. I'd be interested to see how many Duckett has done, because I think he only has 30 odd in his
entire test career.
Yeah. So I don't know how many he's added this morning.
We're in the 11th over. Bumrah's going to come in for the second ball of it over the wicket and bowls to Crawley, bringing him forward, and he pushes to Rohit at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, the more I'm watching, I'm thinking a little bit like the last Test match. You know, when the new ball did all the work, and then as it got older, it became a little bit easier to bat. I feel it's the same possibly on this wicket. So they're playing sensibly. You know, see off the dangerous bowlers. As you said, spin doesn't really get many wickets here, so maybe you might be able to tuck into them and then make the bowlers, the seamers, bowl more spells.
They're not going to be too hot.
There's certainly not going to be that problem today. Jasprit Bumrah goes in with the in-ducker to Crawley. The bat turns in his hand. He's closing the face anyway, and it's clipped away to mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. And the pair to my left both start giggling like children. What have you spotted?
So I don't know if you could hear it, but just Bumrah walked down the wicket going, "You've got to be joking," to Crawley. Basically saying, "I cannot believe you're still here." But Siraj just hurt his knee here, by the way. I think it might be an overextension. I don't think it's anything massive. Just having a look.
So he went to field the ball. I'm going to guess his foot slides. Yes, his right foot.
I think that was just an overextension, wasn't it? So it's gone the other direction, if that makes sense. And just hurt him for a moment. He should be fine.
Well, he's got the old long spikes in to bowl. He just didn't get any purchase on the surface. That's nothing to do with. You remember from the World Cup there were concerns about the outfield. Nothing to do with that in that situation. Bumrah around the wicket to Duckett, who's playing back down the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run.
But yeah, Bumrah usually doesn't spend all that much time talking to the batters, but I think at this stage he is genuinely shocked that he doesn't have a wicket and that Crawley is still out there.
Yeah, he's a little frustrated. He's bowled some absolute beauties this morning. Showing why he's number one in the world. He really, truly is great. But sometimes you need a little bit of luck. You need to ride it, but you need to go big. You need to go on.
Bumrah, of course, had a week off. Didn't play in Ranchi. Back fresh and fit. He's got 3 slips in the gully waiting as he goes in and bowls. Now he's bowling a right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett with that ball that starts in towards off stump and then starts to shape away. Takes the outside half of Duckett's bat and goes down into the gully. And there is no run. There's still plenty enough happening here if you're the opening seam bowlers, but you think as exactly what the boys have just said. Bumrah particularly, but Siraj also will be thinking, how have we not taken wickets? Bumrah is 1 ball short of completing 6 overs. He's got 0 for 20 so far. Siraj has got 0 for 16 from his 5 overs that have been completed. And in goes Bumrah around the wicket and beats Duckett. He's groping at that one. He's coming forward. He's playing at it. It beats the outside edge. It's through to the keeper, Jarrell. That ends 11 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England 37 without loss.
Yeah, that's good bowling. That natural angles coming in at Duckett. He doesn't get a big stride in, basically playing from the crease, and the ball just leaving him. And he sort of follows it, the curtain rail, as we call it. So sort of follows it, brings his bat back. Really is good bowling, showing his repertoire. As Jasprit Bumrah, he's mostly thinking, as Macca says, how have I not got a wicket? He's bowled 5 overs. 6 overs, sorry, and he's looked extremely good. But they're riding it, and this is the debate I was having with people on social media. They were a little bit frustrated with the way that England were batting, you know, ultra positive. They're saying play the situation. Well, they're playing it at the moment. They're playing well. 37 for none off 11. And when you win the toss, you don't want to be too many down at lunch. 1 at least.
England have scored around 3.5 runs and over for the last 2 Test matches, and people are still saying that Bazball was the reason they're losing. Like, they just haven't. Sometimes I wonder if people actually watch. Yeah. Like, they're so like, everyone's throwing their wickets away. We had the Joe Root reverse scoop and a bad shot. I would say he played a worse shot earlier in the series than that. Eventually, Siraj is going to bowl a ball here.
So he's now come in twice. You'll have heard through the stump mic there his pitter-patter as he ran through the crease. I just wonder if that knee...
Well, he's laughing, isn't he? So I don't think it's pain, but it might not be feeling right as he's coming in.
It would have jarred it a little bit. You know, I've been in those situations. You run after runs, your legs go underneath you. Bambi on ice, they used to call me. And so it'd be a little bit jarring, but once he gets the blood flowing through that again, he'll be fine.
It's the stride pattern, isn't it? That's the effect. Right, Siraj is going to deliver on this occasion. Right arm over the wicket. Outside half of Crawley's bat. It can't be stopped by Devdutt Padikkal, who's in at gully at the moment, and they will take a single 38 without loss. Yes, Devdutt Padikkal in on his Test match debut. That's because Rajat Patidar was hit on the ankle during practice yesterday. He reported the soreness this morning, so isn't involved. So that's one of two changes for India. Jasprit Bumrah in for Akashdeep. The other one, obviously we've seen plenty of Bumrah already this morning, but Padikkal will be making his Test match debut with the bats later on, or fairly soon. He'll be hoping, from an Indian point of view. From an England point of view, hopefully not till, I don't know, after tea tomorrow. That'd be quite handy. Averages almost 45 in first-class cricket, does Padikkal. He's watching as Siraj is in. From the crease is Duckett, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's an elegant player. If you would have seen him IPL, tall, left-hander, another one, elegant. Times it, can hit it far as well.
Yeah, in first-class cricket, 2,227 runs at just under 45. Highest of 193 with 612 50s, and he played the second game against the England Lions, what feels like about a million years ago now. He's watching there as Siraj is clipped by Duckett down to long leg, and they'll take a single to take the score to 39 without loss. He played two games against the Lions. In the first he made 105, and in the second it was 65 and 21. So again, all those fringe players for India getting picked to play against the England Lions to get some red ball cricket, but also get them some exposure against the English style of play. You just look at how many of them have been used in this series, it's worked out for them.
They just don't play a lot of Ranji Trophy cricket anymore. So, it makes sense to play them in those games also.
Siraj is in and bowled, and that's a nice shot by Crawley. Stride into the ball, plays the off drive, and it's wide of mid-off. And again, it's away for 4. 43 without loss. Crawley goes to 29. He's played 2 or 3 of those so far. And that is, without question, his best shot of the morning so far, that off drive.
Yeah, Mac, it's a repeat of the shot he played in last innings against Siraj. I think it was his second ball. Just got long in length, jumped all over it, used his height, full extension on the arm, wide of cover, in between mid-off. Fantastic execution of that shot. And once it hit the bat, you knew it was 4. He marches on 29 off 34. England 43 for none.
England winning the toss and batting at 3:30 in the UK this morning. Coming up, it's 4 minutes to 5, and England are yet to lose a wicket as Siraj goes in, takes Crawley on the pad. India are appealing hard for that. Joel Wilson's having nothing to do with it.
2 noises, wasn't there? I think that big thing might have been slanting down leg side, but they're going to be chatting about the bat.
There is a DRS conversation. There is a DRS review by India. They're going to send it upstairs to Kumar Dharmasena.
Yeah, I think this is optimistic.
Director, we have a player review for court. Original decision is not out. I have checked the foot. It's fair delivery. You can
now,
go
Kumar
to
Dharmasena said a review for court.
Well, I did think he hit it, but there were 2 noises. It might have been his bat hitting his pad as well.
The first.
Can you go to ultra edge, please? I can see a small gap between.
I can see quite a big gap.
Would like to see the ultra edge.
Bust through there.
I don't know what the second noise though was.
Line,
unless it's hit his front and back pad.
You can go to the. Yeah, there is no bat in all, but I would recommend you to go to the ball tracking. Original decision goes as not out.
Right, so the review was for court. So we now go to a review for
Impacted
LBW.
line and wickets umpire score. You can go to the on-field umpire. Joel, you can make a signal. You can stay with your original decision, not out. You are on the screen, make your signal, please.
Well, that was all very bizarre. It's out. It's not out 43 without loss it remains. But, well, there we go. I'd like to actually see the replay of where the ball went off of Crawley's pad, because I didn't think anyone had actually caught it. But anyway, that's completely by the by.
I'm still confused where the second noise came from when we first heard it come through. So, and India obviously heard it as well, because they thought it was a catch. In the end, top of leg stump, but not enough to overturn the not out.
Oh, Kumar Dharmasena's into the game as third umpire. Almost an hour played. Here comes Siraj to finish the over. A little bit straight, and Crawley will clip to Jasprit Bumrah at mid-on to end the 12th over. 43 without loss. England here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Crawley's got 29 from 36. Duckett's faced the same amount of deliveries and made 13. Alex Tudor.
Yes, Raj, well, I think that jolt in his knee earlier when he was fielding is fine. He ran in really nicely there. They bowled well. Bumrah and Siraj, they've sort of operated on England a bit. England have rode their luck. They've moved to 43. Bumrah's still on because there's still plenty going on with this new ball. It's hard, it's seaming. They're in good rhythm. So Rohit Sharma still bowling them a good long spell. As you said, they're not going to die from heat. Don't think there are going to be anyone being thrown in an ice bath today, let me tell you.
There's a bloke from up north in shorts and a t-shirt I just saw. He'd have to be from up north, wouldn't he?
Bumrah to start the new over. He's still around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. Has anyone seen Goffey? No? Just saying.
No. Are you saying he looks similar there, Macca?
I'm just saying there's a random bloke from up north, you know.
There's a lot of guys with fancy floral shirts. It's not really a fancy floral shirt area. It's more of a fleece area, maybe cashmere.
It's very colourful ground, this. A lot of the stadium is red, and the roofs around are different colours as well. Jasprit is in, outside edge of Duckett's bat, goes through third for 4. I mentioned there's 3 slips and a gully, but there's a bit of a gap to the gully, and that one's a genuine outside edge that flies away for 4. Duckett to 17, England 47 without loss.
They started over the wicket. They were trying to get him caught at short mid-wicket and short square leg, and he popped the ball up a couple of times, and then Bumrah's just like, I'm just going to come around the wicket and bowl big hooping balls away from him. He's beaten him a couple of times. This one straightens, another edge. Again, England could have lost both their openers many times this morning, but it just hasn't gone India's way so far.
It's interesting just watching Jarrell there. He made a little jump to the leg side first. It sort of tells you how much the ball's moved. He's got the old Michael Atherton scissors hands on it as old Ben Duckett. Gone between 3rd and 5th.
Well, they've closed up the gap a little bit, but is that the stable and the horse? It's Bumrah in once again. Duckett is beaten on the outside edge again. That one, though, bounces for a second time before it gets to Jarrell. And now Duckett and Crawley start their inquest as to what happened there.
Yeah, that was... we've seen some that have seamed and hit crack a little bit. This one, I think, was just a general swing ball, and it's beaten him by a long way. It kept swinging as well. Jarrell was trying to catch up to that a little bit. But again, a beautiful delivery, but wouldn't have been out if he'd got an edge on that one. So they're not all carrying. And Crickfest did send through. Duckett hasn't left the ball yet. So all the leaves have still been from Crawley's end. But we have seen Duckett do some things we don't normally see, like him coming down the wicket.
He's not marching down, it's just a little step into the ball. Bumrah around the wicket to him, bringing him forward, and it's pushed out to Rohit at mid-off no run. But again, the bat there is coming at an angle that he's sort of playing it to mid-wicket, and it's going in the V. He's a little bit across the ball at the moment, Duckett.
Yeah, he's testing the technique. It's Jasprit Bumrah. He's having to work extremely hard, Ben Duckett. Keep everything nice and tight. Don't want your hands getting away from you outside your eye line. And just play the line. It's all you can do. If it beats you, so be it.
Was Ben Stokes sleeping?
I think because after a meeting with the Dalai Lama the other day, he was meditating. At least that's what I'm hoping. As Bumrah comes in once again. Now, Duckett, I don't think played at that one. He played inside it. It bounces again in front of Jarrell as it goes through to him, no run. And Bumrah's now bowled 1 ball short of 7 overs, 0 for 24.
That happens. That can really happen. You know, when you bowl really well and you don't get a wicket, and then you come and you bowl the odd bad ball, you get a drag down or whatever, and you tend to get wickets. That happens. This has been a really good spell, opening spell for Bumrah and Siraj, but no luck.
I imagine this will be the final ball before drinks, and in goes Bumrah, and solidly forward is Duckett on this occasion. Pushes it out to Rohit at mid-off, and there is no run, and you hear the umpire say that is over, and that is drinks. So 13 overs in the first hour, 47 without loss England. Crawley's got 29 from 36, Duckett 17 from 42. England, if the alarm has just gone off, let me try and recap things for you. England have won the toss in Dharamshala and have elected to bat first. As you've just heard, they've got through that first hour unscathed, 47 without loss, or at least unscathed on the scoreboard. There have been quite a few alarms here and there for them, a few absolutely unplayable deliveries. One from Bumrah to Crawley looked like it was going a foot down leg side and ended up going straight over the top of middle stump. But England are unscathed, 47 without loss. Some thoughts from Gareth Batty and Steve Harmison, who've moved in alongside. And while they're doing that, Neil Manthorpe will come in for the ball by ball.
Yeah, good start from England, 47 for none off the 13. But I think India have put some, they've bowled some good individual balls, I think, without being, a huge amount of pressure. I think there's been the odd 4-ball in with some good passages of play from India's bowlers. I think they've had a plan. They've worked out how they want to bowl to Duckett and to Crawley. But sometimes the ball, has it done a bit too much? And when it does a bit too much, I think, like Gareth Batty said very, very early on this morning, it can look pretty bats, but it doesn't always become effective.
Yeah, and I think it's the whole point of Siraj and Bumrah are a partnership because they're bowling together, but they're not bowling as a partnership. And the partnership piece is actually bowling for each other, stacking up some pressure. Now we can change our language, and the old school way was stack up some dots on him and build some pressure that way. Sometimes in the modern world that sounds a negative thing. It sounds like you're bowling negatively, but you're not, because there's more to the game than just the skill of the ball deviating. It's also building up on the mental pressure of a batter who has to face lots of balls. You're just prodding away, you're testing how their movement pattern is. Are they going to leave it? Are they going to play at it? We've seen moments of a glimpse from India, but it hasn't been sustained, and I think that is what we're talking about with the partnership, that Bumrah bowls a good 6 balls, then Siraj follows it up with a good 6 balls, and you don't release the pressure easily. If somebody plays well, absolutely fine, but I think it's just been a little bit too easy.
Is that something that just clicks, or is it something that you need to discuss with your bowling partner? I mean, I asked because they have actually been chatting to each other, and a couple of times Bumrah has taken the ball to Siraj, and they obviously have been chatting, but sometimes I guess it just doesn't click, the partnership in a session, does it?
Yeah, I think it's more a Steve conversation when it comes to a skill set that you're required to be bowling with the new ball, but actually bowling in combinations and combinations complementing each other is something you can set up off the field, but it's still difficult, and you need to have some time together. So Bumrah, being the world-class bowler that he is, he's talking to his younger understudy to sort of talk him through how this is going to work. The skill set of bowling with a new bowler is a totally different thing, and for me, Siraj is more of a first change bowler as opposed to an up front with a brand new ball and making things happen when there's not a lot happening. When the ball's doing plenty, you almost need to do less, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you want the ball to do less sometimes, and it's done a bit more than what you'd probably expect it, from an Indian conditions point of view. I think it comes down to captain as well. Captain setting the right fields and having the right positions and putting pressure on like that, as well as the bowler putting the ball in the right area for long enough.
Drinks have been taken, consumed and enjoyed, and the first delivery after drinks break from Siraj. I think Crawley left alone, just played inside the line a bit, back of a length, bounced a bit. Has been some uneven bounce, a couple have kept very low.
Yeah, but this is perfect for what we've just been talking about. It's a very nice, pretty looking ball from Siraj, going down just outside off stump, but it's back of a length, it's bouncing just over the stumps, so it carries through to the keeper. As we see, it's a lovely visual, goes through, slip cord and all jump up, we see the shape, so on and so forth, but it's never luring Crawley into that fuller length where it finds the edge, because you have to get closer to the ball. you can just stay from the crease a little bit and let it go through and watch the ball go through to the keeper, which is giving you more cues again for the next ball because you're tracking it. This is the bit I'm kind of saying, can you get your length and hold to it and know it's a really aggressive length and then set a field accordingly, or go the other way and bowl a bit more defensively with an attacking field.
Here is Siraj once again to the crease, and this time Crawley leaves alone. I think that was another pretty ball. It's just slightly too short, and Crawley recognised the length immediately would be harmless, and so just left it alone, even though it was pretty close to the off stump. I'll never forget, there are a couple of young players who used to play many years ago, over 20 years ago, for Boerland in South Africa. A young, well, not so young, I suppose, sort of mid-20s, late 20s, Philip de Freitas came out and played on his first game was a very green wicket. It looked like a bowler's dream, and forward comes Crawley to the next one, plays it away defensively out on the offside. He bowled an opening spell of 7 overs, 5 of which were maidens. He took none for 8 from 7 overs, and the batsmen played and missed and played and missed and played and missed, and the young players were all complete awe. And Sachin, that's got to be one of them, I think who it was in a moment, said it's got to be the most unlucky spell I've ever seen in my whole life. And De Freitas at lunchtime said to them, it was absolute rubbish. It was absolute rubbish. I got the length wrong for 7 straight overs. And it was a lesson that many of those players had never forgot. They thought he'd bowled magnificently. Forward comes Crawley to the next one from Siraj, driving it up towards mid-off. And it was exactly what you were talking about. It was the length. He was 2 foot too short.
Yeah, and Siraj is somebody who you'd expect to bowl that little bit fuller, the way his natural trajectory is and the way he utilises a new ball. I think Siraj has been scarred by Crawley and Duckett and doesn't want to bowl too full because in this series he's been belted. But you'd expect Siraj to be one that bowls that little bit fuller, and we've just seen that. We've seen three out of the 4 balls in this over. 2 of them have been short of a length, which have looked quite pretty. That one was a little bit fuller, which Crawley's hit the full face of the bat.
Here is Siraj again outside the off stump, and it's left alone once more, just a little bit too wide. England 47 without loss. Having said all that, we're criticising Siraj for not making the best of the new ball. I must still say that many occasion we would see a first hours play like that and the team lose 3 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd expect Jimmy Anderson to have been sitting in that dressing room thinking, well, I'd be disappointed if I didn't come off at drinks with at least 1 or possibly 2. But that comes back to the fact that the bowling in partnerships. Bumrah's length would be further back and Siraj would be further up. I think it's been the opposite.
Short pull shot from Crawley, threw it too early, hits him on the ribs, I think. He's not showing any obvious signs of discomfort, but that's hit him somewhere on the body. Maybe bottom elbow onto the rib cage. Shake of the head now. It was certainly there for the. Oh dear me! It's hit him just below the left nipple, hasn't it? Ow! Looks sore from here.
Definitely, sort of almost died in the surface a little bit, but it didn't die as in it sort of dropped off a cliff. That sort of U shape that you get where it's dying to the keeper. It just took a bit of pace out of the surface, so it's through the shot.
That's what Hyderabad was like. It died in the surface. Mark Wood bowling balls of like 142 kilometres an hour into the surface, and I think it was 110 off the surface, coming off the surface, and that worries me a little bit about the 5 days of what we're potentially seeing on this surface. But the lavish movement bats, just from a coaching point of view, trying to ask a bowler to bowl that little bit fuller when his confidence isn't high. I think it's the brain telling you one thing, but there's a natural reaction in you going, well, every time I've tried to bowl that little bit fuller in this series in the past, these 2 have had my number.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one because you select a team for a surface that you think's in front of you. And I think the modern day you would look at it and go, well, you might have a 6'4" bowler, you might have a 6 foot bowler, you might have a 5'7", and they've all got different skill sets. But just because of their natural height, they're going to bowl different lengths. It's very difficult for a very tall bowler to get very full, but a shorter bowler can get it fuller because of the trajectory. So actually you're trying to pick, pardon the phrase, horses for courses for the skill set you might require at certain points in the game. And I would just suggest that Siraj is kind of like an overall package over 5 days rather than a specific, well, the specific bit for him might be when the ball's a bit rubbish and he just goes in and makes something happen. The ball's doing plenty now. You need that skill set.
7 over spells from Bumrah and from Siraj, but now Ashwin into the attack for the first time. This one pushed away by Duckett up towards mid-on. It'll be really interesting to see whether there is some spin early on for Ashwin. And they do say if it's seaming, it's spinning, but it's been mostly swing rather than seam movement for the two seamers, and that's why they both bowled 7 over spells, because Rohit Sharma knows that the conditions were favouring them. Little lap sweep now from Duckett. Ashwin in at the pads, and he's basically just guided it through where leg slip would have been. A gentle little lap sweep, didn't hit it, used the pace of the ball. He's got 4 runs, brings up the 50.
Yeah, disruptive from Duckett. He's a very good sweeper, so he gets low, gets underneath the flight of the ball and just helps it where a leg slip would be, just a little dab off the face. All he knows, because of the pace of the ball, all he's got to do is just get it in that gap. This is part of why Duckett has been so successful in this series. He's trying to change the field. He's trying to second guess Ashwin. He's trying to make him do something he doesn't want to do, which destabilises him.
5th 50 partnership for Duckett and Crawley as Duckett punches it back up the ground to mid-on.
Is he also trying to get Ashwin to bowl a bit slower by using the pace? You know, Ashwin, it's obviously first morning, so it's not going to turn as much.
Ashwin in, it's half volley outside the off stump. Duckett lashes it into the covers where Shubman Gill fields.
Yeah, I think basically he's giving Ashwin something to think about. So all of a sudden you put pace on the ball, I'm going to find sweeping and use that pace against you. You're naturally going to bowl it slower, like you said, Steve. So straight away he's doing something he's not
51 without loss, England. Duckett now watches very carefully. It's just a slight tangle as he plays it defensively off the back foot outside leg stump.
Majority of spin bowlers would say they're a fielder short the whole time for their perfect field setting. So that's one piece in an armoury for a batter.
Ashwin in, a little bit too short. Duckett forces it off the back foot, and it's Shubman Gill again diving to his left this time in fields.
And what we see at the end of the over there, Ashwin's gone back to type of confidence from a bowling point of view, and he's gone his last 2 balls, he's almost gone top of the stumps hard. So if you go top of the stumps hard on a first day pitch, you're not going to get as much sideways movement. The spin is going to be far less, which is why you went to slower initially, make him have to put pace on the sweep, but also that then means that the seam is going to spend more time on the surface and give a better chance of spinning. As soon as you go drive it in, it's more than you're looking at pads and bowled, which is kind of what Duckett's trying to do. He's happy with the ball at the top of the stumps. He might not score off it, but there's less danger for him. There's less things for him to think about front pad, shin and outside edge.
And Duckett is somebody who uses his hands quite well, opens a face. So if it is, on the top of the stumps, he can, because he's short in stature, can get back and let the ball come to him and then utilise how good his hands are, especially through that sort of cover point region.
Well, I said it's a 7 over spell for Siraj. It's actually an 8th over for him now, as this delivery is clipped off the pads nicely by Zach Crawley out to Kuldeep Yadav at deep backward square leg, and they go through for another single. Crawley up to 30, Duckett 21. England winning the toss and batting first, 52 without loss.
Yeah, mild temperature or not, that's a tough spell coming into your 8th. At the end of a series, when he's played and bowled a lot of overs and played a lot of cricket recently, this is the bit where you've got to be a bit careful. Do you take too much out of the tank that you never really fill it back up?
Yeah, but you look at somebody like Mohammad Siraj, he might be somebody that we played with quite a bit, Liam Plunkett. Liam Plunkett was in his best when he was 7 overs to 11 overs. Sometimes you'd say to Liam, go and run around for half an hour before you start bowling, just to get some energy out.
Full and driven by Duckett, not timed, up to Jadeja at mid-on. As I said earlier, projected high temperature for the day is 18 degrees, but if you look at Ben Stokes in particular, he looks like he's dressed for Everest Base Camp. He's got the thick puffer jacket on, zipped right up to the top and it is still it is cool. It's definitely a 2-layer day, if not a 3-layer day, and certainly the England supporters are well wrapped up in the crowd. Not too many locals, this time pushed away defensively by Duckett.
That's a better length from Siraj, and Siraj is probably somebody who, it's not natural in India that you do bowl long spells, but he might be somebody who gains confidence. The more he bowls, the less because he's taking more energy out of his body, the less he's trying and then going back to basics. And how many times back do you say to a seam bowler that the basics of line length, let him make the mistake, and that's just putting 4, 5, 6 balls in the same area.
2 slips in the gully. Siraj in, swings it into Duckett. I think there's an inside edge onto the pad, clips it away behind square on the leg side, and they do go through for a single. Duckett moving to 22, Crawley 30, 53 without loss.
So sometimes you watch, especially young seamers, you see them and they've got an away swinger, they've got an in swinger, they've got a bouncer, and they want to bowl them all in one over. Then they do all the same again in the second over. Then when the lungs are going and they're blowing a little bit, it's like, well, can I just manage to get from end of my mark, hold me action, bowl at the top of the stumps? And when they do that, there's less going on in their sort of their mind. They're trying to reserve some energy and actually put the ball in the area for more consistent basis.
Siraj in, another pretty ball back of a length outside the off stump, bouncing over off stump. Crawley, well, I don't know. He's missed it by so much. I thought he must have played inside the line deliberately, but there's a rueful look on his face, and maybe it did actually just move that much.
Yeah, I think the ball, again, he's just outside off stump, so straight away the batter thinks, right, if it's not coming back at me, I can leave it. So as he's tracking it coming down, then he's looking at the length and he's going trajectory of the ball out the hand. Oh, it's going to bounce over the stumps. All of a sudden he's got two things that all of a sudden he's calmer about his movement, and then he can obviously leave the ball. If that's fuller and it travels further, there's a chance that it does come closer to stumps and pads, and you might think about playing.
Clipped away, or he tries to clip it away on the leg side. Crawley hits him on the thigh pad above stump height again, and there's no run. It over comes to an end. 16 overs gone. England 53 without loss. One thing about, well, there's many things about Dharamshala, but all the England supporters have had to make use of all of the accommodation options available, because there's only one 5-star hotel, and the England team are in there, and a couple of tour groups managed to get the remaining rooms. But I'll show you some photographs. Maybe we can put them on the YouTube channel as well. But some England supporters are in a tented hotel. It's basically glamping. It's a very glamorous tent, but they're basically tents, and they were intimidated by the prospect, but apparently are absolutely loving it.
There's nothing intimidating about this. The backdrop of the mountains, a bit of Starship in the background. It's amazing. And you're in a tent at night with a fire. I mean, what gets better? Bit of crick through the day.
Manners would be right at home in one of them tented villages, wouldn't you? Running around the tented village, up and down the mountain every now and again. It's just home from home for you, Manners.
I'll show you the photographs. It looks absolutely amazing. I mean, it's not like, a tent that you would have gone Boy Scouting in. I mean, it's a big square job. It looks like a sort of more of an army camp, army tent, and then they've done it really, really nicely. Beautiful fabrics inside.
Is the right word? Is it a yurt out that part of the world? Do they call them yurts?
I don't know.
You've got him.
I can't believe I've stumbled you there.
You stumbled him.
A yurt? What's that? What is that? Like a sort of travelling nomadic tent, is it? This is punched off the back foot by Duckett, no run.
I believe it's a tent. Now this is where hopefully somebody doesn't correct me who's got up at this time in the morning and what is this bloke on about, but I'm sure it's a yurt.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Forward comes Duckett playing defensively, no run. So named because it was packed up and put on the back of a yak for transporting over the Himalayas.
Has it got a bar on it? That's more importantly for the Barmy Army. Which I did see some of the pictures that had a great function last night, was one.
Here's Ashwin, and that's driven. It was just a bit of a uppish slice from Duckett. We've seen a number of left-handers, particularly caught at backward point during this series with the ball turning away from them, and that was such a moment. But Duckett picks up a single to the man sweeping at on the cover boundary.
Yeah, Ashwin, exactly what Steve said a second ago. Just a bit more pace off the ball, just got it above the eye line, got him driving. It just held in what the footholes would have been a month ago. It just nicely flat at the minute, but they're going to open up, and that's going to go a little bit more. Nice piece of bowling. Duckett, nice execution in the end. Fascinating contest, Ashwin and Duckett.
Crawley 30, Duckett 23 from 55 balls. Unusually subdued from him, but it's been difficult. Here comes Ashwin again around the wicket, and Crawley comes forward and plays defensively. There's no run. It's certainly the 5 days, and it'll be longer for some of the England fans because they will stay for all 5 days of the Test match, and they've already been there for 2, so it's like a week. Crawley uses his feet, comes down the pitch to Ashwin, tickles it away behind square on the leg side and scurries through for a single, but it wasn't a shot of great conviction. At least it was positive. 17 overs gone, England 55 without loss. And as I was about to say, there's a week that those who've made the trip to Dharamshala will never forget. More from Gareth Batty on the housing practices of the local people of Dharamshala and Himachal Pradesh, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
I would say I'll stick to what I know, but I haven't a clue about spin bowling either. But Ravi Ashwin, we just saw in that over, he's just changing his pace up a little bit, what Steve Harmison was talking about. And as he takes just a fraction of energy out of the ball, it's just spending a bit more time on the surface, and we're just starting to see that spin. First day in Dharamshala, and it's just offering a fraction. It's nothing extravagant. It's not what we've seen in previous games in the series, but there's just a little bit on offer. And the skill and the nous of Ashwin is going to be the thing that is going to be the point of difference for him today. And if he can just use it, we just saw it there, Crawley running down the wicket, and he just kept him leg side of the ball. Would it just stay in enough to pop it up to short leg? Crawley was good enough to wait for it and get it behind square to get off strike. But these are all the little games within a game that's going on.
55 without loss in England. We've had 17 overs, and Kuldeep Yadav is on to bowl his first delivery of the match, and this is cut square of the wicket and beats the fielder. I think it's Ravichandran Ashwin, who struggles to get down in time, and it means he's got to get back up onto his feet and chase the ball. It's a lone chase though. 4 runs to Crawley. He moves to 35. Duckett 23. We've got another 50-run partnership for Crawley and Duckett.
Yeah, 50-run partnership. Interesting move this from Rohit Sharma to bring Kuldeep Yadav on. You know, Ashwin fielded there, looked as though he's a man of 100 Test matches. So we'll give him some dispensation on that one. I'm interested by this move from Kuldeep Yadav and not Ravi Jadeja.
This is just outside off stump, and Crawley plays back and defensively into the offside. No run.
Bats, do you think this is the sort of Duckett Crawley thing, that the pace of Jadeja on a wicket which is not turning, Duckett's a sweep and reverse sweep, that maybe Rohit Sharma's gone to Kuldeep first, a little bit slower.
And again he's back at his Crawley, pushes this ball to mid-off and scampers through for a quick single.
It could be the speed of delivery, trajectory or whatever. I think it's the angle, and I think he's on for Crawley. Nobody else. He's bowling over the wicket. Crawley gets his left leg out of the way and leaves you a gap. So he's giving up both edges to Kuldeep Yadav. So if he can get his line right, if he can get his length right, I don't think Crawley's looked comfortable. I don't think he lines him up properly, because if you're playing good spin, you give one edge, you have to, but you don't give both edges, and he's giving both to Kuldeep Yadav. So I would say it's tactical for Crawley. Wouldn't surprise me if he got him out, then he dragged him out of the attack and went for the big number 1 left-arm spinner.
It's Duckett though, the left-handed Ben Duckett, who's 23 not out, who will face this delivery from Kuldeep Yadav, who made his debut at this ground back in 2017, March 2017 against Australia. And again, Duckett is playing back and drills this down the ground. And this is a good-looking shot from Duckett, and quite a Ben Duckett wristy straight drive that goes all along the ground for 4. 64 without loss.
My goodness, what a shot this is. Kuldeep Yadav is not somebody that puts lots of extra pace on the ball. It's the wrong when it goes out the back of the hand. It's spinning into Duckett. Gets deep in the crease, and it's just a back foot punch to mid-on to create the power, to generate the power from ground force through your legs, up through the blade of the bat, through mid-on, is wonderful batting. He's such a wonderful player of spin when he gets it right like this, Ben Duckett. Makes it so tough, gives the bowler no length.
Here's Kuldeep Yadav again. This keeps a fraction low as Duckett again. Playing back, exposing the stumps, but playing straight. Not timing or power though, and no run. Keeping the bowler interested, and I'm sure you can hear the fielders as well. Welcome to Talk Sport, by the way, and Talk Sport 2. Myself, John Norman, Steve Harmison, the former England fast bowler, and the Surrey head coach and former spinner, as Ben Duckett could be in trouble here. He's tried to go down the ground. It's taken a leading edge, and Shubman Gill running across from mid-off has taken a fine two-handed catch over his shoulder, and Duckett has got to go for 27. England lose their first. Kuldeep Yadav has struck in his first over. England's 64 for 1.
Yeah, good catch from Shubman Gill. It looked as though Ben Duckett's going away from it. It was a ball a little bit thrown above the eye line, but it looked as though Ben Duckett's body weight is going backwards or going towards the leg side. He's trying to hit the ball towards the leg side, and all of a sudden, the ball's just looped up on the offside. It's an excellent catch from Shubman Gill, but it looked as though all the energy was going one way, and I don't think he's quite got to the pitch of the ball, and because of that, he's just gone for brute force, and unfortunately for Duckett, it's gone straight up in the air.
Yeah, Duckett coming across the ball, and it goes up and out, so you're extra cover. You've got to turn, you've got to get your head down as Shubman Gill, and you've got to start running out towards the fielder that's on the boundary. So you've got somebody coming towards you, then you start looking up in the sky. It's got a bit of snow on it because of where you're playing. Wonderful catch from Shubman Gill. Holds his composure, holds his balance, takes it over his left shoulder, diving away to an oncoming fielder. It's a pretty special catch and a very fine piece of bowling.
Bowled it a bit. Sorry, John. He just bowled it a bit slower, didn't he? He just gone for 9 in the over, and he just bowled it a bit slower as to say, well, go on then. If you fancy a big shot, let's see what you got.
It was brave, wasn't it?
Yep, they kept the field up, didn't they? And it's paid off. Duckett might feel a little unfortunate. Maybe another 3 or 4 metres on the shot. It probably would have just bounced clear of Shubman Gill, who picked up a couple of big catches earlier on in the series. And now, well, we're going to see Ollie Pope, who picked up that unfortunate pair in the 4th Test match. He's not going to face the first delivery of Ravichandran Ashwin's 3rd over, though. As Zach Crawley will see that with a short leg and a slip in place, playing with bat around the front of the pad. And it just clips the ball to the left of short leg. There's a short mid-wicket as well, though. And no run. So, first success of the morning. India will feel probably long overdue. Both Crawley and Duckett beaten on several occasions by the pace, notably by the returning Jasprit Bumrah, as Crawley deep in his crease. Ball bounces just a fraction more from R. Ashwin and defended away.
I think when he sees it again, Ben Duckett, he'd be really disappointed. I think he'd be really disappointed at the execution. I think it's a poor shot.
Ashwin again, leg stump line, clips straight to Sarfraz Khan, who does a kind of no-look shy at the stumps. He's walking away from the batter, but then flicking the ball back towards the stumps, hoping that Crawley has just stepped out of his crease, but that didn't occur. Down on the sweep is Crawley. There's glove. It doesn't go too far from the left of Jarrell behind the stumps, just loops up and down, and that means that Ollie Pope will face a delivery from R. Ashwin.
Yeah, very similar to a dismissal in the 3rd Test match, I think it was. Crawley getting almost back of the bat, sort of glovey area, caught 45. This occasion, Ashwin it's a similar sort of line, but he doesn't have the fielder at 45. So that one skips off sort of back of the bat glove, and he gets a single, he gets down the other end.
Pope's first delivery, he will get off the mark. There's a bit of a yelp from the fielders close to the batter. We'll have to have a little look again how close this went to Sarfraz Khan. It was a healthy clip past the fielder. It did go aerial, but I mean, it would have been you could have found himself pretty unfortunate if that one had stuck. It was past the fielder before he'd realised it was in the air. So Pope's off the mark, and Crawley 1 foot down the track and playing across the line, picks out Shubman Gill. Picked out that great catch in the last over to help dismiss Ben Duckett. And it's no run. 66 for 1 then, and the intensity of the game just rising a notch with that wicket of Ben Duckett.
Yeah, Revish Andy Aswin, he's got a very good plan to Crawley. He's bowling around the wicket. He's predominantly bowling square spin, so lots of the balls are pitching just outside leg stump, but going across to sort of middle stump and off stump, just with the angle of release. He's changing it up, one ball and over possibly, which I think we saw there with the back of the bat ball, where he's trying to get the more overspin, where the ball does bite into the surface and holds its line. But because Crawley gets a little bit offside of the ball, it means his hands are separated from his body, and it gets them sort of exposed. And it feels like he's challenging a weakness that nobody would really do normally, because you feel like you're bowling a ball outside leg stump and it's not a wicket ball. But we've seen the wicket already once in the series, and it's not a million miles away from a second time there.
Here is Ollie Pope to face his second delivery. He comes forward and defends into the offside. There's a lot been said about Ollie Pope, the way he starts his innings, bats. Of course, picked up that generational knock earlier in the series that helped England overturn a 190-run deficit on first innings, as Pope again comes forward. I mean, do you see, when you're watching him play for England, do you see any difference in the manner in which he gets about his innings playing for England than you do when he's playing for Surrey?
I wouldn't particularly say so now. There was possibly a period, by his own admission, he maybe got caught up in the wanting to reverse the pressure on the bowlers type situation.
Here is Kuldeep Yadav again, and he beats Ollie Pope for the third ball in a row. Comes forward, tries to cover the line, but this time the ball just beats the outside edge. There's a bit of excitement behind the stumps there by Jarrell.
Yeah, it's the leg spinner from Kuldeep, and it's because of his angle, he's bringing it back in towards the stumps. You're always, just until you find the pace of the ball, how much it's spinning, you just feel like you're going to cover your inside edge a little bit. That's absolutely fine from Ollie Pope. Get done on the outside edge. He's missing it by a decent way there. It's good batting. It's clever. It's getting yourself into your innings.
How does Ollie Pope approach this? Down the track again, and this is wristily played. Straight to extra cover where it's spilt, but no damage done. 66 for 1 England. Pressure on Ollie Pope, who picked up the pair in the 4th Test match. He's off the mark in the 5th. 1 from 5. 2 balls left of Kuldeep Yadav's second over. He struck in the 1st, dismissing Ben Duckett for 27. And he's in again now. He's got this one wrong, has Kuldeep Yadav. This is pitching on leg stump and turning. And Ollie Pope will feel like he's missed out here. Can't get off strike. A little bit of chat in the outfield. And Rohit Sharma, Kuldeep Yadav just slowing things down for the final delivery again, and this keeps a little low. It's on leg stump, and Ollie Pope clips this away to square leg for a single. He moves to 2, the score 67 for 1. And Batsy, you were just saying?
Yeah, I just think with Pope, you used the word generational, and the innings was, but I actually think we're talking about a player that is a generational player. I think there are lots of comparisons to the great Joe Root in Ollie Pope career-wise, and how he's come into the England team at such a young age. This series will be the sort of coming of him with the massive score he got early on in the series. And we talk about the business world within sport now. If you want a return investment, you back and you stick with Ollie Pope, because there ain't too many blokes who have the skill set, but also the human being characteristics to back that up over a long period of time.
Ashwin then start the 4th over, and Pope again comes forward. We're not seeing him advancing out the crease in the manner that we have done at times, but then of course, you know, that does bring other problems. First innings of this series, actually, he was caught at first slip, playing a shot that's similar to that one. This is plenty more loop from Ashwin, and he gets the line wrong. On the pads of Pope, who pushes the ball to mid-wicket and comes through for a single, 68 for 1. Jared Kimber, Alex Tudor alongside me now in the comms box. A wicket of Ben Duckett. The only success for India this morning. We've got 22 minutes though until the lunch break. England winning the toss, deciding to bat first. No real surprise there. The only surprise was that they didn't get a wicket in the first 5 or 6 overs, Jared, as R. Ashwin is in again, and Crawley clips this to mid-wicket for a single, and that brings Pope back on strike.
Yeah, and then I suppose the second surprise is that we've had a wicket to spin before seam, considering everything we know about this pitch. But Duckett obviously trying to hit the ball to leg side that should have been on the offside. And Shubman Gill, who's a beautiful catcher of the ball. The only reason he's not in the slips is because we've just seen footage of he's got a single mattress wrapped around his finger at the moment. But he's got beautiful hands.
Here is Ashwin again, bowling round the wicket to Ollie Pope, and once again 10 deliveries into his innings, stretches forward and just defends. Ollie Pope. The Pope met the Dalai Lama during the week. I think that was a headline in the Times, as Pope plays straight, no run. Of course, the Australians met the Dalai Lama, didn't they, back in 2017?
Yeah, I think the Dalai Lama might have been at some of the World Cup games at one stage as well.
Steve Smith, do you know what Steve Smith asked him?
How do you sleep during test matches?
Yes. Down the track, he uses his feet for the first time, does Ollie Pope, and pops this ball past Ashwin, bisects the bowler and the fielder, Shubman Gill, who's stationed at mid-on. Pope moves to 4, Crawley 38. 70 for 1 then England. Yeah, I thought that might interest you, because you've long had a suspicion, not suspicion, you've written pieces about it as well, the use of sleeping tablets in sport, in cricket, and also you've been of the opinion that possibly the reason that Steve Smith, his 4th innings, doesn't stack up in the way that it does when he's batting in first, second or third, is because he cannot sleep in a test match.
Well, it's more that his average gets less in every innings, and it's massive. It goes from 80 to 30 odd in the 4th innings.
So it's like superhuman to innings 1. Well, no, it's like Don Bradman-esque one. It's pretty superhuman innings 2.
He's great
innings 3, and pretty average innings 4.
Yeah, even innings 3 is probably low end great, I suppose, and average innings 4 is the best way of putting it, and it's a huge curve. He's not the only player in history to have it.
Back again is Pope, and this is nicely played. There is a short mid-wicket, and Pope clips his delivery from Yadav to the right of Shubman Gill and comes through for a single, 71 for 1 England.
I think Brian Lara's got a similar one. There's a couple of West Indian players that have had it before, but it's not all that common to have a record like Smith has had, and and you think maybe the ball keeps a little bit lower in the 3rd and 4th innings, but then you look it up and he doesn't go out LBW or bowled all that much more, so that doesn't make any sense.
Zach Crawley, 38 not out. It's forward and he's trapped on the pad. And this is a ball that's turned into the right-hander. Joel Wilson shakes his head. Rohit Sharma looks to Kuldeep Yadav. India have still got 3 reviews left. This is absolutely smashed Zach Crawley on the pad. He's beaten the inside edge. And Rohit Sharma
he's definitely going to do it.
has gone upstairs. He always waits, doesn't he? But he's gone upstairs. He's had the chat. No, there's nothing come back to him, but he's going to go upstairs, and that's what's happened.
TV umpire to director. We have player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is not out. I checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. You can go to front on. Spin decision, please.
He's so obvious that he's going to do that review. I don't know why he made the team walk in and try and convince him, because he was always going to do it. Look, this is spun a long way, and I wonder if it's spun too much. It's pitched on off stump and it's straightened and it's kept low.
That is close to the.
It's a big front step.
Can you go to the ultra?
It is a good step.
It's going to be hitting leg.
I reckon it's hitting leg, or it's going to be umpire's call.
I mean,
that's what I'm going with.
It looks umpires are call-y at the moment. I'm with you there, but I reckon it's slightly closer than I thought it was.
Because we can see middle, can't we? And it's turning, so it's going to be clipping leg stump, I would say.
Well, We've had one review for leg before wicket, which showed the ball to be hitting leg stump, but not enough to overturn the on-field decision. Let's see what happens here.
Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets missing. Wow. Wickets missing. You can go to the on-field umpire. Joel, you can stay with your original decision. You're on the screen, make your signal now.
I don't know if that was missing leg stump by a foot based on the footage that we just saw, but okay.
I think that took us all by surprise. And Cody Yadav as well.
I thought that kept a little bit low, and that's got it going
weird.
Above leg stump and missing leg stump. Yeah. All right.
Didn't have much going for it, didn't it? Really did it?
I think if I was Rohit, I'd be like, I'm a bit unlucky to miss out on the umpire's call there. And he's missed out on the umpire's call by a yard.
71 for 1 then. It remains. Zach Crawley 38 not out as Yadav is in again. This is very close to the wicket. It's a straight line and Crawley defends back down the track.
One thing I would say is if that ball did actually what Hawkeye said, good luck playing spin later on this match because that turned viciously and had bounce. So there's a lot going on it.
One slip and short leg in place. This is Fuller. It's pitched up and Crawley, no timing in the shot, picks out extra cover. Steve Smith, average by match innings. Innings 1, 82.32. Innings 2, 52.85. Innings 3, 42.08. And innings 4, 34.36.
Yeah, and he's tried sleeping tablets, he's tried meditation.
He's tried asking the Dalai Lama.
He's asked the Dalai Lama. I think they got a sleep specialist in for him. I know Gareth Batty's used sleep specialist with... On
the sweep is Zach Crawley, and a bit of a yelp from Kuldeep Yadav. The ball smashing the pad, but this is way too leg side. And Rohit Sharma kind of looks around. Is anybody going to trying to convince me that should be... No? Okay, we'll just move on. Yadav back to the top of his mark. And last ball of his third over. 71 for 1 then, here on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport. Crawley is on the front foot, and this is placed nicely to the left of Jadeja, who's got a right old chase on at mid-off. And Jadeja thinks he's going to chase this ball down, but the ball keeps going. And at the last minute, Jadeja puts in a dive, but can't stop body nor ball from hitting the rope and going over it. And that's a good end to the over. 75 for 1 then, England. We've got 15 minutes left until the lunch break. Ben Duckett, the only wicket to fall. And after a word from Jarrod Kimber, it will be Andrew McKenna to see you through to the break.
Yeah, just over pitching a little bit wide there. It was good batting by Crawley just to put that away, but it was a loose delivery. Bats has used sleep specialists with the players from Surrey a couple of times. When I talked to England, they hadn't used sleep specialists before, but it's a huge thing. Tudes, and when you play limited overs cricket especially, you finish playing at 10, 11 o'clock at night. Some of these games are even later, and the players just aren't prepared for it.
Ashwin around the wickets. Poper's a long way forward, pushing back to the bowler, no run.
If you get back to the hotel at 12:31, your beans are still going from the game, so you're not going to get to bed before 3, and it does cause big issues, and then you've got travel schedules and everything else.
Ashwin short of a length on this occasion. Pope's hitting hard into the covers. There's a yes-no, and what saves the batters any potential trouble is that Jaiswal was having to dive away to his right-hand side and was rolling around on the turf and couldn't get back to his feet to actually throw the ball. So there'll be a single into the book. Pope goes to 6. England 76 for 1. But there was a real yes-no moment there. Ollie Pope had gone. Crawley eventually responded, by which point Pope thought, well, he's not coming. And they get there in the end. Crawley gets the next one as Ashwin's around the wicket to him, turns it to square leg, deep square leg, and takes a single. 77 for 1.
The ball went into the middle of Jaiswal's hands. The only reason that they got away with that really is because he then rolled over and he completely lost his balance and he couldn't get back up. If he'd kept his balance originally, that's probably just a run out.
1 wicket down for England as we approach lunch. On another day, it would have been 5 or 6. Ashwin in. It's again shorter of a length, and it grips in the surface, stands up, and Pope is playing it with no timing whatsoever back to the bowler. 77 for 1.
Remember, there were no wickets to spin in the last first-class game here. This is not that wicket.
Ashwin is outside of leg stump, enabling Pope to clip through mid-wicket, and they'll take a couple. Well fielded out on the boundary twice. It's Padikkal and Siraj out there. Padikkal got the first dive out to keep it on the playing surface. Siraj dived to keep it from rolling into the advertising sponge. And then Padikkal gets back to his feet and gets the ball back in. And that really was the definition of teamwork.
I was just about to say that, Mackie. You stick the words out.
They took 3 from it, so it's Crawley on strike, who's gone inside out over cover on this occasion, and it's out for 4 more. The over goes for 9. 84 for 1 are England after 23 overs here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Crawley goes to 47 from 63 balls. Pope's got 9 from 17. And England have clearly decided seam is far more dangerous than spin at the moment, because they're going to try and cash in, boys.
Yeah, execution of that shot was tremendous there from Zach Crawley. Just opening up the blade. It's vacant in the air over cover. So a safe shot. Wasn't much spin on that one. Just sort of slided across with the angle of him coming round the wick shot, even though it was aerial. There are no fielders out there. Zach Crawley marches on to 47 from 63 balls. England 84 for 1.
Been a lot of unplayable balls from seam so far today. 84 for 1. It's a good effort from England so far. Kuldeep to start the new over. It's down the leg side. Pope just glances it down to short fine leg, and they'll take a single. Pope goes to double figures to 10. England 85 for 1.
Yeah, they're rotating the strike well, these two. Pope and Crawley within the boundaries, just rotating the strike, so the bowlers are not getting tied down with one batter and trying to work him out.
Short leg in place for Zach Crawley, as well as the slip. Kuldeep, left arm over the wicket, goes in and bowls, and Crawley hits it back past the bowler. Mid-off's not going to get there. There's a long on who is pretty wide but couldn't get around, and it's 50 for Zach Crawley. He's got his fourth 50 of this series. It's his 14th in Test match cricket. He's got 51 from 64. England 89 for 1.
Yes, good from Zach Crawley. Bang straight down the wicket. As you say, always looking to take that positive option, not allowing the bowler to settle. And you said he's had a good series.
Kuldeep in once again. Crawley playing defensively, back to the bowler, no run.
But the importance now, he's got England that start, and he's done that extremely well in this series so far. He would like to turn that into 100.
It's been the one thing in this series so far. 76 has been his best in Vizag. He got 73 in the second innings there as well. Kuldeep is in. It's Crawley off the back foot, just waiting, pushing out on the offside, and will take a single out to the deep cover sweeper. So 1 more to Crawley. And that series so far, 20 and 31 in Hyderabad, 76 and 73 in Vizag, and then 15 and 11, 42 and 60. So had starts, but that old thing of going on and making it 100, 150, etc., is maybe the one that he really wants to try and find. Pope is deep in his crease as Kuldeep bowls left arm over, hits the short leg fielder Sarfraz, and there is no run.
Yeah, if you want to be you want to be a good player, you really need to turn those 50s into 100s. As you say, you set base, especially in that first innings. You want to set that base for your team and your bowlers.
Ollie Pope waits, uses his feet to come down to Kuldeep, clips to Shubman Gill at straightish short mid-wicket, and ends the over, and there is no run. 24 gone here on TalkSport 2. England 90 for 1. While we're talking to Ollie Pope, obviously he had that 196 in Hyderabad, but he hasn't made 40 in any of his other innings yet, and as a result his world ranking has gone from 15 after the 196 He's now ranked 30 in the Test match batters. He went from 15 to 22, from 22 to 29, and in the latest rankings, 29 to 30. So
it's almost like those rankings are nonsense.
You're not having them then? I mean, there are some interesting anomalies.
I think David Gower is ranked on the all-time ODI peaks of like fifth, and it's like, I'm not saying he didn't play a couple of good games in a row at one stage, but I think he averaged low 30s with a strike rate in the 70s or something like that. A decent one-day player, but it's like there's some random. I don't like the way it's done. No, I don't think it's very. I don't think it's good, and I think especially with batters seem to jump around it a little bit more. With the bowlers, you have to earn it over time. It's not my favorite algorithm. At lunch we're doing, I think, 40 minutes of my favorite algorithms.
Now that's what I call algorithms.
And I apologise, everyone, that's not happening.
Ashwin to start a new over is over the wicket to Crawley, turns through mid-wicket for a single. He goes to 53.
5:53, you've woken up in the morning, you're like, I'll get to listen to a bit of cricket, and then I'll get Gareth Batty talking about his career. So I know Jared's favourite algorithms.
It is bats at lunch, by the way, in conversation with Manners. Something that we started in the last Test match. 5 cricketers who made you what you were, if you like. We did Tudes in the last Test match.
Tudes did 25, I think.
Yeah. Tudes subverted it.
There's a lot of people that have moulded me, I have to say.
Yeah, Tudes subverted it very much. So, it's going to be bats in conversation with Manners doing that one today. Just going back to the world rankings, it's interesting. The all-rounders one is the one that strikes me. It never seems to change. So Ben Stokes hasn't bowled since the old King died.
That's the problem with the all-rounders one, is it doesn't factor usage in at all. So Stuart Broad will be on it because he's played 2 innings where he's made 40 in a row.
Ashwin goes in and bowls a loopy one that drops to Pope, and he clips to deep mid-wicket, and they'll take a single 92 for 1.
You know, my all-rounder debate, I have this debate with people. My definition of all-rounder is, if you're injured as a bowler, you were still getting the team as a batter. And vice, and if you're not bowling very well, you know what I mean? And if you're bowling very well, can you know what I mean? It's just like, it's a Gary Sobers. That ilk, he, regardless of whatever, he would have played as a bowler if he weren't scoring any runs, and vice versa. We throw it around a little bit too much for me.
Ashwin in over the wicket, outside half of Crawley's bat to point, no run.
Do you know how many players in Test cricket have averaged over 40 with the bat and under 30 with the ball? But I think it's 50 wickets and 500 runs.
Crawley waits for Ashwin, uses his feet, puts him back over his head. That's a huge shot, plenty of hang time on that. That's a massive 6 from Zach Crawley. England go to 98 for 1. Crawley has 59 with the first maximum of the match.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. Great use of his feet. Zach Crawley comes down early and extends those arms, got good leverage, and you just watch and admire as it sails. I reckon that's gone at least 90, 100 metres back.
Ashwin goes in, and again, it's slightly short in length. Gives Crawley time to stay deep in the crease and play it to mid-wicket and take a single. Takes the score to 99 for 1. And of course, the air is thinner here, which is one of the reasons why they say that the bowling feels that little bit quicker, because there's not quite the resistance on the ball. It was well caught in the crowd, but of course, the air being thinner would mean it travels in the air further as well.
I don't think he called it. He looked so.
Ashwin in, and Pope is deep in the crease, hitting to points. No single there to bring up the 100. End of the over. 25 gone. It's England 99 for 1 as we approach 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
So, Tudes, the only player to have done it is a guy called Aubrey Faulkner from South Africa, who averaged over 40 with the bat and under 30 with the ball. So technically, there's only been one player who would be automatic, and he was quite an interesting cricketer because he was a batter who was still young and developing as a batter, and he was taught the wrong end when no one basically knew how to bowl it, and completely dominated. But against England, he was a bowler. Against Australia, he was a batter. He had a really, really interesting career. But the point being is, there's almost been no players who've been good enough. You've got players like Botham and Keith Miller and Kapil Dev and Callis and Sobers, who maybe had the talent to play on both sides of the ball, but generally it's very rare for you to be that good in both parts of the game. Imran Khan in the 90s, I'm not sure if they would have picked him to bat at number 6 though, with a strike rate of -3.
Kuldeep to start the new over, left arm over the wicket. Crawley pushes into the offside and gets a single that brings up the England 100. Crawley's got 61 from 71. Pope's got 11. England 100 for 1 after 25 overs and 1 ball.
Like as good a bat as Botham was, if he averaged 37, 36 and was a Cavalier batter, how long in the 80s would he have lasted if he couldn't bowl? He might have played some games, but he probably would have been dropped as well.
Ollie Pope waits for Kuldeep, brings him forward. Off the inside half of the bat, goes down to Ashwin at short, fine leg, no run. It's coming up 6 o'clock, which means TalkSport will be leaving us shortly. If you do want to stay and listen, well, obviously the TalkSport app is easy to swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, your DAB radio, or if you're listening online or you've got your smart speaker, all easy ways to stay in touch with the cricket and keep some live sport in your life at this time of a Thursday morning. Kuldeep is in. Ollie Pope's run past one and is stumped by 2 metres. He was playing for turn. It didn't. And Pope just runs past it. And Jurel takes the stumping. England are 100 for 2.
Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you'd have seen the reaction of Jihad and myself. England have gifted 2 wickets to India. They were batting nicely. And Ollie Pope's just run past one, try to play it on the onside, trying to play for the turn. It's gone the other way. He's not picked it. Jurel, the keeper, was not going to miss this. He's a long way down. There's nothing about that looks good when he looks back and plays that. And even though England have got 100 in that first session, they've gifted India 2 wickets. 2 wickets which were their downfall, and that's the way you always felt that they were going to get out, was gifting India the wickets but not being bowled out.
First 40 minutes, India were all over them, and they worked through that England. A bit of luck, of course, and also, you know, the aggressive nature bought them some time and everything else. But in this particular case, this isn't a Bazball wicket. This is just Pope trying to get down the wicket desperately, but he's nowhere near the length of that. As you said, doesn't pick the wrong end. I'm talking about Aubrey Faulkner. And in the end, he's beaten outside off stump, but it's an ugly, ugly way to go out. And England completely on top at times in that session, considering how well, especially Bumrah, but Siraj bowled early on. And now they've just let India back into the game with those 2 wickets. But all credit goes to Kuldeep. Could have had 3 wickets as well, bowled some good balls to Crawley. Really brought this one back for India, but England going to be upset there. They could have had a very, very big session.
Well, in the early part of it, when it was hooping around all sorts and Crawley and Duckett were getting unplayable deliveries, you felt that England could be 4 or 5 down at lunch. The fact that the score says 100 for 2 after 20.5 overs is therefore an improvement, but the 2 wickets that they've gone, as Jared's just saying, 2 wickets that they'll feel pretty bad about, really. Duckett was caught by Shubman Gill off the bowling of Kuldeep for 27 to make it 64 for 1. But the point of that one is Duckett had already hit 2 boundaries in the over and probably didn't need to play the big shot that he played. And Shubman Gill took a fabulous catch, running out towards the boundary, takes it over his shoulder, and it didn't go in the finger ends. It was right in the middle of the palms. He took it absolutely beautifully. And then Ollie Pope has just been done all ends up by Kuldeep. So Duckett for 27 from 58. Ollie Pope goes for 11 from 24. So it's 100 for 2 in the morning session. Zach Crawley is still there. 61 from 71 balls. 9 fours and a 6. And he himself had plenty of problems in the early stages. 1 ball from Bumrah. Looked like it was going a foot down leg side. It gripped on the seam of the ball and went over the top of middle stump. And Zach Crawley will probably not appreciate that ball till he actually sees it on the laptop later, just how incredible a delivery it was. There have been some near squeaks, as I say, but England have pretty much survived. The bowling figures from that morning session, Bumrah's got 0 for 24 from 7 overs. I venture to suggest he'll bowl worse than that and get 3 or 4 in a session. Normally, Siraj, 8 overs, 0 for 24. Ravichandran Ashwin, 6 overs, 0 for 29. And the wicket taker, Kuldeep Yadav, 2 for 22.
Welcome, you're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. This is the afternoon session on day one of the 5th Test match between India and England. India with an unassailable 3-1 lead, but plenty to play for. And just watching on as Joe Root, England's number 4, is just marking his guard. The reason Root is in is because that last ball of that morning session, a really interesting one, ended with the wicket of Ollie Pope, coming down the track to Kuldeep Yadav. He didn't read the delivery, which he expected to go straight or into the pads. Instead, it went past the outside edge of the bat, and Jarrell behind the stumps was never going to make a mistake. So 2 wickets in the session, both going the way of Kuldeep Yadav, who earlier on had picked up the wicket of Ben Duckett for 27, caught via a quite brilliant piece of fielding from Shubman Gill, and it just means the pressure back on England. First ball of the afternoon session there on TalkSport 2, and Joe Root is off the mark. First ball as he takes a ball that's on the 5th stump line, and he clips it through square leg for a single. So a disappointing end to the session. If you are just joining us, it was action-packed really. England winning the toss, deciding to bat first. No real surprise there. Crawley and Duckett putting on 64 for the first wicket, going past 50 again. They've been proficient at the top of the order for England, and they were so again today, although not without a little bit of luck going their way. How Jasprit Bumrah didn't pick up a wicket, I'll never know. As Yadav, as this is caught by Sarfraz Khan at short leg. It's not been given out by Joel Wilson, but Sarfraz Khan is absolutely adamant that Zach Crawley has got a little inside edge onto the pads. The ball ballooned up, and he's made some good yardage, but Rohit Sharma is not convinced, I don't think. You're reading of that, Steve Harmison?
Yeah, I think Rohit Sharma's gone off Jarrell. He's not gone off Sarfraz. I think Sarfraz emotion catching it is obviously getting a little bit excited. Jarrell was not adamant. This is not happened. No touch. And I think I'd have gone with Sarfraz, because I'm not sure Jarrell could see as well, because the Zach Crawley's body's in the way. But I'm not sure he has hit it. It didn't look as any deviation, didn't look as though there was any noise, but I'm not sure. Rohit Sharma's gone with a wicketkeeper and not gone with short leg.
Well, we'll wait and see. Good morning to TalkSport listeners, by the way, who have joined us for this first over after the lunch break on day one of the 5th Test match, as Kuldeep Yadav is in again and Crawley defends. Jared Kimber alongside myself, John Norman, Steve Harmison. Your reading on that, Jared?
Well, Harmy said that Jarrell didn't read it. He was looking in the air still when Sarfraz was taking the ball on the ground. He had no idea where the ball was. It wasn't near anything else. It wasn't near anything pad. So if there was a noise or a flick, it would have had to have been bat or glove, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was very, very close to the bottom of the glove, under part of the glove, which would suggest it would go down. I'm not sure it went down. So I think in the end, I think Rohit Sharma might have got it right, but he's gone off the wicketkeeper, because when the conflab came together, Sarfraz is still adamant. He's still animated. He is still convinced.
He's an adamant man.
He is. He's excitable, isn't he? And I think he's excitable because he took a very, very good catch low down. But Jarrell straight away said to Rohit Sharma, no, shaking his head, I don't think so. And I think the Indian captain's gone with the wicketkeeper rather than Sarfraz, who took a very, very good catch.
Okay, well, if you want to continue listening to the cricket on TalkSport 2, just download the TalkSport app and swipe left or right. Check us out there, along with the likes of Virgin Radio, Times Radio, and of course TalkSport. Otherwise, the Sports Breakfast will take you throughout the morning with updates from Sam Ellard. Either way, England do have 100 on the board. They're 101 for 2. We've had 26 overs, and no surprise whatsoever that Jasprit Bumrah has been brought back into the attack. His 7 overs went for 24 earlier today, and he's going to bowl his first delivery to Joe Root, who defends.
I also think if their review that they had earlier was clipping and they hadn't have lost it, they might have taken it. The problem with the caught behinds, as we see here, it's nowhere near the glove, and there's a little tickle on the bat, a tiny tiny tickle on the bat.
That is a tickle and a half. I mean, it's a
enough.
tickle. It's enough. The question is that... So we're watching a replay as Jared Kimber tickles me. I'm not sure where performed such a demonstration, but either way, it's a really it's such a small murmur as the ball goes past the bat. The on-field call was not out as Bumrah is in again, and Joe Root, as we have seen him play the shot so many times, just guides the ball. He plays so late and with soft hands, and there's a little bit of a misfield at gully. Shubman Gill, I think. Either way, he can't field completely, so he'll take a run. But the question is, would there have been enough to have overturned the on-field call?
Yeah, I think there was. I think there's enough of a spike there to overturn the on-field call. And I'm with Jared. I think if the decision first thing this morning had been umpire's call, which I've berated and hammered the umpires and DRS in the last couple of test matches.
Bumrah again, and Crawley lets this alone. No run.
But if that one this morning is missing by the distance is missing, and I'm sorry, this game's gone. I mean, there's been a little bit of spin, but the spin this morning, which was given not out, missed by a yard and a half, you would have thought that was a fifth-year pitch and not a first-year pitch. And I think if that was what they were expecting, umpire's call, because I think they went for the referral first thing this morning, and that would have stayed on field, and that would have stayed with 3 in India's favour, I think there's more chance of Rohit Sharma going with Sarfaraz, being excitable as he was, and then that might have been Crawley out.
There is one other thing as well, of course, as Crawley gets onto the front foot, pushes this up to mid-on. Would Rohit Sharma have listened to a more experienced short leg? If it had been another fielder there...
I think if one other person would backed him up, I think Sharma would have gone with it as well. It was literally him on his own.
It was Jarrell who was adamant.
Jarrell just said,
Jarrell shaking his head. He is shaking his head as to say no. And he was as convinced it wasn't out as Sarfaraz was convinced it was out. And I think Rohit's gone with the wicketkeeper as opposed to going with short leg. But I think you're right.
It looked like Shubman Gill was interested, but I think you're right. I think they read the room, they saw that Jarrell wasn't interested, and that was it. Hit on the pad, high on the thigh pad actually by Crawley, who's had a life.
One other thing I would say about that, when you do look at that review, the footage, there's a little tickle, as we said, on the ultra edge, but there is a gap at the exact same time between bat and ball that you can see. Umpire might have gone, could be another noise, because it was such a small mark on the ultra edge, could have gone either way. I think
they could have said it was a little earthquake from the Himalayas, just being picked up as the ball went past the bat.
It's probably not bat handle when you're facing a spinner and you're moving the bat that slow, but it could have been a foot.
2 slips are in place for Crawley, who plays this delivery from Bumrah with the straightest of all straight bats, almost exaggerated, as he sees out the end of the over. I'm not sure if you were watching the T20 between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh yesterday, but there was an extraordinary moment in that match when the batter, opening bat for Bangladesh, was given out, caught behind. He reviewed it, and despite there being a clear edge as the ball went past the bat, it was 1 frame delayed. So the third umpire said, oh, well, I can clearly see a gap between the bat and the ball, and that spike happens after the ball has gone past the bat, so I'm going to overturn the on-field call. And as you can imagine, Chris Silverwood and the team, the Sri Lankan team, didn't take that news particularly well.
You can't be in 2 places at once, so it wasn't Joe Wilson or Kumar Dharmasena, was it?
It wasn't. Joe Root playing deep, and he really hits this ball. The meat of the bat flies to short leg, bounces before it gets to Sarfaraz Khan, who kind of gets his hand in the way of the ball. There's no run, but this is going to be a bit of a stinger.
Yeah, I mean the frame when you get the camera, because that last one we just saw it again. I mean, we see the frame doesn't line up exactly with the edge again. You haven't. It's so hard.
Wider and beats Root past the inside edge. Kuldeep Yadav, who picked up both wickets this morning, should have got Zach Crawley just after the lunch break, has got a ball to turn. Well, that has absolutely ragged past Joe Root's inside edge. Could have taken the inside edge, could have hit off stump. Root has just had a little bit of luck go his way, as all batters need at the start of their innings.
Yeah, beautiful ball again, just outside off stump, spinning back, bouncing.
Here's Yadav again. He's got Joe Root playing deep in his crease. He's playing for the turn, and he'll take a single. The score moves along, 103 for 2.
We know that Kuldeep's taken wickets at Dharamshala before. We also know that it's not particularly a spin-friendly wicket. But to me, Harmy, it's a little bit more like Adelaide day 3 or even Gabba day 4. The ball's coming through, so it's good for wrist spinners. There's a little bit of bounce and there's a little bit of spin at the same time. It's a good wicket for a wrist spinner.
Here is Yadav again, and Crawley pushing off the back foot. There's a little bit of a dive from backward point, and there's a shy at the stumps as well, but good running from England just for a minute as the ball was coming into the wicketkeeper. It looked like Crawley might be struggling, but he gets home and he moves to 63. The score here on TalkSport 2, England winning the toss, deciding to bat 105 for 2. And Kuldeep Yadav is proving to be the difference. Do you think on another day, if he was available, England might have brought in their own wrist spinner?
Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly. I think it is the bounce that went through Joe Root.
Forward and defended this time by Crawley. No run.
It was the bounce that was surprising. That beat Root. I think Joe's got out towards the ball, and the turn back through the gate, and I think the little bit of bounce. We've just seen another replay of it again. Joe Root's timing was off coming forward, but it's the bounce that's gone through back through the gate, and it's bounced nearly over the top of the stumps.
Crawley defends and sees off the over. Another good one from Kuldeep Yadav. He's picked up 2 wickets for 26, and England have moved on to 105 for 2. But much as this series has and how it has progressed, just when it looked like England were enjoying a little bit of dominance, they've lost a wicket, that of Ollie Pope, just before the lunch break. And since the lunch break, it's just looked quite perilous to score all of a sudden.
Yeah, definitely. The other thing worth noting is Kuldeep's bowling a little bit slower than he has in the rest of this series, and my guess is it's because there's pace in this wicket, so he doesn't have to go through his action as much. He's letting the wicket do a little bit more for him, and again, that's why he's causing some issues.
Yeah, but I think that's also giving England a chance to score, because he's bowling a little bit slower. If he doesn't quite get it in the right area, England can get all the way back deep in the crease and play him from the crease and use their hands to get him into the gaps, which is on show. Ben Duckett did it very well. Joe Root used the depth of his crease to play him through the leg side, and so has Zach Crawley. So, yes, he is a point of difference, but if he doesn't quite get his length right, England can still score off him.
Jasprit Bumrah then to begin over number 9, and this is pitched up, and it comes into the pad of Joe Root, who comes across and clips his ball past Mohammad Siraj, who's quite deep at square leg, but as soon as the ball has gone past the fielder, no chance that's going to be stopped before it hits the rope.
That's encouraging me from a bowler's point of view. Joe Root's gone onto off stump. He's changed his guard a little bit. He's gone from what would be a conventional 2-guard middle and leg, and he's now batting on off stump to Jasprit Bumrah, trying to, I think, smother the movement, trying to get him in a position where if he does bowl it straight and it's coming into him, which Joe Root has had a little bit of trouble and issue with, then he can score through the leg side, and hopefully if it does stand up and it does nip away, then he obviously by that time he can play and miss it.
2 slips in the gully. There's also a couple of fielders in at mid-wicket, a couple of catching cover fielders as well, as this has dropped into the offside. No run from Root, who remains on 7. Just one fielder out on the boundary, quite in from deep square.
I think the point you were making before, I think England might have made the change of Rian Ahmed in for Bashir. I think they might have looked at Kuldeep's figures on this ground, seen that a wrist spinner is effective, and England might have changed Rian Ahmed for Shoaib Bashir.
I wonder if he would have played as the 4th ball, I suppose with Root, depending on whether Root can bowl. But
and it is Root now who dabs this ball into the offside. It flies to backward point, no run.
I think England were always going to play 2 seamers at this venue.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, and it's just that second spinner. I think England might have gone for the wrist spinner, gone for the little bit more protection on the batting as well. And I think Bashir might have made way for Rian Ahmed, who would have been, like Kuldeep Yadav, a point of difference with the ball bouncing and obviously turning both ways.
109 for 2 then. Root early in his innings, a little movement towards the offside, and he gets forward and plays this delivery from Jasprit Bumrah on a good length to short extra, no run. 100 for 1 at the lunch break with 1 over to go. Ollie Pope then comes down the track, he's stumped. And it's just another one of those moments that some of the critics will say, well, England don't know when they're ahead, do they?
Yeah, but I get that, and there's hindsight and foresight. So it's a wonderful thing.
Bumrah again, and this is help fine down the leg side. I'm not sure if Root got any bat on this delivery from Bumrah, who hasn't quite got his line right, but with Joe Root operating on that off-stump line, it means that he is a little bit of a candidate for a leg before wicket. And Beer this in, hasn't quite got it right this time, and that's 4 more runs to the score.
I think because Bumrah's trying to bowl it in and around that off-stump, Joe getting across to off-stump, he is being able to score freely through the leg side. It's the one that straightens, that gets him in trouble. He got a little inside edge there. It's 4 valuable runs to Joe Root's score, which keeps building that scoreboard pressure.
113 for 2, and Root fortunate here again. We saw Crawley do this on a couple of occasions against Bumrah with the newer ball, essentially trying to play a delivery to the to mid-wicket, and the outside edge has flown to backward point. It's dropped short of Ravindra Jadeja, but Bumrah causing problems once again.
Yeah, he is, and that's the one that you worry about. They're just straightening a little bit. That one's straightened, and that's the one that gets Joe Root's outside edge. Joe Root will say he's got a plan. He's going to bat in and around that off-stump line, and if it is coming in, he can score freely through the leg side. So he's not going to let Jasprit Bumrah bowl to him and put him under pressure. You mentioned there before, England don't know when they're ahead. Some people would say that, an old-school mentality would say, yes, they get ahead, that's when they make mistakes. But I would say, because of the mentality they have, that gets them ahead of the game, and sometimes that's just a little bump in the road that this team has.
Tossed up by Kuldeep Yadav, almost full toss territory as Crawley takes a couple to Mohammad Siraj at deep mid-wicket. 115 for 2 England.
So because they get themselves ahead of the game by playing this way, the mentality that England have and being positive and aggressive and trying to put the opposition on the back foot, you can't have it all ways. That does come with an element of risk. It does, sometimes it could be a little bit more watchful, but I'd sooner them be in this position.
Forward is Crawley. He's gone past 54 times in the series. He's a leading run scorer for England, but yet to register a century. 65 not out from 82 deliveries. England 115 for 2. They were 100 for 2 at lunch. It's Crawley again. This is swept by Crawley. He will not get a run for it. There's a shout for leg before as well. Rohit looks interested, but Kuldeep Yadav has already turned around.
Yeah, Crawley, it's the second or third time I've seen him sweep when the ball's been just outside leg. He's waiting for it on line. It's a far smarter way of going about it than we've seen before from him.
There is a fielder at short, fine leg, and a short leg as well. There's Yadav, this time it's straight, so that's how Crawley plays, with a straight blade.
I think Crawley's play against the spin has really improved in this series. So when he comes down the wicket, he averages 15 runs to spin. And quite often what happens is he comes down the wicket and then tries to play a big shot and he loses his shape. And what he's managed to do a lot more in the back end of this series.
Here's Yadav again. This is straight again. As the ball squirts to backward point, no run.
He's used his feet, but he's not looking to necessarily hit a 4 or a 6. And so he can hit mid-off and mid-on. And then any time that there's a problem with length, he's already, twice the size of a normal batter, so he can get to those and capitalise on them. And he's much better when he's just on the front foot, where he's averaging 30 against spin. And
here is Yadav. This is pitched up, and Zach Crawley shapes to come forward. The length is there to drive. He opens the face of the bat and places this ball beautifully along the ground, past extra cover, and away for 4.
Because he's so tall and so powerful, he's going to put those balls away. He doesn't need to dance down the wicket and create anything. And again, he's put away about 4 half volleys that probably aren't half volleys if you're Ben Duckett. Like, Ben Duckett's probably nowhere near the length of those balls.
And that's the case in point with Zach Crawley. The minute he tries to hit it too hard, he loses his shape. And the minute he loses his shape, it looks awful, looks ordinary. Ollie Pope, similar. The minute Ollie Pope loses his shape, it looks frantic, especially at the start of an innings. And that's why a lot of people say he's a struggling starter. So that's the challenge for Zach Crawley, is not trying to overhit the ball. You know, if he does get himself in a good position, his balance is good, and he times it, it flies off the bat because he times it beautifully. But the problem for Zach is sometimes when he tries to hit it too hard, his right shoulder comes in, and when his right shoulder comes in, his head goes, his body goes, balance goes, and more often than not, he goes.
There seems to be a difference when he's trying to play to mid-wicket as opposed to through the covers as well, as this is left alone. Bumrah bowling, and Root just watches this one go through. 119 for 2. He seems to get in, and he has done throughout his career. He gets caught from leading edges, or he's onto a shot too soon, and he's playing to mid-wicket rather than straight.
He's got a very strong bottom hand, and he's also got a backlift that comes a little bit from the offside. He sort of plays across balls sometimes.
He's just shown a good replay, and I'll come on to it in a second. There's just a really good replay of his footwork there. Sometimes that gets him into trouble, but he did something there that he doesn't normally. He hadn't been doing leading up into this series.
Pitched up, and Joe Root is beaten past the outside edge. What a delicious ball this is by Jasprit Bumrah, not for the first time today.
Now, the ball's reversing. We saw that last ball of the last over, just moving around a little bit, although that might have hit the seam, did it?
It's at the seam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gone off the seam, I think.
The other one, he got the outside edge of Root reversed back in.
That reversed back in. Yeah, he's got it, as a reverse swinging ball, and the ball is shaped a little bit, but I think that one has just hit the seam.
Good luck.
And nipped away. So good luck playing that one.
He reverse swung one earlier that hit the seam and moved away, and now he's hit the seam and moved away. God.
Might want to put another slip in there. Rohit is Bumrah again. He's pushing this a touch fuller, but he's drawing Root forward. He does get a good portion of the bat on this delivery. 119 for 2.
What is it about Root that brings the best out of guys like Rabada and Cummins and Bumrah? Like, so against Bumrah in India, he averages 17. He averages 40 against him in England. No problem in normal seaming conditions. Get him into India, and it's all over for him.
That's champions, isn't it? It's champion players, top players. Identify who's the target in the opposition team. When you're in your own back garden, you're the man that's got to get their best player out. I'm the best bowler. I've got to get their best player out, and that's why this has been a brilliant contest.
So wideish first slip, and then a second slip as Root is playing across his pad. He's clipping this ball to Kuldeep Yadav, who's at long leg. He'll take a single. He moves to 12, and that brings Zach Crawley on strike. 69 not out. Shared in another good partnership with Ben Duckett of 64. And England have added 20 runs to their lunchtime score, but the Indian bowlers have been in this throughout. Run scoring hasn't been a problem, but fortune has gone England's way so far as Jurel dives to his left and gets a hand to a delivery from Bumrah, which again is just straying in line by signals, and England moved to 122 for 2.
Yeah, it's swinging, it's reverse swinging. Bumrah's getting it to go in, but good running from Zach Crawley, identifying, keeping the scoreboard going. Excellent stop from Jurel, who stopped a certain boundary, diving down the leg side, but Crawley realising that ball's gone in between him and fine leg, so he managed to scamper back for 2 to keep the pressure on, keep the scoreboard going. Bumrah's bowling well, but he's gone for 34 in 10 overs.
Bumrah again, and Crawley shapes to play, but then at the last minute realises that he doesn't have to, so doesn't go through with a shot, and that is at the end of the over. 31 overs that we've had today. in this fifth Test match, and England winning the toss are 122 for 2. But you just feel, Steve Harbison, that something could happen at any minute.
Absolutely. England could find themselves 140 for 5 here because of the reverse swinging ball, Kuldeep's spinning it, obviously Bumrah's reversing it. But just going to go back to Crawley of that last over and the last boundary he hit. Zach Crawley, in the past, he gets caught because you're talking about trying to hit it too hard. His shoulders coming in, he's off balance, and his front foot plants. But what I've seen so far in these 5 Test matches in India, and why he's playing spin a lot better, is because his initial movement is short, and then he can readjust and go again, and that's what he did well in that last boundary.
It's root facing though, and Kuldeep Yadav bowling this delivery, turning into the right-handed Root, who gets his bat down and clips it straight to short leg, where it's fielded by Sarfraz Khan. Sarfraz Khan, who was a lone voice on the field in the first over after the lunch break. Zach Crawley, finest of all fine inside edges, onto the thigh of Jarrell. The ball looped up and was caught by Khan. Touch more flight this time, and Root comes forward this time. He opens the face a touch but can't get the ball past backward point. And Khan completed the catch, implored his captain to try and overturn the on-field not-out call. He wasn't successful. India would have been successful if they'd gone upstairs though, as Root playing deep in his crease again. There is a fielder out at deep square. It's Mohammad Siraj, and Root finds him. Root moves to 13. We had a leg before decision in the first session, which also went England's way. The ball shown to be clipping leg stump. I think it was a fair enough call by the up one. But 2 little moments going the way of England in this 5th Test, as Crawley dead bats his delivery, which is going across him from Kuldeep Yadav. We've seen seam, we've seen some swing, we've seen turn, we've seen bounce. There's a crack or two on this wicket as well. So it looks like a good toss to win for England. As Crawley uses his height well to come forward and just wristily play this ball straight past the straight mid-wicket, and he comes through for another single. He moves to 70. The score here on TalkSport 2. England 124 for 2. And Joe Root will face his final delivery from Yadav, tossed up again, defended by Root, and that brings us to the end of the over. And after a word from either Jared or Harmy, it'll be Andrew McKenna to take us through the next 20 minutes or so.
Again, it's been very, very good from Root and Crawley. Zach Crawley's last scoring shot down the ground, Jared, he's played that shot really well in this series. That's he's been released, get out of pressure shot, where in the past he's tend to come out these crease or potentially thrashed at it and trying to hit it too hard and lost his shape. Where that shot there, total control, let the ball come to him, played it down the ground with complete ease when it comes to hands and body movement, as well as smothering the bounce using his long levers. And I think because he's played that shot comfortably, he can rotate and build a score and really alleviate pressure from himself.
Jasprit Bumrah to start his 11th over then. Comes in, right arm over, it's down the leg side. Crawley's had a little fence at that one. India are really appealing. Jarrell is completely baffled the fact that Rod Tucker has not raised the finger. Sarfraz, the man who was so convinced a few moments ago, is now shrugging the shoulders. And we've got to 1 second, and it's not been reviewed.
It would have been incredible if they reviewed that one. This time the wicketkeeper thought there was an edge down the leg side, and Sarfraz was the one telling them that there wasn't. So they've trusted Sarfraz this time, and they've not gone with it. But it could have been that they've got Crawley out twice down the leg side, and they haven't gone for either review. We'll have to have a look in a moment. But Jarrell was absolutely positive.
Okay, so we're now getting the review.
Pad. I think it's pad. There is a deflection, there is a deviation. I think he's miles away from the bat. Yeah, miles away from the bat, and it's hit the pad. It's amazing if you catch it.
In goes Jasprit Bumrah over the wicket. Crawley coming forward, opens the blade, guides it down towards third, and will get 4. He goes to 74. England 128 for 2. Harmy.
Yeah, good chop from Zach Crawley. He's playing away from his body, but I think he's in control. Just opens the face a little bit. Softer hands. Yeah, he's dropped his hands on it very, very nicely. But it just seems that if you catch it, you seem to get excitable in the motion. You know, Sarfraz was adamant. Keeper wasn't happy with it. The last one, and this time, Sarfraz was adamant that he didn't hit it, shaking his head. And Jarrell thought it was out, which was quite strange because it was miles away from the bat.
In goes Bumrah once again. Now seemed to keep it a little bit low to Crawley. He is forward, it's off the inside half of the bat and goes towards square leg, no run.
I understand what you're saying about the catching thing, but how about the fact that the Sarfraz review system is 2 from 2? He picked the
He's
catch,
spot on, isn't he?
and then he said this one wasn't off, and he would have been at what, first or second slip for this?
I think he's at slip, isn't he? Which is a surprise because he's actually got shin pads on.
Well, I think for the spinner he's in close, isn't he? And then.
Yeah, maybe he's the man that they need on the review committee. Sarfraz at first slip, watching Bumrah come in, and Crawley is from the crease, pushes it back down the pitch, no run.
I know one thing: if I was a bowler and my first slip has got shin pads on, I would not be very happy. I'm not happy he's got shin pads on. So, you know, why on earth would you stand at slip, standing back with shin pads on? Why can't Shubman Gill do it or Rohit Sharma do it? If a one comes down low, I'm sorry. If Sarfraz drops on here at slip, I'd be livid because he's restricting his movements. You know, why has Rohit Sharma got him there? It's not Sarfraz's fault.
Jasprit is in, a little bit leg side-ish. Crawley hits it straight to Shubman Gill at close in mid-wicket. It bounces in front of him, but there's an awful lot of sucking in of air at the moment from the Indian fielders because that is not a million miles away from another wicket.
No, well, we've seen so many balls scooped up on this surface, which is interesting because it's got decent pace and carry at times as well. Shubman Gill should be at slip, but he's got the finger injury. That's why he's not there. Rohit's fielded at slip before, though.
If a one goes low down and he drops it because he restricted a movement, I would be a very, very unhappy fast bowler.
Jasprit Bumrah goes in to complete the over, just dropped into the offside by Zach Crawley. He'll take a single, goes to 75. 33 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. England 129 for 2.
Unhappy fast bowlers. It's not the tradition, is it?
Where has that come from? Well, of course, it has been a problem for India in this series. We've mentioned this before in the fact that with the injury problems that they've had, they've not had a settled slip cordon. Obviously, Virat Kohli does slip duties. He's not involved. He hasn't played a ball in this series, and we've had KL Rahul getting out the series because of the calf problem that he's picked up. He did his first slip at one point, so they have had a little bit of a revolving door policy on the slip cord in India. But so yes, Sarfraz doing first slip with his short leg kit on underneath. Harmy's gone away to have a chunter about that. He and Jared have moved out the way as Gareth Batty and Alex Tudor come in. Morning, gentlemen.
A very good morning. I tell you what, I want to know the DJ at the ground is. He's had some absolute bangers this morning. What about this one just playing in the background?
Free Falling by Tom Petty. Last time I heard this in a public setting, it was being played at Newcastle Airport by the pub. Kuldeep goes in and bowls to Zach Crawley, and he plays back down the pitch no run, which I have to say I thought was a pretty poor choice because there might be some nervous flyers who don't want to hear Free Falling.
I'm gonna test Bax's movie. What movie was that song in? Really good one, famous.
Make it a tough one, pal.
Kuldeep in, left arm over the wicket. Crawley comes forward, pushes back down.
I'm sure it's been in many movies, but which one am I? Go on.
You just wanted me to swear live on radio, didn't you?
No.
It's Jerry Maguire, my friend.
Yeah, boy, show me the money.
Zach Crawley, 75 not out. Waits for Kuldeep, goes in, bolted with a bit of a grunt, rolls out another left arm wrist spinner, and it's pushed out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, we were just saying off air out the back there. This is kind of like the making or breaking for how England are going to keep moving forward. You feel like they've got a real stranglehold on what looks like a good surface. The best time of the day to be batting now. Can they extend on this position?
Kuldeep goes in. Zach Crawley is trying to play off the back foot. Inside edge is onto his foot. and it rolls away from the stumps, and there's no run. 129 for 2.
Yeah, you think they've worked so hard, especially Crawley in this innings. He's 75 of 100 balls faced. Seen off Bumrah and Siraj in that opening spell when Bumrah had him in all sorts. Ball was talking, opening him up like a can of beans and all sorts. But he's got himself to 75, and now he's thinking, I've got to make that big 150 plus.
Kuldeep in, bowls, brings Crawley forward, and he's playing defensively. No run. There's an awful lot more noise around the bat now, as is always the way. Kuldeep 2 for 34. It did all sorts off the seam earlier, and yet it's the man bowling wrist spin who's got the wickets in the column. In he comes for the final time this over, and Crawley is forward, trying to sort of punch to long on, but can't beat the bowler in his follow through. End of the over then on TalkSport 2 England. 129 for 2 after winning the toss and batting. Crawley's got 75, Root 30.
Yeah, an interesting one, because the first hour of the day, if not hour and 20 minutes probably, I was on commentary with Harmy, and I just sort of said to Steve, this looks to me like it's more English conditions where we're seeing genuine swing, genuine movement. But I was interested to see what you thought, Tudes, about how India went about that sort of hour and a bit play. It felt like we were saying, should it be 3 down?
Yeah, like on any given day, I think Bumrah and Siraj, they've got a team 3 down. You're thinking, for the life of me, how have I not got a wicket? I think there was a point where Bumrah said to Zach Crawley, how on earth are you still out here? But sometimes you need that luck. As I said, he's got himself to 75, and now he's got to make that big.
Well, he's at the non-strikers end as Joe Root waits for Bumrah. Bumrah bowls, and Root from the crease just plays defensively, no run. 2 slips, a gully. So it is a very English kind of field.
Yeah, it does feel, though, that Bumrah this spell has almost gone into the holding pattern. He's prepared to just go middle of the crease, angle the ball back into Joe Root, just tap away, challenge away at that just outside off stump. The odd one might just fall into the stumps. Can't get too straight now because it's a good surface. I think that lateral movement that we saw through the air early on has gone. You're looking for a little bit off the surface and maybe start looking for a bit of reverse swing now.
Bumrah comes in, it's straighter, and Root's trying to turn through square leg, but can't beat the fielder there, and there's no run. Be interested to see how much reverse we do actually get, because obviously it's a much damper atmosphere. The outfield is very lush, so it's not that sort of really dry, abrasive surface.
Yeah, I think the pitch looks to me, though, as a lot of moisture started to go out of it. It's almost like the grey footholes now, as opposed to it looked that sort of damp and sort of darker colour at the start of the day. Looks a lot lighter now.
Bumrah walks those 5, 6, 7, 8 paces before he then accelerates in for the final 8 or 9 paces, delivers the right arm over, and Root turns on the onside, no run.
Just need to say, Macca, that my headmaster's listening, Mr. Tutor. The Tutor kids are around the breakfast table listening to my dulcet tones. So good morning, Headmaster.
Yes, good morning, Headmaster.
Good morning, Headmaster. From listening to Tudes backstage, I think you need to be up in his salary. You've got an absolute jet on your hands there, sir.
Take the little brown envelope there, Bats. Cheers, buddy.
World Book Day today or tomorrow, isn't it? Most of the schools have got that one lined up.
Yeah, I think it's International Ladies' Day, Women's Day today.
Yep. Jasprit Bumrah then goes in and bowls. It's a short one that Root doesn't pull, just sort of helps round into the leg side. And Ashwin is the fielder at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, I think it was the ball before. Joe Root just sort of, with his bottom hand, took it off the bat and just sort of feigned to say the ball just staying in the surface, and that one Bumrah banging in quite short, but it didn't have that same zip off the surface, so you've got to slow your swing down as the batter. So Joe Root's having to almost pull out of the shot, but had enough presence of mind, had a good enough position to just be able to tap in its head and bail out of any danger.
2 slips, gully, and a close in mid-wicket, sort of for that clip off the toes as Bumrah goes in, and Root hits it to Shubman Gill, who is that mid-wicket fielder, but all along the floor. And there is no run. 129 for 2 it remains.
This is the contest you want to see, isn't it? Test level, world-class batter, world-class bowler going at it. Bumrah's had the better of Joe Root of late. Can he see it through? But this is the contest you want to see. This is what people want to hear, listen to. Two world-class, and I'm telling you, world-class players in our game going at it.
5 dot balls from the over so far then. Bumrah to finish it off. Goes in and delivers. It goes full in towards the base of off stump. Joe Root is up to that particular task and pushes to mid-on to complete the over. 129 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. Crawley 75, Root 13. Right, World Book Day then. So, favourite book? Go on, let's do it. It's probably a cricket autobiography, isn't it, for
anything for with pictures, people would say for me. No, I mean, listen, I've been on the Audibles, and there's been loads that I've listened to. I mean, I quite like the Lee Charles books. You know, your Jack Reacher, people that have been watching that series. His books are fantastic. A lot of action, and you got a big 6'5" guy just going causing mayhem. And you know, he doesn't, you know, looking after the little person. Something's not quite going right. You know, he's going to step in there, Mr. Reacher, and sort it out.
Up until very recently, Roger Redhat was about my portfolio of books, but I read recently the 5 a.m. Club, which was an interesting read.
Kuldeep to start the new over. It's a leg break that doesn't turn as much as Zach Crawley thinks. It takes the outside half of the bat and rolls down to third, and they'll take a couple. Crawley goes to 77, 131 for 2.
I mean, been some really good autobiographies as well, you know, that I've gone through. You know, Roy Keane. I love Roy Keane, and just listening to him as well, you know. I know he sort of maybe plays up to it a little bit now, but I do love Roy. He just tells it how it is.
Kuldeep in, bowls. Crawley stays deep in the crease, hits off the back foot. Jaiswal will pull that in the covers. In fact, it's Devdutt Padikkal who's there. Crawley goes to 78, which is his high score in the series. Made 76 in the first innings in Vizag, made 73 in the second innings there as well. So we'll be hoping to convert this one into a 3-figure score and then go on to make plenty more as well. If you haven't been with us since the start, England won the toss, elected to bat, and they are watching Joe Root deep in his crease, just pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. England's team, as was announced yesterday, one change. Mark Wood in for Ollie Robinson. India making 2 changes. Jasprit Bumrah was back for Akash Deep, and Rajat Patidar has been ruled out after getting hit on the ankle in training yesterday, so Devdutt Padikkal is in for him. Kuldeep in. Root is absolutely standing in front of all 3, but his hand-eye coordination is good enough. He watches it onto the blade of the bat and turns it safely out on the onside. No run.
It was interesting. Bats and I at the back were just having a good conversation. Obviously, me with my coaching teacher's head on. Bats obviously dealing with elite sports people.
Kuldeep bowls. Root deep in the crease, plays defensively, no run.
Just having a conversation about, you know, how you deal with these young people that you're trying to mould. And this thing we were saying, nothing is going to take over hard work. Putting in that time, repetition. Are you covering all bases? And when you get your opportunity, can you take it?
Final ball of the Kuldeep over is short, and Joe Root is immediately onto that, savagely pulling it all along the floor through square leg, and Siraj didn't really have that far to go out on the leg side boundary, but didn't get close to it. Root goes to 17. England, after 36 overs, are 136 for 2.
Oh, the craftsman at work, Joe Root. This is all about footwork. Gets deep in the crease, gets real deep, just outside off stump, but retains energy in his legs, so he's not upright on the pull shot, and it turns almost into a pull sweep in front of square. The deep fielder is at mid-wicket, and it rattles into the fence. It's a wonderful piece of batting from Joe Root. People will watch this on a highlight and just think, oh, it's a rubbish ball and it's back of a length, but he's had to work so hard on a surface where it's not bounced up into the blade. He's had to retain a good position and smack in front of square hard into the boundary ropes. You would just like to just have a little glimmer in the back of your mind now. You're going, oh, Joe Root looks on here. It's commentator's curse, but we saw him wonderfully in the last game. He just looks in. There's something about greats of any game, but in our game it's Joe Root, and the word is bandied around far too much, but he is a great of the game. When you see him have that steely look in his eye, you see his movement matching up with what his body language is telling you just think, whew, let's hope he's on.
Jadeja into the bowling attack for the first time. Bowling left arm around the wicket, brings Crawley forward, pushing out on the offside. No run. So, Bumrah's bowled 12, Siraj 8, Ashwin 6 and Kuldeep 10. That's what's got us to 36 overs. So Jadeja is in from the far end, and Jadeja almost takes a brilliant caught and bowled off of Crawley. Crawley was going to take him on down the ground back over the bowler's head, but didn't quite get the elevation he was wanting. Jadeja threw up the left hand, it hit the palm, and it's one of those that either sticks or doesn't, and on this occasion it doesn't, and it goes away for a single, and it takes Crawley to 79.
Yeah, nearly batting error again. Nearly being England's downfall. The 2 wickets that have gone have been batting error, and Crawley's batted so well up until that point. Just giving Jadeja most probably the one man you don't want to give an opportunity, but not even a great man was able to take that catch. And he's got a life. Make the most of it.
Root then to face Jadeja, left arm around, just turns gently on the onside, and they will take no run. I mean, Jadeja is such a brilliant fielder, pretty much anywhere around the ground. That was travelling. That really was travelling. Jadeja in, left arm around. Root is pushing towards square leg. Jaiswal will field, and there's no run.
A bit like Foden, wasn't it, the other night? He got it in the top left bag, just enough, just wide enough of his centre mass that it just parried over.
Jadeja around the wicket. Root plays defensively. Just as a spin bowler, Gareth, you know, no caught and bowled is easy, but when you're in your follow through and the guy is attacking you like that, how difficult are those?
I wouldn't know. Most of mine ended up in row's head.
Jadeja around the wicket, pushed into the offside by Root, and there is no run. End of the over. 137 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. 37 overs gone. Gareth, continue that. I'll make way for Neil Manthorpe.
But it sounds stupid, but it's more about the thing that you do off the training ground. It's the squats you do in the gym. It's the feeling of your centre mass. Because if you're rushed in thinking, I've got to stick a hand up, you don't move quite appropriately to take the catch. Because you're thinking about your bowling action and you let the ball go, it's all about being sort of present in the moment and don't rush it. You've always got a bit more time than you think. As soon as you snap at it and just stick a hand out, often it goes down. If you just give yourself a split second to set your balance, you have a far better chance of taking the catch. I suppose like when you see anybody stood at slip and the ball's nicked and it flies, but the one that doesn't move a lot and takes the catch, you go, oh, he's made it look easy. If you're making it look easy, it's incredibly hard, but you've had the presence of mind to just hold your stable base to allow yourself to catch it.
Crawley 79, Joe Root 17, England 137 for 2. Here's Kuldeep Yadav once again, ripping leg spinner it is, turning quite nicely for the first day. Crawley plays defensively, and there's no run. I've always thought, not that I have personal experience of this, usually I was standing on the other side of the stumps, but it's the vicious drive that is mistimed that loops back to the bowler that often goes down.
Yadav is through. Crawley's drive was an ambitious and expansive one, and it's ripped back between bat and pad and clipped the top of off stump, and Crawley makes another 70. 79 this time. England are 137 for 3.
Yes, batting error again, unfortunately. Kuldeep Yadav, his third wicket, entices him with a bit of flight, but big turn. He's gone for expansive drive. It's gone in between bat and pad. Clips leg stump. And Zach Crawley's innings of 79. He'll be disappointed. He got a great start, got England to a good score, but he departs for 79. England 137 for 3.
Kuldeep Yadav, the man again. It's a wonderful piece of bowling. Just held the ball back a fraction, got it above Zach Crawley's eye line. He's shown in the last period of play that he's wanting to be a bit more expansive. He's not happy with just playing the defensive shots and taking the singles, and Yadav brave enough to get it up above the eye line, gets it a foot and a half outside off stump. The ball drops through the air. Crawley doesn't quite get his foot to the pitch of the ball, creates a gap through bat and pad. Vicious spin as the ball bouncing a foothold from a few weeks few weeks ago from the Rajasthan Trophy and cannons into leg stump. Big spin, great skill, but also some bravery from Kuldeep Yadav, and a fraction of batsman error from Crawley. 137 for 3, and this is now, I mean, every partnership's your biggest partnership, but this now with two very experienced players. Johnny Bairstow, 100th game. It is a brave man to bet against Johnny Bairstow, having a very nice day out here. He loves to prove people wrong. He loves the big occasion. A few people saying some nice things today, obviously with it being the 100, but there have been some question marks for periods in the series, and we know Johnny Bairstow, he likes to answer.
Just going back to, it was interesting that we had a divergent opinion between the two of you there. It was initially described as a batting error. Forward comes Johnny Bairstow to his first ball. Alex Tudor immediately went batting error, and I thought, blimey, it was a heck of a ball.
Yeah, I might have got that one slightly wrong. It was at first sight, obviously, I just thinking he's looked to, you know, get that big foot out and go for that drive that he's hit a couple of times through sort of extra cover region. But it did it. I just think it spun prodigiously, didn't it? Sort of out of the rough a little bit. There's not much rough.
The spin's the last bit of it. He'd made the mistake before that, Crawley. There is batsman error. Huge percentage of batsman error.
Thanks, Bats.
137 for 3. Johnny Bairstow flicks his second delivery off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket. Comes charging in Mohammad Siraj to deep square leg, and they've scuttled through for 2. I just think that if you can spin the ball that much, you deserve to pick up a wicket or 2.
Yeah, I'm going to say definitely batting arrow. If you see his batting arc when he tries to play this shot, he's looking to hit this sort of cover. Like, so not extra cover, he's looking cover. So the way that his bat's coming through, and he leaves that gap in between bat and pad, and that any spinner's bats would tell you that's what they want to see. So yes, it looks like it's a good ball because of the flight and the spin.
Oh, back he goes now, Johnny Bairstow, playing on length and flicks it off his pads down towards fine leg, and it's run all the way down to the boundary for 4. Well, I tell you what, do you know what? Like, moments after I said it's turning quite nicely for the first day of a test match, suddenly thereafter it's turning sideways.
Yeah, and it's always when you get a wicket, the bowler feels more confident. You do something in it. He's not trying to spin it anymore. He's not trying to do anymore, but something. And this is the bit that you talk about, particularly playing in the subcontinent. You basically talk about get through the first 15, 20 minutes. All of a sudden, the ball looks like it's not doing anything. And that's why you need your guy that's in to extend on that period, because it's always tough for the new guy.
Punched away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Shubman Gill. I know that, you know, lots of school coaches, Alex Tudor, generally tell batters that, you know, if you're bowled between bat and pad, you've made an error. Is that still a thing, Bats? Tudes?
Well, listen, I've got kids trying to reverse ramps and all sorts for no apparent reason, just because they purely see the top players playing it and don't really know the process of why they're trying to play it, because they're trying to manoeuvre the field. But going back to the Crawley dismissal, I think I'm going to stick with my batting error because of the bat path that he saw the flight of which enticed him. He thought with his height he can play it sort of, the shots that he hit to the boundary is sort of extra cover. This one, he's gone for the bat art and he's trying to hit it sort of maybe to the left of cover, which then leaves the arc and then the spin that's gone through bat and pad. Yes, it looks like a fantastic delivery, but definitely batting error.
Jadeja in again, and Joe Root drives it nicely, just pushes it really out towards the cover boundary sweeper, and they go through for a single.
I think it's the limiting of risk from a batting point of view. If you give both edges, which is basically getting done through the gate, you reap what you sow at times. So you don't give both edges. The best players of spin give you an edge, because if it's spinning, that you can't cover both edges. But you generally, if it's Yadav bowling it over the wicket to a right-hander, you make sure you're not bowling LBW. And if he does you on the outside, absolutely fair enough, no problem. So I think what the simplest way to describe it is he gave up both edges and playing an expansive shot. Yes, it's a nice piece of bowling, of course it is. It spun, it was nice, and the bowler very much like it, but the bowler's exposed a bit of a batting weakness.
144 for 3, Jadeja in again, and Bairstow pushes to the sweeper on the cover boundary, just as Root did, and they go through for another single. I must say that the crowd is filling up very nicely. There was no more than a smattering at the start of play. It was very cold. As the day has warmed up, the crowd has expanded. Here is Jadeja. Forward comes Joe Root pushing. Oh well, that one actually spun, hit the outside. It was a wrong one from Jadeja. What am I talking about? It's Jadeja's. He doesn't have a wrong one. But it spun to hit the outside half of the bat, and Root remains on 18. Slip and a silly point in. Jadeja in once again, and that one right up into the block, almost a Yorker. Root just blocks it out.
I just wanted to say Gareth's explanation of that was beautiful, and you can now see why Surrey are they 3 from 3? The championships? Going
Two.
for 4?
2, we're going for 3.
Going for 3. Can
Yeah,
see
you're
why.
a bit premature there.
Wow. To be fair, I can't.
You've given them the hat trick.
I have given them the hat trick. We went for 2 for 2.
Jadeja in again, and forward comes Root, playing defensively, no run. Bairstow 7, Root 18. Zach Crawley just gone moments ago for 79. Kuldeep Yadav, the left arm wrist spinner, has all 3 wickets to fall so far. 27 for Ben Duckett and 11 for Ollie Pope. Forward comes Root again to complete the over with dot ball as he pushes it to backward point. 145 for 3.
I think to cover it off though, I think the modern life in front of us, you're not saying don't play the shot anymore, just do it better. So you look at the angles of a bowler going over the wicket, you're trying to then go into out like Jude said and hit it past extra cover's left hand. Slog it, hit it straight back over his head or hit it through long on. Your bat path is cleaner, it's straighter, you're taking out the gap that you're creating by trying to be expansive through the offside. So actually we're saying a bit old school, a bit club cricket, get it smacked over cow corner and you're a better chance of success, if that makes... Sometimes cricket gets in the way of success on a cricket field, which sounds absolutely cryptic as you like, but he tried to play a proper off drive through extra cover. Had he have slogged it, I would imagine his risk percentage would have gone lower.
Or had he just played a lovely forward defensive, he wouldn't have had that massive gap in between bat and pad.
Slog it, don't play the
Sorry,
forward
hit it over long on 4 rows back. But I'm just saying, if he would have just gone, just played it, it would have either hit his pad or it would have hit the middle of his bat, because most balls today have hit the most part of Zach Crawley's middle of his bat, apart from the first session when Bumrah had him in all sorts.
I must say that the stadium DJ's choice of music isn't classically Indian, is it?
Don't believe it, just right.
Bruno Mars. He's playing all sorts. If I was there, I'd be trying to cut some shapes, because when I hear music, it just makes me feel good and makes me want to move. I'll be doing all sorts.
If I leave you now, you take the very hand part of me. They've all been on, haven't they? It's been amazing.
It's been
renditions from Gareth Batty now. Takes me back to our under-15 trip in South Africa in '93.
Well, unfortunately, Bumble wasn't able to be with us for this test match, so it's quite right that we have somebody with a musical voice. Johnny Bairstow on 7, Joe Root on 18. Here is Kuldeep Yadav, and Johnny Bairstow on the back foot punches it away through mid-wicket. And they go through for another single. Now then, Johnny Bairstow's got 5 scores between 20 and 40 in this series. And it's a very, very special day for him. By the way, Joe Root presented him with his commemorative 100th cap. And it was emotional all round before the start of play, as it would be with Johnny B. A massive bear hug for Joe Root after he presented him with his cap, and then from everybody else it seemed as well. Pushed away defensively by Root on the onside, no run.
Yeah, he's been a good player, and I just think there's been a little bit of, not say disrespect, but unappreciation for what he's done in an England shirt
and all the things he's been prepared to do. All the roles,
100%. People have short memories sometimes.
Tell you what, the most remarkable stat for me is that of his 1200s, here is Kuldeep Yadav, and this one turned away out towards short leg. Half of his 1200s came in an 8 test match period. 600s in 8 tests.
I think that was when he was averaging plus 40 and keeping and doing very, very nicely, and then it all got pulled away from him from an injury, I think.
Flicked away by Joe Root, again beautifully placed through square leg. There's a fielder out there, Mohammad Siraj, and go through for a single.
I tell you, and his strike rate would have been impressive as well, because he didn't hang around in that time as well, man. As honestly, he was lashing balls all over the place. If everyone can remember that New Zealand series. Was it Trent Bridge?
Do you remember he scored 100 at the SCG in the last test of the Ashes? and then came for the home summer and scored another 5 in 7 tests. Just, I mean, he was, and he is. I think he'll always be remembered as perhaps the flag bearer for Bazball. Here's Kuldeep Yadav again. Forward comes Bairstow, pushes defensively, no run.
I think this is the unfortunate thing, though, with this word Bazball that's been lobbed around. Like, Johnny gets branded with that. He's played all his career through different generations of cricket playing the way that he does. He's not playing Bazball, he's playing Johnny Bairstow.
147 for 3. Here's Kuldeep Yadav. All 3 wickets to him so far. Bairstow plays defensively. For me, the moment, or the session where I realised that something unprecedented was happening is, oh my goodness me.
He's playing Mikey now. I mean, me and Baz love a little bit of Mikey.
Woo! Who is this DJ? It's not what you expect in the foothills of the Himalayas, is it?
It's unbelievable. I feel like we're going to see the Dalai Lama sort of dancing on top of the mountain in a minute. This is unbelievable.
Great choice. I know my friend Samar, if he's listening, who's probably the biggest Michael Jackson fan of all time, he'll be busting some moves either in the gym or he's getting ready to go to the gym. He loves some Mikey.
It's not at every test match you even get any music played, let alone between overs. And for so long. In fact, I think he's holding up play today, just waiting for the music to stop. 147 for 3. Here is Jadeja once again. They've also turned the volume up after lunch, by the way, in case you weren't able to hear the music in the morning session.
It's like Chicky's Disco, isn't it? Isn't it in Grenada? Is it Guyana?
Yeah.
Or Antigua, was
Chickies?
it? Was it Antigua? Chicky's Disco?
Chickies, Antigua.
Antigua, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With gravy. Woo!
Jadeja in again, forward comes Root, defensively again, and there's no run. But do you remember, England needed 170 after tea on the 5th day at Trent Bridge against New Zealand. That's when, and I went and did something else, to be honest. I thought this is a draw. I mean, I did, only for the first maybe half an hour. That's pushed into the covers straight to the field and no run. And then somebody messaged me saying England are going for it. I thought, oh really? What? I thought, well, I'll see how long it lasts then. And I turned over and then just couldn't take my eyes off it for the next hour and a half. That's pushed out towards extra cover and or deepish mid-off, I should say. Johnny Bairstow was 70 odd at tea, and he scored another 80 off 40 balls on the 5th day of a test match. I think we'll all have our favourite Johnny Bairstow moments and memories, but it is, again, it's like Moeen Ali, and as we were just referring to, he's been asked to fulfil a whole number of different roles, and when a job needed doing, forward comes Bairstow again. This one hits the outside half of the bat, turns quite sharply again out to backward point. So when a hole developed at number 4 or number 6, and then Johnny Bairstow was often the man asked to fill it, or number 3, in fact. Here is Jadeja once again. Bairstow goes airborne and just wide of mid-on. He didn't get hold of that at all. Ashwin is the fielder in that direction, but that was a miscue. Was that toe end? I think that was toe end. And it was in the air and it was at catchable height. Fortunately for him, it was just wide of Ashwin at mid-on. Root has 20, Bairstow now 12, and the 150 up for England. 41 overs gone, 152 for 3.
Yeah. If there's ever a moment to be picking your fielders, Ashwin at mid-on was where you wanted him right then. Johnny Bairstow looking to be expansive, straight down the ground. Just got a little bit too close to the ball and ended up just getting the inside half of the bat. So he chunked it enough up and over long on. But just going back to what you were talking about, Manners, it's in my head, so I'm going to say it. We talked about Johnny Bairstow and that wonderful performance at Trent Bridge. At what point are we going to stop cannibalising our game? Because of 2020 cricket, it's making Test cricket better. Test cricket will make 2020 cricket better because of skill sets and ability to get better and show innovation. We're the luckiest sport in the world by having 3 games within 1. And I just think we need to be championing it all. And Johnny Bairstow, for me, is the epitome of it, excelling at all 3.
And long may it continue. Or just continue, in fact. 152 for 3. All change in the commentary box. We've got Steve Harmison, John Norman, and the great man. You speak now.
Okay.
Jared Kimber.
Did I put you off by the 3 here on TalkSport 2? Interesting part in the game, and we know how well or how much the ball has done for the Indian bowlers at times, and how well Kuldeep has bowled, and yet England still, have some runs on the board. We've been saying off air that if the wickets that we thought should have fallen early on had fallen, England might have already been mostly bowled out by this stage. So it's a really interesting one. Even if you think about it at lunch, you could make an argument India should have taken 5 wickets in that first session, but also England would have been annoyed to give them 2 wickets.
Yeah, England would be annoyed to give them 2 wickets, but I think that's the beauty about the way this England side, and carrying on what Bats is saying now, we are the positivity of Test cricket's changing with this group, that they always, even if they do look, so they're vulnerable of losing wickets, they're always ahead of the game because of the run rate, the score rate, and the pressure they put onto the opposition bowlers. Again, we talk about their dismissals. I'm seeing replays of the dismissals now, the wickets from this morning. Every single one could be preventable. Every one was a poor shot or a poor execution. But the way this team plays and the offensive nature they are, because of that's how comfortable a skill sets that they've got individually, is why England are 152 for 3 as opposed to 80 for 5. And that, I think, is more refreshing than anything else about this team, is that they're always, even if they do get bowled out cheaply, they're getting that bowled out cheaply as 220, 240 off about 45, 50 overs.
Well, it certainly makes things interesting, doesn't it? But if you're the opposing captain, you always feel like you're in the game. We have seen it go both ways, though. I think at times against Australia and at times at the start of the series, this method has been proven to work. It puts the opposition on the back foot. It makes opposition captains put defensive fields out, spread the field. They seem to be more interested in stemming the runs, playing to the England batters' strengths at times as well, as Root is... Again, this ball keeps a fraction low from Kuldeep Yadav, who's picked up all 3 wickets. But the flip side of that is 152 for 3, by the way, here on TalkSport 2, with Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root, those 2 old Yorkshire colleagues and friends at the crease together. England in need of a little bit of a rebuilding job. 12 not out Bairstow on the occasion of his 100th Test match, and Joe Root is 21. Johnny has come out, and to my mind at least, he looks in the mood to score runs, as he very, very close to popping a ball back to Kuldeep Yadav, trying to play this ball to the leg side. There's a short leg, there's a leg slip and a regulation slip as Bairstow, as I say, he's playing with hard hands and he's wanting to get on with things. That seems to be the way he's going about things. He said that yesterday. He's going to go out there and try and enjoy himself. Shoulders back as Bairstow clubs this full delivery from Kuldeep Yadav over his head. One bounce at 456 actually. It's cleared the boundary. Well, I thought it bounced before hitting the ropes, but no, it's gone all the way. So 6 from the bat of Johnny Bairstow, who's 18 from 12. The score, England 159 for 3.
Ridiculous the way that the cricket goes. The ball before, he doesn't pick the wrong and almost spoons it back to the bowler because of it. And this time Kuldeep just over pitches and he just plays a one-day shot really and just swats it back down over his head for 6. Takes a divot.
This time he plays deep in his crease and back and cuts this delivery from Yadav. Bisects the field at backward point and at cover. And there's a good dive just inside the boundary, but 3 more runs to the score. Bairstow joins Root. They're both 21 not out.
I think Kuldeep's recognising this as well, of Johnny Bairstow's mindset and the way he is. He's bowling a bit slower and he's just thrown it above the eye line a little bit more. And, you know, basically saying to Johnny Bairstow, if you want to be aggressive and you want to be ultra aggressive, we've seen what's happened on the last 3 wickets that have fallen. If you don't get quite to the pitch of the ball, you don't nail your technique, then I've got you. And I think it's a good little contest here between Kuldeep and Bairstow.
It's been a good little contest throughout from both of these sides, as Root will take a single to square leg. And we've had 11 runs from that Kuldeep Yadav over. It's been relatively expensive. It's 13 overs have gone for 61, but all 3 wickets that have fallen have gone his way. The first of which, Ben Duckett, great catch from Shubman Gill. 64 for 1 when Duckett went for 27. Last ball of the morning session saw Ollie Pope advancing down the track and stumped by a mile. And then Zach Crawley, big turn. Leg stump gone. Looped up again, and Kuldeep Yadav, I think, has put down Johnny Bairstow.
He has. I was just about to say, I thought that was a very bad single from Joe Root, because Bairstow was absolutely pumping, and I think the best thing is to get him at the other end, and straight away, I mean, to be fair, the ball was there to be hit. It was over-pitched again, stood in his crease and just tried to swat it, but this time straight back to the bowler, end of his fingers, and dropped. It was a tough chance, it was coming at him, but he certainly had a good view of it, Harmy.
It was the same. It was slightly, fractionally fuller than the one he hit for 6. The one he hit for 6 was just a fraction fuller and just a touch wider. This one cramped him for a little bit of room, and he had to scoop it out, and he scooped it straight back to Kuldeep. And no matter whether you're a fast bowler or you're a spin bowler, a catch coming back to you is always very, very difficult. It's always the difficult catch to take. But Kuldeep Yadav will look at it and think, I should have caught that.
And it's Jadeja who's continue bowling. He hasn't gone for as many runs, and this first delivery is defended by Root. I'd like to know whether they can show you just how quickly that reached Yadav, because he did get hold of that delivery, didn't he, Bairstow? Would have gone back to the bowler very, very quickly. I wonder how many milliseconds he had to react. Got 2 hands to it, did Yadav, but it went really, really high, really, really fast. And it's a little bit awkward as Root is defending. We've seen this from Sarfraz Khan a couple of times now, and I found it quite amusing at first, and it's now getting a little bit boring. But we've had the no-look shy at the stumps. We've had the pretend shy at the non-striker's end. And now we just had the flick at the stumps, despite the fact... And it wasn't even a flick, it was a full-blooded throw, really, at the stumps, even though the batter was behind the crease. No run from Root on that occasion either, 163 for 3.
I don't think it's going to bother a man who's played 140 test matches.
Bit more width cut from Root, and there's a chase on by the debutant Padakal, but there's no one down at third. It was in the air for a second. 4 more runs to the score though, 167 for 3.
Just leant back a little bit here, did Joe Root. Ball was just outside off stump. He's tried to open the face. He's putting this purposely behind square. He's let the ball come as late as he possibly can. I'm not sure he is in control, but I think his weight's just going back a little bit, and that's why it was in the air.
This is a touch straighter from Jadeja, and this time Root is forward defending.
Single here would be good for England. A single here, like Jared was saying before, get Root back on strike for Kuldeep. Bairstow he's ticking, his beans are going a bit.
Mid-wicket going a little bit squarer. This is pushed to silly point, and Root smiles. 167 for 3. I mean, the game is just advancing. I tell you what, the DJ in this ground is
I was thinking that too. He's I don't feel like we've had this for the other 4 tests.
We haven't. There's a reason for that.
Very good 80s and 90s classics. You can see Bats getting...
definitely Bats.
Bats is getting his old, Rick Astley head on, and he being the sort of diva that I grew up with Bats, and wasn't shy of being on the dance floor after a few sherbets. 80s and 90s classics. But you're right, it has been good. Tell you what is going to be good. I think this over's going to be box office, because Johnny's not going to die wondering. I think Kuldeep will throw it above the eye line. And one thing I will say is, if Johnny Bairstow gets a big score in his 100th test match, it's going to be memorable.
And it's going to come quickly.
It's going to come quickly.
21 from 14. He reached the milestone of 100 ODI caps at this very ground, and he's playing a little bit of one-day cricket today as he's forward, and he won't take a run from this delivery. It's a very attacking field employed by Rohit Sharma. So there's plenty of space for Bairstow to capitalise on. We have seen him put down though, and he only just evaded Ashwin as well, as he Goes on the slog sweep this time, does Bairstow. Clears his front leg and smashes this up over cow corner for 6.
Yeah, straight over a man's head in the deep. Again, Kuldeep Yadav has thrown it above the eye line. This one's wider. It doesn't matter how much it spins from there or which way it spins from there. That's Johnny Bairstow's wheelhouse, and bang, straight over the fielder's head for 6. Said it was going to be box office. It's going to be exciting. Johnny gets a big score. It is not only is going to come quickly, it's going to be entertaining.
Yadav again, straighter this time. He's on the sweep. Bairstow lofts this up. There is a fielder running round on the boundary at square leg. It's Siraj who does well to dive and field the ball just as it's about to pop up over the rope. Another couple of runs to Johnny Bairstow. He moves to 29 from just 17 deliveries.
So the ball before, I thought he picked the exact right ball to play that shot, and then he picks this ball, and you think it's a bit like the one he was dropped on. You think he doesn't need to do that. Kuldeep's bowling enough loose balls. Just wait for that ball and hit it for 6. He's putting pressure on when he doesn't have to. That could have easily been caught out for the sweeper.
6,000 runs in Test, and has he been dismissed here? Bairstow coming down the track, and the finger goes up. Bairstow's been caught behind for 29. Another expansive shot.
He's saying he hit the ground.
He's decided that he's going to review. Joe Wilson has given this out on the field. Bairstow disagrees, and so we shall see. Has there been an outside edge or not?
He's adamant he's hit the ground. There was a noise. There was a big noise. It did look. His body language straight away. I always go off player reaction. His body language straight away suggests for me he hasn't hit this. He's hit the ground.
Okay, ball is close to the bat. Would like to see the ultra edge.
Doesn't look like he's hit the ground.
It doesn't look as though he has. Doesn't look as though he is at the ground.
It doesn't look like he's anywhere near the ground. He was so confident. You could see him walking down, go, "I hit the ground." People weren't even asking. He's out.
Yeah, there's a spike.
That's incredible. That just tells you that batters have no idea.
Yeah, but it also tells you that he's in such a mindset that
his beans
are going. They're going big time going.
Bairstow's gone. You can almost see the conversation between him and Root. It's my 100th test, not his.
Yeah, his mentor, Jeffrey Boycott. I think that was a bit of Boycott in him coming out. He's and Joe knows as well. Joe knows. You can see, just seeing Joe Root's reaction, his face. That is a man. Johnny Bairstow, I think that's a little bit of a panic when it comes to the referral. His innings was a man who was coming out to try and prove a point.
Frantic.
But he was very, very frantic in a way which I felt he was frantic, but in a lot of it was there was control in what he was trying to do. He's connecting the ball down the ground. He had a few sweet shots, but I think frantic. He was scattergun from a brain decision-making point of view, but
he looked like he was seeing the ball perfectly, didn't he?
He was hitting the ball cleanly. He hit 2 big sixes.
But there were so many decisions that he didn't need to make, and he kept doing that. So that ball was a length ball. It's a wrong, and he hasn't picked it, to be fair to him. That's fine. We saw him not pick one before. But again, he's punching through it. Whereas at that stage, he could flat bat that and wait for the over pitch to the short one, and that's when he hits the 6 or the 4 later on. So it's a shame, because I do think he was seeing the ball really, really well, and he was getting himself into good positions, but it felt like he'd been sent out there on a mission, and the boys had said to him, go, yeah, what was it? Put your shoulders back.
It was frantic, but I think it was a man who was potentially listening to the outside noise. Is his place under position under scrutiny, and I think he was a little bit mindset of that.
Stokes is in, and Kuldeep Yadav, who's now picked up all 4 wickets to fall, draws the England skipper forward. Another guy who needs a few runs, does Stokes. There has been some talk. There's a column from I think it was Michael Vaughan, maybe not. Either way, saying that maybe Stokes should go bat at 3 and move Pope to 6. We can talk a little bit about that later on, possibly, as Stokes lets this ball go. I mean, it just seemed so obvious that was going to happen from Bairstow. He was either going to score at 45 ball 100, or he was going to get out quite early on in his innings. He seemed to stamp we knew how he was going to go about from the moment he reached the crease, and it's, you know, he's lasted 18 deliveries. He's hit 2 sixes, he's hit 2 fours, could have got out twice, and then did get out.
I think there's some players in this dressing room, Stokes and Root, from an experience point of view, who have got no idea what external noise is all about. I think there's one person in that dressing room who has his finger across every bit of external noise, and I think he's just playing in innings that way. That is, you know, the pressure's on, listening to too much that's going on, and I think that was a frantic innings because of that.
Jadeja's in, beats Root past the outside edge. Brendan McCullum has spoke to TalkSport following the third test. Bairstow had posted two low scores, and he described Bairstow's dismissals in the series up to that point as mild. Well, I tell you what, this is close. Bairstow's been wrapped on the pads. He's been beaten past the inside edge, and Rod Tucker's finger has gone up. Root's going to have a little word with Stokes. He's going to implore his captain to say, I think that might be going down the leg side. I'm not so sure. 2 seconds. Well, he's left it too late as well as Root. He's run out of time. Or is Rod Tucker going to take it? I tell you what, this is going to be fascinating, because if Root manages to overturn this decision, the on-field decision is out. To my mind, Root did not refer this decision in time, the allotted 15 seconds. Rod Tucker's accepted it, so maybe he got a verbal command to do so. Either way, it looks like Joe Root's in a lot of trouble here.
I think it's irrelevant when he referred it or he didn't refer it. I think this is crashing into the stumps. I tell you what, but saying that, I would have told him to refer it straight away, for the simple fact is the way DRS has been going. Anything can happen, but I can't see this missing the stumps. I really can't. Umpires call at best. He's got nowhere near. He hasn't hit it. There's a massive gap between bat and pad. Whether he's done it on time or not, I still think this is cashing into leg stump.
You can go to the ball tracking.
This is the bit that all of India and England want to hear. On-field decision is out. No bat on ball.
Waiting for the ball tracking rod.
We're going up to the big screen. This isn't missing, is it?
Impact in line and wicket sitting, Rod. Wicket sitting.
Joe Root follows Johnny Bairstow. The slow walk back to the dressing room. Jadeja has struck, and in a blink of an eye, England have lost half of their wickets. Root goes for 26, and England find themselves now in real danger of throwing away another golden opportunity. They're 175 for 5.
Do you know, I was listening to Brad Haddon's podcast this week, and he was talking about Ravi Jadeja, and he said that Jadeja was one of his favourite cricketers, because at the end of every series, the spinners would go up and go, this one you undercut, and this one you did this, and Jadeja was like, no, I just try and bowl the ball at the stumps every time, and sometimes they spin and sometimes they don't. Which is the opposite of Ashwin, who does undercut and overspin and everything else. And you watch that ball there, Root has played a bunch of good deliveries in that over. One that it's pitched in almost exactly the same spot, Harmy, and ragged past his outside edge, and that one just goes straight on, just maybe straightened enough to hit, the stumps perfectly. He's such a hard player to play, Jadeja, in these sort of conditions.
He is, yeah. He's spot on. He's bowled the ball, pitched on the stumps, and bowled the ball that's going to hit the stumps.
Sometimes they're going to hit the stumps, sometimes they're going to miss.
Rocket science. People ask me about Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, why they are so good in the last sort of 5-10 years. And it's largely down to the fact that they bowl a ball that goes bowls a ball in and around off stump. Majority of the time in and around that off stump. And they basically say, with the modern game and the way you play, your technique will fall down at one point, and I will get you at that one point if I'm accurate and I'm on top of you. In the last 45 minutes, what we've seen is England's techniques not being up to standard, and straight balls not being missed.
Folks defends first ball. Again, is kept a fraction low, hurried with the shot. And England in trouble, if you're just joining us here on TalkSport 2. There were 137 for 2 when Zach Crawley was bowled through the gate for 79. Quick-fire partnership between Bairstow and Root. Both batters now dismissed as Folkes is forward. And the ball squirts off the inside portion of the bat to the leg side. 175 for 5 now. Root and Bairstow both gone, and taking with them 2 reviews as well. England have only got 1 left, and of course that brings its own problems. We'll see how that goes later in the innings, as Folkes keen to get on the front foot again and won't get off the mark. And here we go again with Folkes under pressure individually and finding the team under pressure as well. England winning the toss, deciding to bat, losing 2 wickets in the first session, and they've now lost 3 in the afternoon. Jadeja with his first wicket of the match. The other 4 all going the way of Kuldeep Yadav, as this time Jadeja does get one to turn past the outside edge of Ben Folkes' bat. And that's the end of another successful over. Stokes and Folkes at the crease, 45 overs into their innings. England 175 for 5, and after a word from Harmy, it will be Andrew McKenna.
It's not been rocket science though. I mean, it's not been India bowling England down. All they've done is the basics well. All India have done is the basics well. They've seen and identified a passage of player where England are coming hard at the ball, where England are trying to assert themselves in the game. And whenever England do that, they either score a load of runs in no short space of time, or they lose their discipline, they lose their techniques, and they make the monumental mistake of letting the opposition in. And all India have done is kept the basics of bowling balls at the top of the stumps, put challenge and pressure on, and said to England, right, you actually go and make the mistake. England have got 2 players out in the mid-20s, 1 player out in double figures, and 1 player getting 50. 175 for 5. Criminal on a decent, and well, let's be fair, it's a decent wicket.
Well, if you're going to be 175 for 5, it should have been, because Bumrah took 4 wickets when it was swooping around everywhere this morning. It shouldn't be now.
Morning, everyone. 4 for 68 for Kuldeep from his 14 overs. And here he comes to start the new over. Left arm over. Stokes, the left-hander, deep in his crease, defending out on the offside.
Kuldeep's bowled 3 balls above the eye line. He's got 3 wickets from bowling balls above the eye line, saying, go on, hit me for 6. Right? He's been hit for 6 a couple of times, hit a couple of boundaries. He's got 4 for 68 off 14 overs. So he's not bothered about going for runs. He's got 4 wickets for bowling, basically, not buying wickets, because that's a disservice to him.
And outside of Stokes' off stump, Stokes raises the bat high, allows it through to the keeper. No run.
Pope's run past one. Crawley's lost his shape and got bowled. Bairstow's again, trying to hit that big shot. He's got 4 wickets from throwing, and obviously Duckett's slog one up in the air.
2 slips in place. This one turns and bounces past the outside edge of Stokes' defensive bat. He's playing back to that one, and it turned and bounced through to the keeper.
And then you see that ball, and you think to yourself, well, it's not going to get any easier to face him.
No, it's not. But Jared, if Kuldeep Yadav gets 4 wickets bowling that ball, I can defend that. I can say, well, there's nothing. He's been bowled out. But we haven't. He's basically bowling balls to say, hit me for 6. And he's not bothered if he gets the odd one for 6, because he knows they're going to chip one up in the air or miss one.
Kuldeep goes in.
Stokes gets the googly, taken on the pads. Big appeal, Joe Wilson raises the finger. Stokes looks down the pitch and says to the non-striker, Ben Folkes, is it worth the review? England have only got 1 left. They've got to review it. It's the captain, and this to stop them going 6 down.
He's got to review it, first and foremost. And if there's one there's a possibility of getting away with, this might be the one, but I've got a funny feeling this might be umpire's call. I think this is spun big and bounced, Jared, but I still think it might be just clipping the top of the stumps.
I don't think it bounced as much as you think it did. I think, I look back, it's hard to tell because he stays in his crease, but I felt like it kept it a little bit lower. Yeah, it's hit him on the knee roll, but he's so far back. I think that has to hit the stumps. I don't think it's even just clipping, but it'd be interesting.
This for Kuldeep's 4th fifer in Test match cricket.
He certainly didn't pick the wrong one.
No, he didn't.
It's the second wrong one in a row they've missed.
Yeah, he didn't pick the wrong, and now
Waiting for the
like
outright.
I said, I think this is hitting the top of middle and leg stump.
So last over, he left the ball outside off stump, and it was a wrong. And afterwards, you saw him look and think to himself, "I haven't picked that." And Kuldeep kept that in his memory as well, and just got it straighter this time, didn't he?
It was an excellent ball. You know, two absolute beauties. One that's ragged away, and then squared Ben Stokes up. Kuldeep's got him in the position he wants him in. Perfectly set him up, and then he's jagged one back, got the wrong in the perfect place.
Right, well, we've established that there's no edge. Now here's the ball tracking.
Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wicket sitting. Joel, you can stay with your original vision out.
Yeah, it's an absolute beauty from Kuldeep. Middle stump, not quite middle in leg, it's middle stump. And his teammates lift him off. Shubman Gill lifts him off. He lifts the ball off. England lose their final review. And Ben Stokes, the England captain, goes. Kuldeep Yadav, 2 arms in the air with an absolute beauty. A one that jags away, setting the England captain up, squares him up for the one that comes back. And it's ragged back perfectly. Pitching just off stump, going on to hit middle stump, 3/4 of the way up.
4 tests into this series, the England batters twice now have not picked that wrong and gone out to it. Just shows you he's keeping his mystery. It's hard to face him, and as Hami was talking about before, a lot of these wickets have come from over-attacking. That was just pure old-fashioned, a leg spinner or a wrist spinner deceiving a top-order player.
Kuldeep took 4 for 22 in the second innings in Ranchi. That was his best against England. Well, he can now replace that with 5 for 68, or should I say, at the moment,
I was going to say
5 for 68.
Tom Hartley's come out and likes to swing the balls over wide mid-on. If I'm a left-arm wrist spinner, I'm thinking to myself, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of pace in this wicket, get the ball above his eyes, he'll hit me for a 6, and then he'll hit one up in the air and I'll catch him a point.
Well, do you know what?
You've seen this film before.
Jadeja might be the most unpopular man in India at the moment, because Kuldeep was on for a 10-for. Jadeja's going to deny him that by removing Joe Root, but here we go then. Hartley. There's 2 balls left in the over. Kuldeep left arm over, and Hartley is playing solidly defensively, and there's no run.
That was the wrong, and he hit the middle of the bat. I'm not 100% sure Hartley knew that. It almost felt like it spun back into the bat rather than him hitting it, but he watched it very carefully.
Well, the hills are alive with the sound of wickets at the moment. England need to stem this flow. Kuldeep in. It's off the back foot is Hartley. That's a fabulous shot. There's a long on in place, sort of 10 off the boundary, who couldn't get across. It goes gun barrel straight, and Hartley's off the mark with a 4. 179 for 6 after 46 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
That's England. That's what England have done well to Kuldeep Yadav. When his pace or his line, his length hasn't been quite right, they've been on hand to punish it for 4, and sometimes that is a problem, from a player's point of view. When you go against a spinner, when you are hitting boundaries and you are scoring runs against a spinner, you actually make the spinner more dangerous, because his good ball is going to get you out. Having said that, I don't think the good ball is getting wickets here. I think what he's done is, he's chanced his arm on the one that goes above the eye line. And England have decided to sort of keep being ultra positive, and unfortunately their discipline and their shape and their execution has been really left wanting.
Thank you, Harmy. Thank you, Jared, for the time being. They're moving out as Jadeja moves in to start the new over. Focuses solidly forward, pushing out onto the offside. No run. Well, the last 9 overs have been an absolute disaster for England. They were 137 for 2 in the 37th over when Kuldeep bowls Crawley to make it 3 down. Inside half of Folkes' bat, turns this one past Sarfraz at short leg, and they'll take a single. 180 for 6. So yeah, 37.2 overs for the 3rd wicket, and then 43.4, 44.2, 45.4 as it became 175 for 4, 175 for 5, 175 for 6. England's middle order and engine room has been ripped out of this innings. Jadeja left arm around to the left-handed Hartley, turns it through square leg, and they will take a single. Hartley goes to 5. Gareth Batty and Alex Tudor have moved back in alongside. Things are progressing, gentlemen.
You cleaning up again, Macca?
I'm not quite hoovering them up in the way I did in the last match, but...
Player of the series, Andrew McKenna, 20 wickets.
Jadeja in, left arm around. Played defensively out on the offside by Folks, no run. Yeah, I did rather hog the last one. I apologise to everyone else in the broadcast. Sadly, I couldn't take enough on the final day, though, to get England over the line. Jadeja is in. Folks is playing defensively. No run.
I'll say half an hour's past bats, and a lot has happened, my friend.
Yeah, the game is moving forward at a pace. Absolutely.
Jadeja, left arm around. Folks plays defensively, no run.
Our boss, Johnny Norman, early doors when we came in, bright and early, 3:15. He just had this feeling, he said, England 260 all out. India will be 90 for 1 at end of play. That is possibly a man that's seen too much cricket over the years, Bats.
And it was possibly a stupid reaction from me going, nah, no chance, boss. These lads have got it nailed down. We'll be 400 for 5 at the end of the day's play. Yeah, it's not quite gone that way. And look, it just shows that respecting an opposition, respecting the game, respecting surfaces, situations, you win the toss, make sure you get those runs. But you might have to work hard for those runs to allow yourself a bit of freedom every now and again. There's been some nice bowling, but there has been some human error as well. It's just trying to balance that out, and I suppose that's the difficulty. It's all I'm all for the positive side of taking risks and so on and so forth. But you know, it's the gambler that keeps making bad bets and ends up with no money. You've got to at some point arrest the initiative back and just go for a little bit of stability.
Well, Ashwin is going to get a go for only his 7th over, not for 29 so far. So Kuldeep's fingers are going to get a bit of a rest. You suspect it might only be a fairly short rest, but he'll get a little bit of a break. And well, it feels like a highly significant part of the day now. We're, just under half an hour away from tea. So there is plenty of time in today. And there's still 43 overs left. So there's a big chunk of today that you feel could go some way to deciding how this game goes. Because if India roll England out, I mean, this absolutely looks like 240. Could be interesting. Could be really significant. England, of course, the series is gone. 3-1 down. This is the final match. And Hartley will prepare to face the off-spinning Ashwin. Around the wicket, he goes in and bowls, and Hartley plays defensively, no run.
And as you say, Batch, you know, I'm 1-4, and I've been on there defending them, as in regards of, look, you know, this is the way this England team are going to play.
Ashwin around the wicket, Hartley back to the bowler in his follow-through, no run.
But what you can't get is, you know, they've all had starts. Zach Crawley's got to 79-80, and I look at world-class players. You know, you look at the Indian side, Jan Jalswal.
Hartley is coming down the pitch to Ashwin for the most agricultural of heaves and gets an under-edge, inside edge, down to short fine leg for a single. That was going into the mountain, said he got hold of that. As it was, he just managed the inside half of the bat.
Do you reckon he was just trying to nudge that to mid-off for one?
He's just going long on, wasn't he? He's going long on for one, wasn't he? I can imagine the purists who were listening, watching this, pulling their hair out. Absolutely pulling their hair out.
But there is a part of you that says, hang on, he's coming in at number 8 against one of the best bowlers in the world. If the guys above him can't do it, why are we expecting the number 8 to do it? Ashwin is in, bowls to Folks. Folks pushes out on the offside.
I just think situation and period of the game, and as you say, England had it at the scruff of their neck. You know, they lost that wicket of Ollie Pope just before lunch. Gives India the impetus to go on.
Folks is waiting as Ashwin bowls over the wicket. He'll clip to Kuldeep, who is about 10 yards deeper at mid-on, and it allows the single to be taken. Folks goes to 2, 183 for 6.
You know, you've won the toss, you want to go big, 350, 400. Keep India out there. give your bowlers a chance just to keep their feet up a little bit longer and then just go to work. Wicket gets slightly tired.
Ashwin around the wicket. Hartley defends no run.
More rough, footholes, etc. And then, you know, say they've played a bit of brainless cricket. You know, that as bats is all for ultra being positive and taking a positive intent. But there's a period where you have to say, look, the situation, game scenario, you know, and as I was alluding to with Zach Crawley, you know, he's got to 79. You're thinking world-class players are turning that to 150, you know, to big hundreds, setting it up, and then everyone backs around and you get to that 400 mark, which you want to get when winning the toss on a decent wicket in the first innings of a test match, and they haven't done it.
Yeah, I think language is so powerful, and I think positive can be misconstrued with meaning it's got to end up in row Z. Pre-Zach Crawley getting out, he was playing beautifully positive, hitting the middle of the bat with his forward defence, and as soon as he got too full, knocked it up to mid-on. The positive thing was, he's then found himself at the non-strikers. If everybody does that and bats for a period of time, then India have to do something different. It's managing periods of play.
Jadeja to start the new over. Folks playing defensively, drops it out on the offside, no run.
And what the good teams do, they sniff when the end opens, or when they, you know, get hold of the game, and it's what this Indian side will do with two quality spinners at work at the moment.
Jadeja, left arm around the wicket. Folks just plays out to Jaiswal, who's under the helmet at short leg. There's a silly point and a short leg and slip around folks. Extra cover is fairly close on the drive. All looking for catches. Jadeja is in. Folks finds the man at short extra cover, and there is no run.
This is the fascinating part for me from an Indian point of view. The guy that's just got 5 for is a spinner. He's only bowled 14, 15 overs, and he's taken him out of the attack.
Jadeja, left arm around. Folks defends bats the bowler.
The culture, the thought process around English spin, it's kind of like, hang on a second, you take him out, I've got 5 for. I want 7 and 8 here. Why am I off? And I think it's the acceptance of there are 3 of us.
Jadeja bowls to folks who defends into the offside.
Operating over 5 days to dismantle this team, whereas I use that as an example because it's fresh in my mind, but you can transfer that into a batting side. I'm on top here, I've lost some catches, I'm going to extend on this period, I'm going to make this period mine, I'm going to extend, I'm going to make it harder for the opposition.
Jadeja, now that one seemed to keep a little bit low on folks. Jab down on that one, keeps it out onto the onside to end the 49th over here on TalkSport 2. England 183 for 6. Hartley has 6. Folks has 2. Alex Tudor and Gareth batting alongside.
And this is the thing, Bats. If England bat, you know, say they were 300 at the end of play, 330, whatever, and they're 5 down, and we can see how the wicket's behaving. It's not going to get any better. I still feel it's going to be good when India come to bat, but come second innings where it counts in Test cricket, it's going to become harder. But you've just given the initiative to India now. They're going to bat when it's still good, and then when you come to your second innings, it's going to be harder. It's going to be so difficult.
Ashwin starts the new over. Hartley stays weight on the back foot on this occasion, guides it out to Jaiswal at point no run.
You know, you can't keep getting 250 and then asking your bowlers to work miracles and to win a test match. Very seldom is that going to happen, that you're going to be able to chase 400 and win.
Ashwin around the wicket. Hartley swinging this into the leg side, clears the front leg and goes, and is caught by Devdutt Padikkal on the long on boundary. He took on the leg side field, but didn't get it far enough from the man who was out on the deep straight, and England are now 7 down. Hartley goes for 6. Ashwin's got his first wicket. 183 for 7.
Yeah, Ravi Ashwin around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Hartley. Holds the line of just about off stump. Cramps Hartley, who's looking for a lap slog. He's looking to get this outside into the vacant mid-wicket. Hartley gets a bit too far away from the ball, which then, as it lands, it just straightens on the surface, which changes the angle, changes where Hartley can hit the ball, and unfortunately for him, drags that line straight back to where that waiting long on is. And again, it looks reckless. You can see what he's trying to do. Hartley is trying to hit the gap at mid-wicket, but the opposite number in Ravi Ashwin is allowed to be smart, he's allowed to have skill, he's allowed to change that angle, and that is what's happened there, to basically make that batsman, which is Hartley on this instance, hit it straight where he's got his fielder. Fine piece of bowling from Ashwin. Hartley has gone for 6.
So Mark Wood strides to the middle. Back in the side after being rested for the 4th test. 183 for 7. Well, I said 240 was... Oh, that might be being a little bit optimistic at the moment. Just remind you, if you weren't with us at 3:30 this morning, England won the toss and elected to bat with that one change. Mark Wood coming in for Ollie Robinson. 64 without loss. So they're at 119 for 7 at the moment. Crawley 79, Duckett 27, Pope 11, Root 26, Bairstow 29, Stokes 0, Hartley 6, the men dismissed. And Rohit Sharma is setting the field for Mark Wood with millimetre precision. I think in truth it doesn't really matter. Mark Wood's either going to see ball, hit ball or block it. Ashwin over the wicket to Wood, and he blocks on this occasion out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, I was just about to say, let's have a bit of a gamble on which ball it is that he takes a huge punt. It's not the first one, so we can take that out of it. I'm going 5th ball.
There's a long on and deep mid-wicket in place. He's edged it, and he's caught by Rohit. He doesn't get the big shot out, Mark Wood. He tried to play defensively, and it's a 2-ball duck. It's 2 wickets in the over, and the over spells wow from Ashwin. It's 183 for 8.
Oh, sweet piece of bowling from Ravi Ashwin. He gets a bit more mid-crease here on Wood, and he's just got that nice overspin on it, which we know on a first-day surface. Overspin, sometimes it will hit the seam, spend some time in it and rip over leg stump. In this occasion, it just bounces, and it bounces big into the outside edge of a forward groping Wood, and a nice easy catch to the captain Sharma at slip. Beautiful piece of bowling from the maestro Ravi Ashwin, and this happens so on and so often in subcontinent conditions. You give somebody a sniff, you give the opposition, you give a 3-spin attack a sniff, a window, wham, they're through you like a steamroller. And you can't give a bloke like Ashwin any sort of a jink in the armour. This is wonderful piece of bowling again from him. He's now got 2. India are right on the front foot.
8 down England, all 8 wickets to spin. It's happened 145 times in test matches that spinners have taken all 10 wickets. 48 of those have happened in India. And we'll just go back to the point, if you weren't with us at 4 o'clock this morning, Jasprit Bumrah was hooping them around corners, sending down deliveries that you just could barely get a bat on, but he couldn't take the wickets, and the spinners have come in and mopped up. Bashir is the new batter, and he is defending that back towards Ashwin. That was in the air for quite some time. It was up near the stickers on the bat, but safely from an England point of view, it doesn't carry back to the bowler or a short straight mid-on. Ashwin to finish this devastating over, goes in and bowls, beats the outside edge of Bashir, and it's taken by Jarrell to end the over. 50 overs gone for England, 183 for 8. You're listening to live, exclusive international cricket, India against England, here on TalkSport 2.
Well, that's 5 for 8. That's 5 for 8 since the 4th wicket has gone down, where it was 175 for 4. And too often England lose wickets in clusters, and it's a session of cricket that sort of spoils it, because in many parts they play good cricket, but they have a mad session, and then you're always clutching. You know, when the captain wins a toss, first day of a test match, you're thinking, as I said earlier, you want to be 300 odd the way they bat, 5 down or so. And they got off to a good start, 64 for none, 100 for 2, obviously when Popey got out just before lunch, on the stroke of lunch. And then it gives a world-class team like India a sniff. And they sniff blood and they just pounce. And they've been brilliant. England, not so much.
I think you've got to look at the numbers. Both opening partnerships from both teams have had good.
Jadeja starts the new over, is around the wicket to Folks who defends, no run.
Have had good numbers, but it's harder once you come in against quality spin. It's harder against quality reverse swing. It's not an easy thing. You can't just go bashful about how you're going to play.
Jadeja into Folks. There's a silly point in place. Jaiswal. Folks pushes it wide of him to cover, and no run.
And it just shows, I mean, Ashwin's last 2 balls there to the young fella. One he's gone over spin and drifted it in. The next one he's gone.
A left arm around the wicket, Jadeja pushed to deep cover by Folks, and they will take a single. 184 for 8. Well, I hope Mark Wood's in the back of the England dressing room getting ready to bowl, because there still might be something in this for the seamers, you know, judging by what we saw earlier. Bashir then. Takes his guard, settles in and waits for Jadeja. 1 for 15 for him so far. Right, they're just waiting for the field to settle in because they've set 2 slips. So they're doing away with one of the helmets. So it's 2 slips and a silly point as Jadeja goes in. Bashir plays defensively up the pitch, no run.
Yep, you can pretty much say exactly what's going to happen here. He's going to try and drag Bashir across the crease and then try and smash him on the shin.
Jadeja gives that one some air. Bashir does well to keep it out. And there's 1 ball left of this particular over. Bashir, England's young off-spinner, prepares to face the left-hander, and it goes through to the keeper. Now, was there a faint edge? It's dropped by Jurel. So it'll be all eyes on the replay. Gareth Batty and Alex Tudor will take a look at that, and I'm moving out because Neil Manthorpe's coming in.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more than a faint edge. I think it's a good edge, and as we see the replay now, it's in the webbing of the finger and index, thumb and index finger that it rams into from Jurel. It's a good, healthy edge, one of those that the keepers every morning will practice for, but you try and do it just on instinct. I'm not sure that's something that you can track with your eyes and hands. You just hope that you've seen it enough times and you track where it's going to go and it sticks.
It was a thick enough edge, actually, to speculate that the keeper needs a bit of luck for them to stick, doesn't it? You know, or bigger webbing.
Yeah, or cheat with your webbing.
Actually, a lot of people don't know that that's a regulation, because before that regulation came in, the webbing, some keepers had huge, great flaps, and it should help edges like that to stick. But now, like every other piece of cricketing equipment, there are regulations that limit the size. Here's Ashwin once again outside the off stump, and folks leaves that one alone.
Ashwin, literally master at work. He's mid-crease here, but still holds it on Ben Stokes' outside edge. It's a bit more square spin. It just stays on the outside edge from mid-crease.
Ashwin in once again. He bowled a lot round the wicket, but he's over the wicket now, folks, and that's turned with the spin out on the onside. And there's no run. I think it's fair to say that the majority, even of cricket players, club cricket players, but down the wicket comes Folks, using his feet very nicely, driving it down to long on, fielded by Kuldeep. I think it's fair to say that such is the skill and the variety and the variations that he employs. A lot of the subtlety of Ashwin would be lost on, which is I get as much pleasure commentating with you, Gareth Batty, as you do watching Ashwin, because you can explain it all. All the plans and that's pushed away defensively, no run.
So perfect timing. The first ball of the over to Folks, same place on the crease from Ashwin, and it just holds. It's a square spinner. It goes trying to get him caught at slip. This ball exactly the same place, but changes the wrist position.
Hit him on the pad, and big appeal for leg before wicket, but it's quickly curtailed. That was missing leg stump.
So the ball and the revolutions is the angle of the seam is going to leg slip, so it's coming up and into the blade, so it's challenging the inside edge. And from the same position, he's able to change his wrist position, and there's no real obvious change from a batting point of view. It's literally an angle of a seam. It's magnificent.
Oh, and a slog sweep from Shoaib Bashir, and he's hit it pretty well out towards deep mid-wicket. And an excellent attempt to field by Mohammad Siraj, but he's unable to get there, diving away to his left. Good slog sweep that from Shoaib Bashir. That's a 20-year-old off-spinning batsman, playing a 38-year-old off spinner and playing it rather well.
Yeah, I don't know if this was a thing, Tudes. Fast bowler to fast bowler, but spinner to spinner, he will feel 20 foot taller. He's taller than the mountains in the background right now because he's smacked a legend spinner at the other end. Spinner to spinner, it was always the thing. I'm not going to let him get me out, but wow, I want to smack him for a few. Wonderful shot from the young Bashir.
It's not going to help on radio, but there'll be people listening thinking, what does Bats mean by he changed his wrist position? Can you,
So think of it dead simple. If you're facing somebody square on, square spin, you're almost showing them the whole of your palm. Then for overspin, you're just going to canter it towards the left and you're going to see almost the side of your hand.
Here's Jadeja, that's played defensively by folks.
So it would be a handoff in rugby, flash on the face, broken nose, or a little cuff around the back of the head because you've done something wrong. Cuff around the back of the head, more over the top, flat in the face, square spin.
Here is Jadeja again. Forward comes Folks, pushing defensively out on the onside. 4 off 25 balls, Ben Folks. He's watched the carnage at the other end. There's a great deal he can do. That one is driven out towards cover, a deepish cover, and they go through for a single. No, they don't go through for a single. They could have, but Ben Folks has decided just to apply the handbrake. Put his foot on the orthodox brake and just try and calm things down a little bit, try and eke out some runs with the tail. He does take a single now towards cover. This time Shubman Gill underarms it back to the bowler. They've taken a single off the fourth ball. Shoaib Bashir will now face Ravi Jadeja. One sense is Jadeja cranking up the speed to Bashir, as he said earlier, Gareth Batty, try and hit him on the shin. He's got an awful lot of wickets, LBW, as Jadeja bowls it quicker than most spinners. That is a quick one, and it's pushed away past Sarfaraz Khan at short leg. He got something on it, did Sarfaraz. I don't know whether it was there's plenty of him, but it's hit him on the wrist. Now then, is that a chance?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Jadeja in, beats the outside edge. And Dhruv Jurel he's only in the infancy of his Test career, but he's already one of the great appealers from behind the stumps. He is absolutely magnificent. 190 for 8 England, 53 overs gone.
Yeah, steals somebody else's words. One of the finest coaches I've ever come across, Peter Moores, used to talk about your keepers and people around the bat. Create some theatre, make some noise, destabilise the batter. So he turns around and goes, what are you on about? I missed that by a foot. Make the noise, create the theatre. You're on stage, this is your moment. Marty McCutcheon, this is my moment.
Loves a song bats, doesn't he? Well, you said you're trying to make it uncomfortable as possible for the two batters. Mate, they're playing some tunes, aren't they? The whole village people now.
This takes me back. This is one of the first albums I ever had. One, in fact, in the days when cassettes were thought to be quite a modern revolution.
You're going to have to explain that for our younger viewers. Our cassettes, let me tell you, for our listeners.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm going to shave my moustache in the toilet.
Village people, absolutely sensational. We're going to have to do some digging and find out who the stadium DJ is. He's absolutely brilliant. What an eclectic mix of sounds.
We're in a nightclub in Bushwhackers in Worcester.
Here's Ashwin. Oh, hits the leading edge, I think. Ben Folks is looking to work that one down towards mid-on. And either Shoaib Bashir, and with all his experience, has said to Ben Folks, just don't worry about trying to protect me. Let's just take all the runs we can. Or Folks has made the decision, which I think is more likely. Because having turned down a single off the third ball of the previous over, he's taken one off the first ball of this. So it's Bashir with... that's popped up into the air. I think it was off the pad. Or maybe it's just that Bashir is happy facing his fellow off-spinner.
Yeah, the ball's spinning in. There's a theory nowadays, isn't there, that it's easy to face off-spin if you're a right-hander. And I'm not sure I fully buy into this new thing, but anyway... It seems to be a thing.
There's off-spin and there's Ashwin's off-spin. Down the wicket comes Bashir and he's hoiked him out towards deep mid-wicket again. Not quite for the 4 that he got in the previous over. Siroz keeps him down to a single.
I'll tell you, Bats, it's interesting, obviously, with you being here watching Ashwin, go about his artistry so beautifully. Even though he's sort of coming in, he's bowling mid-crease, like you say, but he's able to keep his control of line isn't he? He's sort of threatening both sides of the bat because he has the mystery. It really is an exhibition that he's putting on here.
Here's Ashwin in once again, and it's punched away out towards deep mid-wicket. Shubman Gill does the fielding, and they take another single. Folks 7, Bashir 5, 193 for 8.
So is this a thing? The line never changes when Ashwin's bowling. He's trying to hit the top of off stump, which we all know, but he's bowling it from different places. The release point is different to create so much doubt, but it's still trying to bowl you the top of off stump.
Played away back towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And I say that to seamers as well. When the ball's not swinging or doing anything, just maneuver around the crease. It's what Jimmy does extremely well, just to create that different angle.
Here is Ashwin in once again down the leg side. A rare, quicker delivery. Was that the Karen ball?
Yeah, it was. You know he's feeling confident if he starts lobbing that out.
Easy to pick where we are. Don't know from being 22 yards away.
He's got a couple of wickets with it in this series. The Karen ball, the mystery ball. 193 for 8, 54 overs gone. Bashir 5, Folks 7.
Yeah, he was saying recently he's been working on a back spinner. So it's almost like a finger spinner's equivalent of a leg spinner bowling a flipper out the front of the hand and it being seam up. He's almost saying he can get a back spinner coming. I can't process it in my head. I was not skillful enough, but it certainly originates from a front of the hand Karen ball type thing, and then you try and change the revolution of the ball, so it's almost like a knuckleball from a seamer that there's no velocity to the ball, so it never really arrives and it hovers at all. Yeah, so it hovers as opposed to travel, if that makes sense. Still travelling, but yeah.
Surely you must have got yourself into the nets and tried to bowl a back spinner.
I tried everything for years, and that's why I was rubbish. I never just concentrated on being able to do one thing well.
Jadeja continues now. Ben Folkes is pushing defensively into the offside, no run.
Always makes me laugh when I listen to ex-players, you know, be it either when I hear Nasser, Affers, Wardy and those talk about their playing career and they sort of downplay actually how good they were.
Forward comes Folkes again, no run.
And Bats is now fallen into, let me tell you listeners, Bats was a very good bowler, worked extremely hard. I remember him just bowling balls against the wall, trying to learn the other one.
Pushed away defensively by Folkes again, no run.
And if you want to evolve in the game and you want to have a longevity, you have to work on these things, and Gareth Batty did that. So don't listen to him saying, I wasn't this good and I got hit into row K. Let me tell you, people that have watched him, fiery, he had that fast bowler mentality. He's like, he was sledging the batters as a spinner.
Why is that a fast bowler mentality? Is it only exclusively for fast bowlers?
See, again, it's
I'm
a perceived
take wickets
thing.
just like you.
Well, 100%.
Well,
and you did.
You don't play 20 years when you're not good enough. Flicked away for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. 20-year first-class career.
I know, my body just... We're the same age. He's a couple of days older than me. And the longevity he's had is a testament to him, his work ethic, the way he kept himself fit, and just evolving. Because, you know, he played in different eras where the game was a little bit more dead bat, and then obviously he had these young lads trying to hit him into row K. And he kept going.
That's why I started talking to the wall and bowling to the wall. Can't eat for 6 then.
Here's Jadeja in again, and this one is left alone by Bashir outside the off stump. I think the great thing, Bats, is that when you did have a young lad hitting you into row K, you kind of knew that he was his end was nigh. Pushed away out on the onside, no run, 194 for 8. I saw enough of you going, well done lad, yep, good, let's see you hit the next one.
More often than not they did.
Well, there's some fantastic clips, isn't there, of Bats, I'm sure, on YouTube with him fired up and sending a few off.
194 for 8. England have suffered a disastrous session, I'm afraid. From 100 for 1, and Ollie Pope was out just before lunch, so 100 for 2 at lunch. They slipped from 137 for 2 to 175 for 5, 175 for 6, 183 for 7, and 183 for 8. So it's drinks halfway through the second session. Hang on, is it tea? It is tea. It's gone very quickly, hasn't it? It is tea, of course it is. And It's been a disastrous set there, Gareth Baddy. I don't know what you're feeling now about a good total is, but Tudes was saying 350 at the start of this session. I'd be very happy to get 250 now.
Yeah, I think look, let's applaud the great work from Kuldeep Yadav. He's walking off to "You're a Star" by Coldplay, and actually in that session he got the 5 wickets in the end and chipped in with the great Ravi Ashwin and Jadeja. But it really has been a bit of a master class from India to absorb some pressure. England having a wonderful start, but I think we lost 3 wickets for no runs at one point, and then it just got worse and worse at that sort of point in the game. But it's too easy to berate England. I'm going to go with Kuldeep Yadav, and I think what a wonderful thing for a left-arm wrist spinner to have done what he's done in the series, but also first day of the final test match. When it's cold as well, let's not forget it was cold start, a bit dank, a bit damp. And to him to be 5 for 72. So the runs say that, England didn't give it all his own way. He's gone for 72 at 4.8, but to get the 5 wickets is quite a wonderful achievement from him.
And 2 for 39 for R. Ashwin, taking him to a total of 509 test wickets. Extraordinary achievement, and he's as good as ever at the age of 38. So it is tea time on day 1 of the 5th test match.
Folks is down the track, and he'll take 4 from the first ball of the evening session. Hopefully that is a sign of things to come as Folks moves to 12. The score 198 for 8, and after a word from Alex Tudor, it will be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, I was just looking. It's a good shot, good shuffle of his feet down the wicket from Ben Folks. They need to make this partnership go on. Well in advance of 200 on 198 at the minute.
Ashwin then in over the wickets. Folks is taking this from outside of off stump and gets it down to fine leg, and they will take 1. So 199 for 8. Folks goes to 13, and the final session of the day is underway. Folks got one that dipped on him there, and just got the under half of the bat on it as he's playing the horizontal sweep. Ashwin got excited because he thought he was going to get through his man, but he didn't. Right, Bashir has 3 around the bat, and he's playing sort of defensively. He's sort of pushing at the ball into the offside, and he'll get a single. And that's what the cheer is from the England fans. The England 200 is up. 55 and a half overs, 200 for 8 here on TalkSport 2. 6 runs from the 3 balls of the over so far. And Folks is back on strike. There are 3 men out in the deep on the leg side and 2 men out on the deep on the off. Ashwin goes in and bowls to Folks, and there's no run. And the reason I mention that is we were just having a joke outside. When was the last time Ben Folks played a big shot? And we reckoned about 2018, which is a bit of a joke, but I'd bring them in to say, well, if you want to hit over the top, Ben, it's going against completely how you play your cricket. Please feel free.
He's going to have to now because the fielders have come in. 4 balls in the over gone. Ashwin with Folks on strike, desperate to get 1. If he gets a dot ball here, he's possibly thinking, right, I've got a free hit after that, because a free hit to the boundary.
Ashwin then over the wicket to Folks, who uses his feet, actually advances, clips through square leg. They're going to take 1, and they're going to take 2. Siraj does the fielding, so Folks will retain strike with 1 ball left of the over.
I also think this is the right thing to do. I really think, dying in a hole, we've seen a couple of times in the last few test matches. Not only does it not help England, it doesn't help Ben Folks either, so he's better off being proactive. Then the captain of the opposition has to work out whether to give easy singles or not. And you have to trust Bashir at some point, so I think Ben Folks would be better off trying to rotate, and then if the field does come in with the last 2 balls run over, go for the big shot with a 6 or 4.
Well, Ashwin was about to come in and bowl, but Rohit is conducting, as you can hear through the stump mark, a very long-range conversation with someone. So Folks backs away, Ashwin goes in, and Folks slogs this through wide mid-on for 4. Got one that didn't bounce a huge amount, and he was able to beat the man at mid-on, and it'll go away for a boundary. So that is 12 from the over. 206 for 8, England here on TalkSport 2 after 56 overs.
He's played this well. It's the carom ball, and it stayed low. It's at the bottom portion of his bat. He kept his eyes on the ball. He most probably only wanted it to go for a long single, but he got a good portion of it, and it's gone for 4. And as Harvey makes a good point, you've got to take runs on offer. Can't mess around, get what you can. And then they're going to have to go about trying to restrict this very good Indian team.
Yeah, take what's on. If you take what's on offer and rotate the strike, you actually say to the opposition captain about either bringing the field up or setting it back. Then you've got options. If he goes in outfield, you've got a chance to give the captain and the bowlers a run around. And then, but also at the other end, you've got a chance of the last 2 balls of an over trying to hit a boundary. If it goes like that and you just hope that Bashir can survive and pick it up like they did in the last over, if you get 2 or 3 overs where you get 12 off an over, then you're kicking the game forward still with a scoring rate, and you're putting pressure from the scoreboard, putting runs on the board, which builds that little bit of pressure on the opposition captain.
It's a bit of a surprise. Bumrah's back into the attack. He comes in and bowls outside of Bashir's off stump, and there is no run. I kind of expected, with the way that the spinners have been running through, that we just see spin all the way, but Bumrah back into the attack.
No, he's just bowled a no ball, so he's got off another 6 balls at Bashir. It was reverse swinging for Bumrah earlier, so I expect it to be reverse swinging again. He's obviously taken off somebody else's mark, whether he's taken off Mohammad Siraj's mark or he's even taken off R. Ashwin's mark. But he was a long way over the line there. We'll give him a free hit. It's his first ball of the session.
In he comes then for another go, and Bashir is turning this one through square leg, keeps it all along the floor, and now he wanted to come back for a second, and folks have said no. Now again, that's just a little bit of clarity in thinking there about, well, are we taking the runs, are we putting folks on strike? I think there was a second if they wanted it.
Yeah, but I think that's the sensible thing. Look, he just got his line wrong there, and Bashir was able to clip that away. As you say, Ben Folkes is the player that's going to score the bulk of the runs, so he needs to face the bulk of the deliveries. And obviously with 5 balls still left, it makes sense for him to face them.
DJ Rio, by the way, is the man who we need to give some big ups to, because he is the man who's spinning the tunes in Dharamshala. They actually flew him in from Mumbai, so he's not a local boy. So he's the man who's on PA duty, and he's doing quite a good job so far. In goes Jasprit Bumrah, and Ben Folkes plays defensively back down the pitch to the bowler in his follow-through. It's not quite as good a job as the Indian bowlers have done today, but the DJ certainly having a day. 208 for 8 England. They won the toss this morning and batted, and they got to 137 for 2, and then a collapse. 5 for 8 in 37 balls, wicket to wicket. Has ripped the heart out of this one. Bumrah goes in. It's a shortish ball. Folkes pulls into the leg side. Doesn't get all of it. Sort of sand wedges it. Oh no, and Ashwin, it went over his head. He was chasing it back. He's gone to get the slide in to try and pull it back and has made a mess of it. And it goes for 4. So, folks, although he didn't get it off the complete meat of the bat, goes to 23. England 12 for 8.
No, it's clothed, but it's got enough on it to get over Ashwin's head. It's got enough on it to get to the boundary, but it's good. It's a good mindset from Ben Folkes. Batting with a tail is a little bit of a free hit, but you've got to have the skill of precision when you're trying to get a single or get back for 2, but also you need a boundary shot as well.
Bumrah goes in. Folkes is pushing into the offside. He's going to beat Jadeja at cover, so it'll be Siraj coming off of the boundary. They take one again. Bashir is offering Folkes to come back. He's run the first one hard, and he's turned, taken 1 or 2 paces and said, I'm ready if you want. But Folkes says, no. You stay down that end, we'll take the single. In fact, we'll take another run because it's another no ball. 214 for 8. It becomes the second no ball of the over.
And it's good. England have putting a little bit of pressure back on India, who have taken wickets. Ooh, that's a tight one, that. It's not as big as the first one, but still it's runs on the board.
All runs gratefully received at the moment from an England point of view. Bumrah goes in. Bashir
Well, that's a stylish late back cut, if ever I saw one. It maybe wasn't meant to go between second slip and gully, but I tell you what, he's hit it pretty well. He goes to double figures, 11 not out after 218 for 8.
He's played that with great composure, isn't he? Really, like a top order batsman. He's played it really late, as you say, taking out of the keeper's gloves, run it down to the vacant third. Again, it's runs, and England need all they can get at the minute. What's that, 218 now for 4?
Yeah.
For 4? For 8, sorry. Not for 4, they'd be happy with 4.
Yeah, well, it should be for 4, but never mind. That's another story again. But if England can get somewhere near 250, it gives them something to bowl at. There's something in this surface. There's movement through the air for the new ball.
As Bumrah goes in, he's down the leg side. Bashir can't get anything on it. Jurel takes it one-handed, going away to his left-hand side. And there's, of course, one other factor that we've not mentioned so far today. James Anderson's going to be coming in and bowling on 698 Test match wickets. He's closing in on 700. This is not the world's worst conditions to be bowling seam in India.
No, it's not. But another 45 minutes would go down brilliantly from England. Another 45 minutes to an hour. Bowling in that last hour, bowling in the first hour and the last hour in this Test match.
Bumrah in, goes full Yorker towards the off stump. Kept out by Bashir, ends the over here on TalkSport 2. 57 overs completed, 218 for 8 England.
Because, Army, you know, when you get sort of 8 down, the opposition batters are now starting to get their mind right about batting. But the longer they're staying out there, the frustration, you know, England will take some momentum, whatever momentum they can take from this first innings, into that bowling stint when you've got Jimmy Anderson, the GOAT, bowling with that new ball, with Mark Wood bowling some rockets. Anything can happen. You get 2 early wickets and one of them Jaswal, all of a sudden that Indian batting lineup will be under a little bit of pressure in that middle order.
Yeah, they will. And going back at the last Test match, Ben Foakes, he batted 76 balls for 17. He got stuck. Didn't know how to rotate the strike. Didn't know how to marshal a tail. But this has been much better from Ben.
Ashwin to start the new over. Foakes has gone down to play the sweep from a foot outside of off stump, and it's ricocheted back onto his stumps down the leg side effectively. It goes down as bowled. Foakes is the 9th man out for 24, but he's taken a ball from outside of his off stump by about 30 centimetres and helped it around the corner onto the timbers. And it went flap of the pad onto gloves, and that momentum of the shot takes the ball back towards the stumps and trickles into the timbers, and the bails fall off, and Foakes cannot believe his luck. There have been some batters today who've given it away. Foakes certainly can't add his name to that list, because that's a freakish dismissal. But England are 9 down for 218.
Yeah, bad luck from Ben Foakes. He's trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, batting with the tail. It's a thankless task, batting with the tail. He's had to do that many, many times in his career, a lot of times in this series as well. And sometimes he's been criticised for it, and sometimes he's getting it right. And there, he's getting it right. He had it right, batting with Bashir. The two of them were rotating it nicely, but unlucky from Ben Foakes. It literally has. It's bounced up off the pad, and his hands were just to the the left of him. And as he's coming round, it's hit the bottom of the glove, and it's barely knocked the bails off. Barely knocked the bails off. The zing orange bails. Took forever, and I mean it must have been forever watching it, Ben Foakes, because you'll have been facing it. He was twisted all the way around, and as the ball was going helplessly for him towards the stumps, just cannoned into the stumps, rested against the bottom of the stumps, and the bails just dropped off. So unfortunately for Ben Foakes, but it brings in Jimmy Anderson.
Here we go then, Anderson to Ashwin, who's taken on the pad. That looks really close first ball. Joel Wilson says no. And Ashwin is turning around, they're having a conversation.
Ashwin's thinking bat.
And Rohit makes the signal. Well, Anderson looked like he was done a little bit for pace on that one. He's now looking at the inside edge of his bat as he wanders down to the middle.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out.
Straight away, they're giving this out. I was giving this out. I thought that was close. Ashwin thinks it's bat. So that's why he wasn't 100% convinced. But Rohit Sharma, the 9 down, he's got a couple in the bank, so why not have a go for
Nice
it?
and
But this
slow.
is, I think it's straight.
Was there a
He's
sound?
hit it.
Close
I
to
think
the
he's hit
bat.
it. Yeah.
Can go to the ultra edge, please.
It sounds like there might be an edge, inside edge on that. It misses the front pad and then cannons into the back leg.
Okay.
Now we get the ultra edge. And the ball is frozen in time. Now it starts moving.
Okay.
And it does indeed take
Okay,
the
I have a
inside
spike
edge.
as the ball past the bat. I'm satisfied. Joel, there's a bat involved. You can stay with your original decision, not
I'll
out.
give
You're on the screen,
Joe
make a
Wilson
signal.
some stick in this series, but he got that one spot on. Good decision from Joe Wilson. Had got a really, really thin, faint inside edge.
Ashwin then to Anderson once again. Ashwin was thinking about playing the sweep there, Anderson, and then he held and held and held, and then eventually defensively blocked it out on the offside
It's a little
line.
bit like the hokey cokey when you're not sure whether it's your left foot or your right foot to go in first. That's what tail enders when they're trying to sweep, and it's not quite there.
Ashwin with 3 for on his 100th Test match. Anderson swings hard into the leg side, and he's caught by Panikkal. And it's a 4 for Ashwin. In his 100th Test, there's a big presentation before play started. His children and wife were out there, and he now will remember this Test match for 4 wickets in the first innings, and he's taken 2 in and over again. 2 in 4 balls on this occasion. James Anderson is the man dismissed. And very interestingly, Kuldeep Yadav has been thrown the ball for his 5-for, and he's turned around and lobbed it to Ashwin and said, no, you take this. And Ashwin is not having any of it. He has just physically forced the ball back into Kuldeep's hands and said, no, it is for 5 wickets. It might be my 100th Test match, but you have taken the 5-for. You get that ball. And in fact, they're still pushing each other now, jokingly I have to say, about who's going to lead the team off. But in truth, it doesn't matter which of them lead the team off, and it is Kuldeep who now raises the ball to lead the side off. India have done a job on England. 137 for 2 in the 37th over to 218 all out in 57 overs and 4 balls. England blown away in the shadow of the Himalayas. Well, they've got a mountain to climb now, because 218 ain't competitive in any form of Test match cricket. It might just about get you something in a T20 more often than not, but it ain't going to do you much in a Test match. England winning the toss, 218 all out. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, 218 all out, and well bowled Kuldeep Yadav, rightly so. Siraj tries to give the ball to Ashwin, and Ashwin's taking none of it. And I'm not surprised either. Kuldeep Yadav's got 5 wickets. He's got Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Bairstow and Stokes. All 5. He's got 5 of the top 6, and he was the one that got the lit the blue touch paper just before lunch. And England never recovered. Ollie Pope ran down the wicket. He's classed as stumped by Jurel, but for me, he was run out. He was run out. He was miles out of his crease, and from that moment, England have never really recovered. A brilliant bowling performance by India, who cast the line into the water, stuck a little sinker on it, put a few worms, and said to the fish, "Come and get me." And England bit like you'd not believe. Shark-infested waters, and England's batters just dived straight out of the water into the boat. Do you know what, Macca? I still think England are marginally in this game, because I think there's still a bit in it. But from 100 for 1, all the goodwill going in that first session, and largely down to what's happened in this series so far, is possibly getting eked away with 25-30 overs later, and in England a complete capitulation of poor decision making, poor shot execution, and I don't think they can get away from this. This is a really, really poor performance on a wicket where you've batted first, you should do a hell of a lot better.
Hook, line, sinker, rod and copy of Angling Times, I think. Well, there we go. 218 all out. Let's take you through the scorecard. Zach Crawley, 78. Ben Duckett, 27. Ollie Pope, 11. Joe Root, 26. Johnny Bairstow, 29. Ben Stokes, a 6-ball duck. Folkes, 24. Hartley, 6. Mark Wood, a 2-ball duck. Bashir, 11, not out. James Anderson, 0 from 3, the final man out. The bowling figures: Bumrah, 13 overs, 0 for 51. Siraj, 8 overs, 0 for 24. Ravichandran Ashwin, 11.4 overs, 4 for 51. Kuldeep Yadav, 5 for 72. And Jadeja, 10 overs, 1 for 17. England bowled out in the small matter of 57.4 overs. So there's going to be 30 overs of the day. And we mentioned it. We've now got to get a head round bowling. James Anderson and Mark Wood. It's a nice day. If you were just to look at a photo of this, you see blue sky, high clouds. When play started at 9:30 Indian time, at 4 o'clock UK time this morning, the temperature was 6 degrees. So although it's warmed up during the day, it's certainly not warm. It's not, sort of 30 degrees in Chennai kind of warm. It's one of those. It's a nice day to be bowling seam, you would think. So that's how England have got to approach this. Bumrah sent down some unplayable deliveries earlier, and he's ended up with an over. What England have got to say to James Anderson and Mark Wood is, you send some of those down, they will nick them off, and we will take those catches for you, and we will get ourselves back in the game. Or am I just living halfway up that mountain?
You might be, Macca. But no, listen, you make a good point. Listen, there was movement from Siraj and from Bumrah. They bowled beautifully in that morning session. But England saw that through, and you're thinking, you've done the hard work now, just go on and bat. And they haven't. They flattered to deceive, really, and you can't really defend that the way they went about on a good wicket. You win the toss, the captain wins the toss, you bat first ever test match. There's no way that you should be batting for only 57 overs. Even with the positive intent, that's all good, and we will back you with that positive intent, but let's not play brainless cricket. You still need to respect the game. And that's the frustration from supporters, on social media, whatever. They just feel like, yes, we're all behind Ben and Baz with the way that they're playing, but please, let's not take liberties. And at the moment, you just feel that there's not a carefree way that they're going about it, but you just feel like, listen, just respect the game a little bit more. Make the spinners have to bowl more overs, and Bumrah have to come back and bowl more of a spell. You can't on the first day of a test match only bowl 57 overs and feel that you're in this game. You're now asking your bowlers, you're now asking someone who's 41 years old, you're asking now Mark Wood to come in and try and do something, and two young spinners who have been a positive in this series to come in and work wonders. India are going to put their foot down. Good teams, when they smell blood, they do not take their foot off the neck. And I'll be very surprised now, unless we see some absolutely fantastic bowling from Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood to start off with this new ball, that India, don't make England pay. If they get 400 plus and, the deficit's 180, and then all of a sudden, you're asking your batters in the second innings to work wonders.
There's a fine line. There's a fine line of goodwill, and then there's a fine line of being questioned about, are we learning? And the mentality. I've been quite positive of their mentality, and why England are in a position that over here they've been through a 3-1 down, but they've been in every single test match, in every single game. There's a fine line. I still think England are still got something to play with here, because 218 is a score on the board. Yes, it's not a very big one, but I still think there's elements and passages of later on tonight and first thing tomorrow morning where the ball might do that a little bit more, especially if Anderson is on top form. But there's also a fine line of absolute brainless decision making. And when I look at this list here, Macca, and you go through the scorecard, you go Duckett, that's a poor shot. Ollie Pope is nearly run out, running past one, on the cusp of lunch. Zach Crawley, goes for the big, massive shot, loses his shape, and gives his wicket away and gets himself out. Johnny Bairstow, again, it was a frantic innings. I thought Joe Root was a decent bit of setup and a decent bit of bowling. Ben Stokes just didn't pick the googly. That was a fantastic bit of bowling. But then you get into the bowlers. Hartley played a big shot. Wood pushed with one forward. But one of them in the middle have got to go, hold on, we've got to take some responsibility here. We've got to stem the tide. Put behind them a couple of poor executions, and we're going to have to rebuild, start again, and then put the emphasis back on the bowler to then put the pressure back on the bowler. At this minute in time, England, you just sense that if one big shot, if a player gets out from a big shot, the next person comes in has got to play an even bigger shot. And it's like the mentality of, well, we just go harder. Well, in this series, every time England have gone harder and harder again, 45 minutes has cost them a test match. And that for me is why they're 3-1 down. And that for me, if India do coming back well for this 30 overs, Jaiswal gets in and gets going, and do get India do get in the lead and beyond and push away, then all of a sudden all that goodwill in them first 4 test matches could go out the window very, very quickly in the mountains of the Himalayas.
So 218 on the board for England. Don't want to worry anyone, but a bloke walking out to the wicket who's made 209 and 214 on his own so far this series. I'm going to get out of the way for some more thoughts from you as Neil Manthorpe takes over the ball by ball.
It's interesting, Harmy. I was just looking. John Etheridge, who's been around a while, he just put on a stat here where England's collapses in the last 4 test matches. 7 for 43, 7 for 35, 10 for 107, 9 for 139. And you can't win test series with those type of collapses. And as you said, England have been in all these games, but you can't have madness sessions like that and expect to win.
Well, Jimmy Anderson is going to bowl the first ball of India's reply, and it's driven by Yashasvi Jaiswal straight up to Tom Hartley, I think that is, fielding it mid-on with the sleeveless sweater on. And we hear Jerusalem for the second time today, shortly after tea. There's a lot of cricket still to be played today, never mind on the remaining 4 days. There's an awful lot spoken about recognising the big moments and how you play the big moments. First of all, you have to recognise this moment, or this half an hour now, it could be critical or will be critical. That's outside the off stump, and there's no run. And those big moments aren't always obvious, and they're not necessarily scoreboard related. You need to be able to read the game, don't you, and play those big moments.
That's what we've been trying to say, is that somebody needs to identify them in the middle. Put the tape on where the water's coming in, try and stop it from gushing out, and then start rebuilding, chucking the water out the boat to then get it back bobbing above the top of the water to then go again. And that's something that this team is not very good at.
Here's Jimmy Anderson again. Jaiswal pushes one into the covers, sets off for a single. Ben Stokes runs in, picks up right-handed, but doesn't bother throwing at the stumps. They've gone through for a very comfortable single, and that's, again, it's the value of experience, because once you've played a certain number of games, test matches or even first-class games, and as I said, it's not necessarily scoreboard related, but you should be able to read, if I get out now, these bowlers are still fresh, if I'm out in the next half an hour, if I do something rash in the next 45 minutes, we could be 100 for 5, and and so perhaps that's not the time to counter-attack, or it is the time to play with a little bit of prudence. Jaiswal 1, Rohit 0. Rohit plays defensively, 1 without loss, India.
But there's a clue in the title, Test cricket. There is a clue in the title. It does exactly what it says in the tin. It's Test match cricket. It's not meant to be easy. The ones that are playing the easy ones are playing the white ball, whacking it for 4 overs, bowling it for 4 overs, and whacking it for 120 balls. They're getting paid good money to go and play franchise cricket. That's easier cricket. This is Test cricket, where you have to think, you have to be challenged, you have to work out from a technical point of view, you have to be worked out from a technical point of view.
Anderson in once again. Oh, good delivery. That was heading towards leg stump and maybe just straightened enough to hit the outside half of the bat in front of Rohit's pads.
And what you're saying there is about experience and understanding. I'd understand if England were going at 8 and over with their bowling attack, take Jimmy Anderson out, because you've got 2 or 3 young spinners. Zach Crowley's played 43 test matches. Ollie Pope's played 42 test matches. Joe Root, this is his 140th. Johnny Bairstow into his 100th. Ben Stokes into his 100th. This is an experienced batting unit who keeps getting, like Chuge mentioned, collapsing.
Here is Jimmy Anderson again, and Rohit Sharma very, very solidly behind this one. Makes a big point of maintaining his defensive posture. 1 over gone. India replying to England's 218 all out. 1 without loss. And it is possible to define what experience means. And I don't mean, well, you are experienced if you have played 30 test matches. Experience is reading the game, isn't it?
Absolutely, reading the game. You could be in your second test match. You know, you could be playing your first test match, walking out the middle, and you go, hold on, if I have about 40 balls here, man, if I get 20 runs, 10 runs, 15 runs. But I've just witnessed 3 or 4 players walk out there who look as though they're under massive pressure, and they're not. You know, Zach Crowley's got runs, but the shot he played, you know, Ollie Pope, shot he played, Johnny Bairstow, arguably you can say the innings he played. You know, they were so frantic. And you just can't understand why they've played that. They play that way and be in such, you know, such mindset of, you know, it does beg a belief sometimes when you see that, but it puts pressure on everybody else.
Here's Mark Wood, and that's pushed away defensively by Yashasvi Jaiswal, who, by the way, that single just made him the leading run scorer for India in any series against England with 656 runs. Passing Virat Kohli's 655, so he's 1 run to the good. So, like a guy like Tom Hartley, for example, I think that he could be easily defended. Yes, he's caught on the boundary, but he's got a plan. He's hitting with the spin. He's looking to hit the ball for 6, and he's just caught on the boundary. But that's pushed away down towards mid-wicket by Jaiswal, and he wants to come back for the second. Rohit says no. But then you look at a top-order player like Ollie Pope, and you think, what was he trying to do? What was the plan of running?
I've just seen a still shot of it, and honestly, I try hard not to keep having a go, and I'm sounding like an old man, and this long run-up, I keep being, called upon that I'm keep coming off. But I've seen a still shot of as Durrell is taking the ball onto the stumps. If I pitched a ball where Ollie Pope's feet were, the batter would have been playing. Didn't you as well, Tudes, tall bowler? The batter would have been playing off the back foot. He's that far down the wicket.
Here is Mark Wood again to Rohit Sharma. Wood goes tumbling. It's pushed away defensively by Rohit.
So that's not stumped. That's run out.
You talk about that Tom Hartley dismissal, and you're saying, all right, he had a game plan. I know the modern way is if a fielder's out there, you take it on. But remember what Harmy says, this is Test cricket. You need to bat, score your runs. Do that when the fielder's in. Can't just keep saying, I'm going to back myself to... Because then you're saying, I'm going to hit it in the middle of the bat all the time. Bat. Just bat. And this is the frustration that fans and people that love Test cricket...
Pushed away by Rohit once again, straight back to Wood. See, I wasn't saying that was a good shot from Hartley. I'm saying you could understand what he was trying to do.
Yeah, he's trying to hit a 6. He's trying to hit a 6. He's trying to beat...
What was Ollie Pope trying to do?
I have no idea. He weren't trying to hit a boundary. He's just trying to hit one, but he's not picked it, and that's happened before. I think that happened in the last Test match. He's
I'm not
not
sure
picked
he was
his
trying
run.
to hit it.
I think he's just trying to nerdle it down to long on for 1. But it's just before lunch.
But again,
just see him off.
But again, looking at that still picture again, his right foot's in front of his left foot. His right foot's in front of his left foot.
Wood in again, and Rohit plays a beautiful back foot cover drive. Goodness me, what a shot for 4. Just so Rohit Sharma. Just what the Indian captain does. That probably his trademark shot.
Yeah, and it'd be shot of the day, and they're only 1.5 overs into the day, and already Rohit's played the shot of the day. Mark Wood just a touch under 149 in pace, and he's just used the pace, back foot punch, not overhit it, caressed it as he does right Sharma through the covers. Beautiful shot. Yeah, it's fantastic. He is pleasing on the eyes, and he Rohit beautifully.
Slow motion, innit?
Good balance and good players, Harmy. They have time, don't they?
Here's Rohit Sharma once again playing defensively off the back foot. 2 overs gone. India 6 without loss. Jaiswal 2. Rohit Sharma has 4. And even as both of you speak, I can hear Ben Stokes' voice in my head saying, well, we want them to score runs. We want everyone to be positive. We want to hit boundaries.
I want everybody to hit boundaries. I want everybody to be positive. But you identify moments. Kuldeep Yadav has bowled 4 balls above the eye line. He's thrown it up 3 or 4 times, been belted for 6. And even now, teams around the world are going to go, well, I'll give you 12 runs. Go on, there you go. There you go, Zach Crawley. Go on, hit that one for 6. Go on, hit it again for 6. Bangs through the gear. I'm going to get you out if you're going to keep doing like that. He's bowled 4 balls above the eye line and took 4 wickets.
We love the positivity. Listen, we're not gonna. And they've put bums on seats. The kids are talking about it.
Jimmy Anderson in Jaiswal defends, no run.
They enjoy watching this England side, but at times you just think just a little bit more common sense. And that's all we ask. You know, we're all for the positivity, but common sense. Read the situation, the bowler, the situation. Your captain's won the toss, first day of a test match, and you're playing like a 2020.
Technique. That technique. That's it. That technique. Decision making is one thing. The execution is another thing. But they've been let down by their techniques here. And a lot of them have been let down by their techniques.
Jimmy Anderson in again. Really good leave from Yashasvi Jaiswal. It sounds like a strange thing to say, but that's pitching fractionally outside off stump and angling away, and he's left it well.
But it's just respect, isn't it? Jimmy Anderson's bowled a good ball. He just leaves it. It's fine. That's okay. You can do that. You can play Test cricket that way. Sometimes, and I don't want it that me and Harmy, you know, old pros, and we're just going on. No, we're all for the game's moved on, and fantastic that it has. But sometimes you've got to think about it, boys.
Jimmy Anderson in, and Jaiswal is forward.
Technically, they've not been good enough in that innings, and that is down to, for me, that's the scatter of the brain and the mind. That's mentally they've not been in this position for 4 test matches. They've been a lot better than what they have been in this test match mentally than what they have in the first 4 test matches. And a lot of goodwill that they're going to have for the first 4 test matches is going to go out the window if they go behind the game in these next 30 overs. But for me, a lot of that was scrambled mind, scrambled brain, and poor technique when it comes to their decision making.
3 slips in a gully for Jimmy Anderson. Jaiswal is forward again, playing defensively up to mid-off Ben Stokes fields. So Jaiswal really is the embodiment, the epitome of what you're talking about, because in his second unbeaten double hundred, his second one, there's a lot of talk about the fact that he equalled the world record for 12 sixes, the most sixes in a test innings. Yet, for the thing that I will probably remember longest is that he only scored 18 off his first 53 balls. I mean,
if you give yourself time, manage, you can always catch up. It's like in 2020 when the universal boss
Jimmy Anderson in Jaiswal defends. India 6 for none in reply to England's 218.
When Chris Gale at the start of a T20 innings, he would always give himself time because he backed himself at the back end that he was going to play catch up.
Josh
Butler's the same. You know, these quality world-class players will give themselves time, and that's what he's done. He's thinking, I'm in, I know the wicket, I know the bowler, I know what it's going to do, I'm now going to punish you. You just can't keep going and say, I'm going to take you, I'm going to take you, I'm going to take you, I'm going to take names. That's well and good. Assess the wicket. Certain wickets you can bully bowlers, but not all the time.
Here is Jimmy Anderson in once again, and that is driven straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Just before you go, actually, I think we've got another over. There is a lot that has changed about Test cricket over 150 years. In fact, there's more that has changed than hasn't changed, but some things haven't changed. One is the hardness of the ball. One is the dampness in the wickets. The freshness of bowlers. They don't change.
They don't change, and also the added pressure of we put the ball in the right place for long enough, and then it's up to you to withstand pressure. And unfortunately for me, in the first half of this game, England just couldn't handle the pressure of the situation of a bowler bowling some decent balls. Go hard. If it doesn't work, go harder. Unfortunately, they'll be going hard and going home if they don't win this session.
Not quite yet. Wood is in to Rohit Sharma again and pushes that out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. 4,950 feet above sea level, this stadium. It's quite a long way up, isn't it?
Yeah. So if you hit it, it's going to stay hit, isn't it? But at the moment, England didn't show that with a bat. As you say, you always got to see when both teams bat on it how the pitch is, and we just have to see how India go about it.
That was 152 kilometres an hour. I think that's the quickest ball of the series from Mark Wood. And Rohit Sharma, they always say about him is that he's got more time than most. Even he looked momentarily not discomforted, but just moving a little quicker than otherwise required. 6 for naught, another defensive shot from Rohit. He remains on 4.
It's just his movement, his trigger, which gets him ready for the ball, just gives himself time. Mark Wood is bowling extremely quick. That last ball, 147. The ball before, 152. He's bowling with express pace. But as I said, I remember Mark Warry saying this pace doesn't always get you wickets. You've got to be able to do something with the ball. It's got to be able to move off the straight. If it's going gun barrel straight now to these guys, they'll just hit through the line and you'll be cannon fodder.
4th over of India's reply to England's 218 all out. And so far, Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal largely untroubled. Wood in once again, and Rohit's feet are moving nicely. Indian captain now, when he's not playing well, like many batsmen, his feet don't move very, very well, but he's got stepped into the line there, played defensively.
He's very, very simple in technique. Yeah, that goes forward or he goes all the way back, and his hands very much away from his body. I think that's why he's susceptible for the ball coming back onto off stump. But when he's on and when he's in motion, Mark Wood's bowling balls 150 mile an hour. You'd think he was bowling 120 mile an hour. You would think it was 120 kilometres an hour. And Woody's bowling quickly here, and the 2 of the last 3 have just hit the middle of the bat. No real movement forward, playing from the crease, but in absolute total control.
6 for none. Here is Mark Wood once again. Short ball hooked away by Rohit Sharma for 6 over backward square leg. Well, it is a profitable shot for him, but he does get out to it more often than many other openers, but he keeps playing it. And so Wood was right to try him, to take him on, and Rohit Sharma has replied emphatically.
Yeah, good bouncer, well directed. Could it have been a touch higher if you want to be critical? Possibly not. Right area, but Rohit Sharma's not thinking of anything other than hitting this into the stand. Was it 5,000 feet above sea level? Ball goes a bit higher. Ball goes a bit further when it goes higher. Rohit Sharma's not trying to keep that down. He's trying to put that in the Barmy Army. So Mark Wood can bowl 151 kilometres an hour if he wants.
Oh, what a back foot cover drive from Rohit Sharma. That's even better than the one he played in Mark Wood's previous over. That has raced away for 4. But he's played that like Tom Moody, like he's 6'8", not 6 foot.
Yeah, he got on the top of his toes here. He ride the bounce. It had a little bit of bounce. And it's a beautiful back drive, back cut. It opens up the blade. Races to the boundary as quick as it came onto the bat. It went quicker to the boundary. 10 off the last 2 balls. And he's shown his intent.
2 magnificent shots from Rohit Sharma, followed by another, which is a absolutely orthodox, perfect forward defensive push.
Get past that.
That's exactly right. India, 4 overs gone, 16 without loss in reply to England's disappointing 218 all out. Zach Crawley made 79, and there were 3 lots of 20 odd from Ben Duckett, Joe Root and Ben Folkes, but otherwise very disappointing. Brilliant bowling. Kuldeep Yadav, left arm wrist spinner, 5 for 72, and Ravi Ashwin in his 100th test, 4 for 51. It's all changed in the commentary box. The next 20 minutes, John Norman will talk you through the ball by ball alongside Jared Kimber and Gareth Batty.
Thought Neil Manthorpe was going to stay on for the rest of the day. He was so fired up, following in from big tunes. He's like the captain at mid-on, just proking the fast bowler. Go again, go again. You got one more in you. Get it up. Make him smell it.
It was like watching a kids under 8s football match, wasn't it? Parents were going more bonkers than the kids out there.
shout out to Penge FC, who'll be playing this weekend. Franklin in the under-7s. As Jimmy Anderson is back for his third over, and Jaiswal, what a series he has had. 2 from 11, just pops this out into the offside, no run. 16 without loss in India, and it's been a bit of a torturous day for England. It looked so bright, didn't it, earlier this morning when they won the toss, decided to bat. 60 on the board with Duckett and Crawley together again. 100 runs before lunch, just 2 wickets falling, but it all went horribly wrong after that. Anderson again draws the forward defensive from Jaiswal, who is watchful against Anderson. I heard Neil Manthorpe picking out a stat in terms of how he went about things at the start of his, I think the first of his 2 double centuries, or was it the second? Either way, he was watchful at the start and then became more expansive as the innings progressed.
So the second one, wasn't he? Wasn't he 17 or 50 balls or something in the second one, I think?
Yeah, and I think the first one I think he hit 17 from Jimmy Anderson's
I was going to say
67 deliveries that came his way. It was fuller and no timing, as Jaiswal can't beat mid-off on the drive.
I think what I've liked about him is he's been watchable in different ways. So the first time Anderson was troubling him, so he just went, I'm not going to score off Anderson. The next time he was playing, he thought the spinners were giving him some trouble, so he went completely after Anderson. So he's got multiple methods within his batting already, which is, for someone so young, that's one of the things you try and teach, isn't it? Bats. Not you, but, batting coaches.
He's batting outside of his crease. Is Jaiswal as Anderson is in, and on the back foot he's punching this ball square of the wicket, and there's a chase on for Tom Hartley running around from points, and Jaiswal will come back for a couple. The score 20 without loss India. All of this after England were bowled out inside 58 overs for just 218, subsiding alarmingly, a bit like those cliff faces that you see with the house perched on the edge of it. England were at one stage 137 for 2, they were 175 for 3. They were bowled out for 218. They lost 3 wickets with the score on 175. They lost 2 wickets with the score on 183, and they lost 2 wickets with the score on 218. And if you have a look through those dismissals, Ben Foakes can feel his dismissal was unfortunate, as Jaiswal is forward and defending against Anderson. And apart from that, I'm not sure anybody else can. Gareth batting, how are you doing?
Very good. Sorry, I was mulling over the comment that Gerard just put through. To sum up Jaiswal and how he goes about Anderson here, or he might go against Wood, he's got a skill set, he's got his base, and then he's giving himself time to make decisions on how he marries up his skill set to beat his opponent, as opposed to going, I'm a one-trick pony, this is how I did it last time, this is how I'm going to do it again. He can trust his defence, he can trust his technique, and then he'll play a situation. There is situational play, which is the next evolvement of this England team.
Last ball of Anderson's third over, and Jaiswal again comes onto the front foot and plays this pleasantly enough up to mid-off. No run, he remains 4 not out in the score. India 18 without loss, they trail by exactly 200.
Rohit Sharma is the 10th Indian batter to score 1,000 runs as captain. It's incredible. We were talking about off air how few tests he's actually played, right? 59th is and part of it is because he was a middle order player, and they used to have some pretty good handy middle order players.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, and he got pigeonholed in white ball, didn't he?
Sorry, historic moment here where the theme tune from Friends appears to be being played at a cricket ground for the first time in the history of Test cricket.
No, that can't be. Surely in New Zealand.
Shall we get Gary Morgan on that?
I want to jump out the window and get in that fountain down there. I don't know about you boys.
You do what you want to do. Sorry, anyway, you were saying?
The DJ has been amazing today.
Amazing is one way of describing it. Go on, anyway, what are you saying, Bats?
I've lost my train of thought. Where was I?
What were we talking about? What were you talking about?
Rohit Sharma.
Oh, Rohit Sharma. Yeah,
cricket,
the lack of test matches he's played in comparable to where we thought he would be at. But it is that glut of wonderful players they had in the middle order, and he did get pigeonholed into a white ball player. And he because he was so good, and he got like 3 double hundreds in ODI cricket or white ball cricket before really he got a run in the test side. He'd been in and out a little bit.
I mean, he'd had a run. He just didn't make any runs. Pardon the pun. But so I think you're right. He came in, and it was probably, if he comes into a weaker batting lineup, he probably plays a little bit more.
Have you seen these averages for each England batter? They go down as the order.
No, they don't.
Oh, no, Roots. Yeah, no, they do.
No,
that's how they bat.
Stokes and Folks are level.
Okay, well, apart from Stokes and Folks, who are exactly the same. I'll explain what I'm talking about in a second for listeners on TalkSport 2, as Mark Wood is in to Rohit Sharma, who pushes this ball to extra cover. No run, he's 14. It's just showing a list of the averages for the series for each England player, and essentially it starts with Crawley at number 1, and then essentially goes down the order, in the order that England bat.
Before you go there, you could almost say that the numbers from a batting point of view actually do get lower, because it's harder to come into first spin on turning surfaces or even a reverse swing ball. It's tough to get in on these surfaces at times.
It is, but I think Joe Root and Virat Kohli certainly top scored, and they didn't open in tours gone by, as Sharma again was forward, defensive, no run.
Against Australia, the two of the best batters were Jadeja and Akshar, coming in at 7 and 8 against that soft ball. I think England's biggest problem is they haven't had anyone scoring against the soft ball. And I'm not saying it's not difficult, because it is, especially if you're going hard the way that they do. But I think that's the biggest issue, because, I mean, have a look at these averages.
So look at the India one, and Jaiswal, who's opening up. He is does have the highest average, just like Zach Crawley, or almost double. He's averaging at 94, but you see 48 for Gill, he's at 3, 48 for Khan. Small sample size, of course. Pitched up and driven straight down the ground by Sharma. It's a slow jog by the fielder at mid-on. No chasing that. Beautiful shot from Sharma. India move to 22 without loss.
Oh, beautiful Rohit Sharma. Balance, class, but time to burn, and just leans on a quickish ball from Mark Wood, full of length on the stumps, and just leans and pushes it through mid-on. Classical, effortless, almost a bit nonchalant from Rohit Sharma. Beautiful, beautiful shot through long on.
Mark Wood is in again. His right arm over the wicket with 2 slips in place, a fraction more width, and Rohit's on his toes. Doesn't quite time this, but he'll certainly pick up 2 with Ben Stokes having to turn and chase to cover. 24 without loss, India. And Rohit is 20 from 17. I'd be slightly concerned, England, as things stand.
Yeah, certainly England's new ball, totally different story to the India new ball this morning, and quite happy to go on record, and I don't think India bowled particularly well with it. I don't think they made the most use of it when the ball was swinging around, and it was genuine swing that we saw for a good 14-15 overs. There is no lateral movement really from an England perspective, because the sun has come out, that dankness, that little bit of dew has gone. The pitch has lost all its sort of damp coloration. It's now just a flat, good cricket surface.
Kind of conditions where you'd hope to have more than 218 on the board. Still do have quite a lot of time in the day. England bowled out inside 58 overs. England already trying to get the ball changed.
That might have been after Rohit slammed it into row X before. I remember playing in a club game once, and the first ball of the game was a full toss on the leg stump, and the guy I was opening with hit it for 4, and it smashed into a concrete and just took a big chunk out of the ball. And the bowling team went to the umpire and said, "What are you going to do about this?" And the umpire said, "Stop bowling rubbish." End of discussion.
Yeah, there's been a few instances of the ball getting hit somewhere near concrete. I think it was the Zimbabwe bowling coach now, Steve Kirby, that got himself in a bit of trouble. Went to the guttering to pick the ball out and accidentally scraped the ball on some tarmac as he was picking it up, trying to get the ball to do something.
Mick Lewis did that, the former Australian player, and was caught on camera doing it and missed a couple of games.
Got a little bit of trouble. Famous for the most expensive spell in ODI cricket, wasn't it, Mick Lewis? Until recently. Didn't somebody...
Oh, a few people have gone past him now, haven't they? But Mick Lewis had an incredible career, because he played about 8 games, and in one he had to defend 6 in the last over against New Zealand and did it. And then the other one, he was the most expensive figures that anyone had ever had.
I think he's bowling coach at Essex now, is that right?
Is he? I know he was with Victoria for a while. I wasn't sure if he was over here. He was a great bowler, late developer. I think he started professional cricket 26.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's at Essex. I'm pretty sure.
We do still have 24 overs remaining today. Yet to see any spin from England. And all 10 wickets went the way of spin when India were bowling. So it's just a matter of time as this length delivery, which is too wide for Rohit to get involved in, lets it go through. 24 without loss.
They did, but the new ball was when India was at its absolute best as a bowling side, despite what the scoreboard may show. And also, I think looking at this England bowling attack, the seamer's going to have to take one or two to help out the spinners.
I think that's the misconception sometimes, going from England, from traditional conditions. We know that all of a sudden we just throw the ball to the spinners. Historical wins, England have always done very well with their seam attack. It would have been Goffey, Craig White back in the day, and then it went through, and Harmy and Fred would have had their moments, and so on and so forth. The seamers have to make it easier for the spinners, because whether we like it or not, they're not quite as good as the Indian spinners.
Stokes has put another slip in place, and Rohit, trying to get on the front foot, pushes this out to backward point at no run.
Australia and South Africa have shown that at times as well, and I think sometimes when Australia's gone all in on under-quality spin, you're like, well, with all due respect to Gavin Robertson, how many tests is he going to out-bowl, Harbhajan Singh? Like, he might get one good test in him, but it's very, very hard. And, I think I like the idea of England picking the kinds of spinners they were looking for, rather than just picking, regular spinners who are playing in county cricket. Like, I get that, but also you have to understand, you have to have good plans for your seamers, and you have to keep backing them.
And you have to have a number 8 that's going to get you a few more runs than Hartley. I'm not having Hartley's badge, but he's not a test number 8. I think he's a really nice cricketer, I really do, and I'm not having his badge at all, but he's a 9 at best.
He's a 9 at the moment, isn't he?
But
he's quite young, yeah.
You expect runs at 8.
He's one of those guys who makes runs, but it's the same shot over and over again. International cricket, they're just going to put that fielder out all the time, aren't they? He's going to hit everything wide of long on.
Jaiswal facing up the start of Anderson's 4th over and lets this ball go through to Folkes. And the score remains India 24 without loss.
You know what it's like in county cricket. You come across him twice in county cricket, and the first time he slaps a couple wide of mid-on, you go, oh, he's just slogging a few today. And then you don't play him for 10 weeks, and he comes back and does it again. You go, now we remember. As in Test cricket, like, everyone in the world now knows exactly where Tom Hartley's going to hit the ball.
I think you've also got to look at it. If you average, say, 20 in first class cricket, you're going to struggle to average 25, 30, which number 8 needs to average in Test cricket.
Yeah, and generally, if you bat 7 or lower in first class cricket, those numbers don't hold up as well. Top order numbers do.
Anderson again, straighter on the pads. This is clipped away, and India will take a single through Jaiswal. It moves to 5. The score 24 without loss.
Do you remember when South Africa tried to replace Callis with Ryan McLaren and Robin Peterson? Both of those guys are good number 7, number 8s in first class cricket, but they're really number 8, number 9 in Test cricket. And we see that all the time. You get someone like Ashton Agar makes some runs in first class cricket. Everyone wants him to play for Australia. Well, and he's not going to be a number 7 when he plays for Australia. He's going to have to go down a little bit. It's just a little bit tougher in those environments, and it's worth remembering. And I think Hartley still shows some promise, but he's a long way from a developed number 8 anyway.
Sharma readies himself. This is down the leg side. There's a shout for caught behind and given. Umpire Joe Wilson raises the finger. Rohit Sharma shakes his head. And has he reviewed? I think he has. He feels, the Indian skipper, that he hasn't touched the ball, so we'll go upstairs to find out.
Might have reviewed that before it was given. Because Doctor took so long to give it, and Rohit was always coming down and going, well, what are you talking about? It's not out.
The English reaction says they have no doubt here.
I thought it sounded really good originally, but it doesn't look like he's anywhere near it. It looks like he just flicked the pad.
I think as he's coming down to strike the ball, he hits his bat on the pad a long way before the ball, and then the ball hits the thigh pad and deviates after. So there's almost 2 noises, if that makes sense.
Well, that cheer will tell you, flat line as the ball passes the bat. The noise came as the ball hit the flap of the pad, and Joel Wilson has to overturn this decision.
You know, they say the batter always knows, but of course we had Bairstow about an hour ago who was absolutely adamant walking down the wicket going, I hit the ground, he missed the ground by a mile.
Yeah, I think he might have hit the ground and hit the ball. That's two things, isn't it?
Bairstow?
Yeah.
No, he didn't hit the ground. We saw
hit the ground.
He said that's what had happened. But in that case, Rohit was right. He was never worried. You could actually say he was waiting to do the review for Billy Doctorow to eventually give that out.
Anderson again pitched up on the pads of Rohit Sharma, who clips the ball to Tom Hartley at mid-wicket. No run, 25 without loss, India.
Either way, we talk about moral victories in sport, particularly in cricket. James Anderson now is into his 4th over. He's only gone for 4 runs. It's doing the hard yards. You might get lucky with that one. It's not the ball that you wanted to bowl, but because of the pressure you've built up, you might get lucky with a little feather down the leg side. That is what we see from England from a bowling attack more often than not, and that's what we want to see from our batters. Just be prepared to do the hard work a bit longer.
Rohit still going at a runner ball, is forward and playing it defensively straight down the track, fielded at straight mid-wicket, no run. 25 without loss at India after bowling England out for 218. We've been talking a lot about have you read out that stat about average first innings?
No, I meant to, you're right.
Because we've spoken about this throughout the series, and I think it was essentially England's first innings average length of 72 overs coming into the last Test match. I think either way, that's gone down on an average because they were bowled out for 57.4. But when you list it alongside the average length of every other Test playing nation, fraction fuller from Anderson, draws Rohit forward, pushed out to cover, no run. I think is it only Afghanistan who are averaging less?
Yeah, Gemma from Crickford sent this through. So Sri Lanka's at 110 overs. They bat the longest in the last 2 years. And you've got Pakistan, Australia just over 100, and India is 98. All the way down to England at 73, Afghanistan at 52. Having watched them bat against Ireland the other day, I'm surprised it's that high at times. And South Africa's 74. And if you consider it, South Africa's batting lineup has been horrendous. And they're still averaging an extra over out in the field than England, which just tells you how many runs England is scoring in that short period of time. But this is the first innings. Most of England's good batting in Bazball has been in their second innings, not in their first innings.
Which is, I suppose, if you put it into words, you're almost saying it's reactionary, not actionary, if that makes sense. You get the score on the board was always the old school way, and then you control the game. They're almost kind of saying, let's get the game going to last innings and we'll see where it is that we're going to win it.
Well, it's the one-day style, isn't it, of wanting to know what the total is.
Change of bowling for England, and Tom Hartley's going to bowl left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, who reaches forward and plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. So yeah, change of bowling, change of commentator. Andrew McKenna in the box now alongside Gareth Batty and Jared Kimber.
Yeah, I like this around the wicket, Tom Hartley with a new ball, so there's a bit of lack. It might just skid and bring the outside edge into play for Jaiswal.
Jaiswal's got 5 from 20, he waits, and it's across him by Hartley. From the crease he plays to mid-off, and Anderson, there's no run.
I think also Jaiswal, if you bowl it outside off stump, will just punish you from point to cover, which not all left-handers would be attacking in that way. A lot would be looking to go to the leg side.
Hartley, left arm around, grips in the surface, takes Jaiswal on the pad, threatens to ricochet up off the gloves, doesn't, and it's a stifled appeal, no run.
Also don't think left-arm spinners do this enough to left-handers.
Brings tramlines, brings LBW stumps in play. You're asking a question just from doing this straight away. This whole misconception, get over the wicket, chuck it right outside of stump. No, I'm not buying it.
In goes Hartley then, left arm around. It's almost French cricket from Jaiswal, both toes pointing down the pitch as he plays it back to the bowler.
There's also a technical element of it. If you're a left-arm finger spinner, you probably spend about 75% of your time bowling around the wicket anyway. So you should be better at that than you would be over the wicket. And then you can explain hips and rotations and everything, but there's a reason why finger spinners like coming around the wicket.
Hartley's doing so for the 5th time in the over, and Jaiswal is coming forward, clips it into the onside. Stokes will do the fielding, no run.
Keep it very simple. From where you are on the crease, which is in the box in the corner of the return, If you get off stump, naturally your wrist position is square and you're going to take the outside edge. As soon as you ball straighter and leg stump, you get more over the ball, so you get more overspin, which brings you short legging. So naturally you're attacking more by just bowling around the wicket because you're getting positions.
In goes Hartley, and Jaiswal clips this down to the long on fielder, who is Ben Duckett, and it will be a single. So 1 run from the over. 26 without loss, India, replying to England's 218 all out. India 26 without loss after 8. Rohit's got 20 from 23. Jaiswal 6 from 25. It is TalkSport 2 exclusive Test match cricket. Don't forget, of course, there is live football coming up this evening. It's the Europa League round of 16. Early kick-off for you Liverpool fans. Away to Sparta Prague. That's on TalkSport 2, 5:45. And Freiburg West Ham is on TalkSport at 8 o'clock. So 1 early, 1 late. So get the app and the DAB radio fired up for later on.
Also, a happy World Book Day to all the parents out there who had to come up with last-minute costumes and everything. I think Bats has got a couple of witches.
Room on the Broom.
Room on the Broom, great. Julia Donaldson.
Absolutely.
Cool. Blimey, how many of her books have I read down the years? I've still got half of them in my head.
Do you
just remember them?
You're too old for World Book Day costumes?
No, they're still doing it. It was kind of option. It was uniform or World Book Day dress up. So I'm pretty sure our two would have gone uniform. It's going to be double spin from England, by the way, as Bashir is going to bowl his off spin now. Comes in and bowls. It's nicely flighted up. Jaiswal hits down towards Anderson at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, again, I want to say Jaiswal has a weakness against finger spin, because he averages 100 against off spin and left arm finger spin in first class at Test cricket so far. But I like it when you're bowling it at the stumps.
Bashir accelerates, bowls around the wicket, brings Jaiswal forward. Bats the bowler, no run.
The minute it's outside off stump, he looks incredible, but if you can just get it under his eye around that knee roll a little bit more, not saying that there's a weakness, but I think he can control him a little bit better, and he'll have to play the other big shots on the leg side then.
Bashir is in. Jaiswal comes down the pitch and launches him over long off for 6. Lands about 10 rows back in the stands. Jaiswal was just waiting and waiting, then sounded the bugle, doubles his score in one shot. He goes to 12 out of India's 32 without loss.
2 balls on the stumps. The first ball he sees outside off stump, he doesn't even wait to get to the pitch of it. He just runs down it and frees his hands up and swings through it. Not sure he hit it the way he wanted to, as far as it went. But again, the minute it's outside of his eye line, he looks like a completely different player against the spin. They've got to keep the ball sort of middle and leg against him. Don't give him that free swing.
Right. Bashir just has a conference with captain, and now settles back in, comes again. He's on the stumps. Jaiswal is immediately defending, pushing out on the offside. No run.
Yeah, you can tell that he's assessing the risk. As soon as it's bringing stumps into play, he's worried about front pad, he's worried about getting bowled. You can see how he places his front foot, his toes pointing down the wicket, not to sort of mid-off an extra cover.
Bashir gives him some width. This time he lashes it over extra cover again, and it's 6 more, landing in the netting between the advertising screen and the stands. And it's almost like he's batting to your commentary at the moment, boys, because Jared's right. The ones on the stumps are straight. As soon as any width, they get lashed. 6.6 the last 3 balls.
I mean, that's a poor delivery, really. I don't think there's any reason at this stage for the off spinner to be that wide. It's length, but the shot is ridiculous. He's down on one knee and he's slog cover driven this for 6. It's just miraculous.
Bashir is in. This one's on the stumps and this one's disappeared as well. Back over the bowler's head. 6-0, 6-6. And Bashir's first over goes for 18. India are 44 without loss, replying to England's 218 all out. Jaiswal's got 24 from 31. Rohit's got 20 from 23.
Yeah, tough start for Bashir. It's that old thing, if you've got an advantage, and his advantage is he's 6 foot plenty, he's a very tall man, it's very difficult for him to get it up out of his hand to make it drop before, or to make it drop enough to deceive the batter. He's got to be a little bit more direct and then use your body bow against your body to bring that ball back on length, to get the drop, to get that extra bit of fizz on it. as everybody, you first over, you feel your way, and this is where Indian are dynamite. The Indian players, they don't care who it is. If you miss, they're going to take you, and they're going to put you under pressure, which is what England have done for large parts of the series, but in the last 3 or 4 innings with the bat, they've not been able to consistently do it, and they've not been able to put the bowlers under pressure. This is really tough times for Bashir. He's not done a huge amount wrong, but it's not quite where he wants it, and this is where it becomes difficult in the subcontinent.
Well, England have got the ball back, but clearly it's picked up
what's left of it,
some muck on it or whatever, because Anderson is currently talking to both umpires and saying, we got this problem, I need to clean it, this is what I'm doing. So he's showing it. This is a replaced ball already, and the fourth umpire is loitering around saying, well, do we need to change it again?
Jimmy with his Wolverine fingernail. We've got some mud in the seam, may I clean it, sir? Of course you may.
He kind of wrapped these trousers around that. Did you see what he was doing? He had about 3 different movements going on. The umpires didn't even know. It was like the 3-card Monty. They weren't sure what they were looking at.
Looked like it had got wet, didn't it?
Yeah. Right, Hartley to start his second over. He's bowled a ball that's slightly short of a length that sits up the row. It's able to work into the leg side, and they will take a single. 45 without loss, India. As it is World Book Day, and he's not in the room, and therefore I'm not soliciting it for friendship or whatever. If you haven't read Harmy's book, please do. It's a really good one. Hartley goes in, and it'll be Jaiswal pushing back to the bowler. Fields well in his follow-through, diving away to his left-hand side. Obviously, Harmy had a lot of issues earlier in his career with touring and being away from home. It's a fabulous, fabulous book. It's quite heartbreaking at times. Opens up in Port Elizabeth in the winter of 2004-2005, which was a tour that I was on. We were commentating on TalkSport, and it gets you every time. Hartley is in, left arm around, bringing Jaiswal forward, just dropping it into the offside, and they take a single, 46 without loss.
So the big fella would have been number 1 in the world at that point. 2000 end of the West Indies tour, 3-4, wasn't it?
Yes. So yeah,
so he would have been number 1 in the world, yeah.
Pretty much. The opening line of the book, and I won't give it all away because seriously, go and read it. Is I'm standing at the end of my mark. What on earth am I doing here? And what gets me is that I was in a commentary box about 20 yards away from him, and I had no idea how bad he was really feeling about the whole thing, and it just breaks your heart.
I got one better than you. I was mixing his drinks in the change room. I didn't have a scuba.
Well, there you go. Hartley left arm around to Rohit. My goodness, that bat looks a million miles wide as he comes forward and plays it defensively out on the offside. No run. Had some good cricket books, actually. As it's World Book Day, go and find yourself a cricket book. Rohit waits for Hartley, and he's now on his way in. Bowls left arm around the wicket. Again, big stride forward from Rohit, just playing defensively, no run.
What's your favourite cricket book, Macca? Test Cricket by Jared Kimber.
Well, available in all good bookshops and some
nice
bad ones.
Nice plug.
Manners has got a few too. I've got a couple of Manners at home. Manners has got a book about drinking beer to get fit.
Has he? Hang on a minute. Hartley is in around the wickets, and it's clipped onto the leg side by Rohit, and they will take a single. End of 10 overs here on TalkSport 247 without. No, you're not going anywhere.
I had to leave, and then I realised
that.
I was halfway through. I think it's called The Beer Drinker's Guide to Losing Weight. And I've tried to get him to explain it to me 3 or 4 times. I'm not buying it, but that's only because I'm friends with Steve Harvinson.
I was going to say, Harmy just walked in to take over the co-coms and immediately turned around and walked out again to go and find Manners to try and explain that. Well, that's sensational news, Harmy.
I don't think I've read the index on that book. I think I read the first part, but then the losing weight part it didn't. Or the losing weight chapter. I think I was quite good at the drinking part, but I wasn't very good at the losing weight part.
Well, here we go. Bashir's first over went for 18. India 47 without loss after 10 overs, replying to England's 218 all-outs. Bashir's got the mountains behind him and runs away from the commentary box end past umpire Joel Wilson. Comes in at this quite a cute angle, and Rohit Sharma just covers it up and plays it quietly out on the leg side, and there is no run. Steve Harmson's moved in, as has Alex Tudor. The boys watch Bashir as he comes in once again. Takes Rohit on the pad, loops upon the leg side. Ollie Pope claims the catch, but it's pad all the way, gentlemen.
Yeah, good turn from Bashir. Savage in that first over. Some good shots. The second one especially from Jaiswal, but there at Rohit. It was a good turn there, a little bit of bounce. Nowhere near the bat though.
Bashir is in. Rohit's using his feet, gets in a tangle. No, Ollie Pope's caught that before it's hit the deck. Joel Wilson immediately shakes his head. There was a lot of moving parts there. It came off the body, looped up, and England aren't going to have a conversation with regards to a review, so they're obviously fairly happy with things, but the replay of that in a moment will be interesting. Fourth ball of the over is from Bashir. Rohit waits and then turns it around the corner to Hartley at deep backward square leg, no run.
Yeah, that looked... I thought that might have been close because the ball went up in the air. I thought it might have gone off the glove, but it's just clipped, I think, the thigh pad and gone at the top of the thigh pad, pointy bit, which has made it go up in the air. I thought straight away when it looped up like that, that must have come off the glove, but it looked as though it's hit the top point part of the thigh guard.
Nice grab by Pope, if nothing else. Bashir is in once again. Rohit turns on the leg side. Stokes will field at mid-wicket, no run. We've seen some good catching, actually, in this series under the helmet. Pope himself's had a couple of good ones. Sarfraz has done a decent job in there as well for India in the last couple of matches. Of course, if you weren't with us much earlier in the day, Sarfraz cut one off of Crawley, off the keeper's gloves. It was given not out. India didn't review it, and it was touched by Crawley. Bashir goes into bowl the final ball of his second over, and it's just played out quietly by Rohit, and he'll be hoping to bowl at Rohit a bit more often. First over against Jaiswal went for 18. Second over against Bashir, a maiden.
It's a good job that wasn't referred and got out, because it would have been a hell of a lot worse for England if it was out, as Zach Crawley, the only batter to go past 30. I think it was, yeah, only batter to go past 30, and he's 79. So, you know, that was a little bit of luck that England had. 100 for one turned into 218 all out, and that was with burning all three reviews as well. So it was an eventful first half of today, and it looks like Jaiswal's come out and continue where he's left off for this last four test matches.
Hartley in, Jaiswal is running at him, takes him all along the floor down to duck it at deep long on for a single 48 without loss, Tudes.
Well, when he's playing his shots, and obviously he's playing in the form of his life, but when he's playing his aggressive shot, he's just doing it with control, and that's been the difference. You know, when they play their positive shots, India, they play it with control. Sometimes with the England batting lineup, can't say the same.
Hartley, left arm around to Rohit, who has a big swing across the line. Now England are appealing for a caught behind. Folks is saying hit that. He definitely wants England to review. Joe Root's agreeing, and Ben Stokes, having consulted with Zach Crawley as well, is going to review this. So England think there is a feather on this from Rohit. Rohit's walking down to meet Jaiswal. Doesn't look overly concerned, but Rohit very rarely does.
No, he's not exactly. He's never really looking flustered, but you know, he had a smile on his face. There was a noise. I wasn't sure if there was a bat in the ground.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Harmy. You see it here.
All right, first free play.
It's not bat on ground. He's missed the ground.
Yeah.
It can only be bat on ball.
Mm.
And the picture is so blurred on the replay, we're not going to see anything there. So we're going to need the technology of Ultra Edge and the waveform. This will determine whether England have got a breakthrough or not.
England need this. England desperately need this.
Here we go.
No spike.
Flat line as the
No.
ball past the bat.
It's wind. Must be the
Himalayan breeze.
Must be the bat handle that made the click noise there, Harmy.
Yeah, it did seem. I did hear a noise. I just wonder if his front foot is scratched on the ground where it's put Ben Folks off. Because I thought I heard a noise. And sometimes when it's that close, you do feel as though you hear something and there's nothing there. But England have lost another review. Not been a great day for England reviews, to be fair.
Keeper and slip were adamant there was something there. Nothing as far as the officials are concerned. Here's Hartley then. It's Rohit coming forward, playing back to the bowler defensively. No run.
Good bowling though. There's something happening, which is good. It's something happening which is good for England. Rowett's playing some shots. Jaiswal's not going to die wondering. This is good for England. England need the breakthrough.
40 DRSs for England this series, 23 lost. Hartley in. Rohit turns round the corner off with the back foot out towards mid-wicket, and Zach Crawley can't get there. It was really well timed. There was no massive power in the shot. It was all timing. He whips it away onto the leg side, and the Indian 50 is up. It's taken them 11 overs and 4 balls, 52 without loss, chasing England's 218 all out.
And one thing you'll get when Rohit Sharma's batting is timing, and he's timing the absolute pants off that. Fantastic shot, just rocking back on the back foot, hitting it on the leg side. Zach Crawley tearing after it, but no chance.
Hartley in once again, bringing Rohit forward, just plays it gently into the offside, and there is no run. Hartley continuing with the left arm around angle. I don't know if it's the broadcaster in me, but my mind's already turning to who are England putting up at the end of the day. It may need a Jeetan Patel spell of positivity. Hartley in. Oh, Rohit's taking him into the leg side on this occasion. It'll land 15 metres inside the road, bounce a couple of times, and it's 4 more to Rohit, 4 more to India. Rohit's got 30, India 56 without loss after 12 overs here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Now this is good cricket for me. This is what I was talking about, when we was on just before the break, Harmy, with Manners, and I was just saying, I'm all for the positivity in that, but when you've got fielders out there and you're still backing yourself to go after it, Rohit there, he knows mid-on's up, just going to get to the pitch of it, and they're just going to elevate it and lift it, and it's going to go for, that's good cricket shot. Then you're putting the bowler under pressure, then Ben Stokes is like, ooh, do I put a man back? No, I want him to go again. That's fine, I may go again, and that's how you get your runs, and that's how you eke away at this low England total of 218.
But Jude, you've just seen Tom Hartley throw the ball above the eye line, and Rohit Sharma is within his shape and still being positive, has comfortably hit the ball over the top for 4.
Bashir to start the new over is around the wicket to Jaiswal, tries to turn it through square leg, can't beat Mark Wood, no run.
Kuldeep Yadav threw 4 balls above the eye line, and I think 2 or 3 of our batters were facing the opposite way by the time they were dismissed, losing their shape. That's our problem.
Bashir around the wicket, leg side-ish. Jaiswal gets a touch on this to turn it to deep square. They will take a single, 57 without loss. Jaiswal 27.
Yeah, difference in a balance and poise at the crease, and you say, Ben Duckett, just lost his shape and it slid off the bat. No base when he was hitting that to give himself the conviction, and as you say, the execution was poor.
Bashir in over the wicket. Rohit deep in the crease, trying to turn it past Pope at short leg. Can't do so, no run.
Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley both had roller skates on when they went for theirs. Rohit Sharma there, just 1 foot down the wicket, solid base. He elevated over the top, comfortable boundary.
Bashir is in. It's taking Rohit on the pad as he's down on one knee trying to sweep this. That must surely be bouncing down the leg side. And Bashir is making the signal saying it's too high.
Yeah, maybe he's a bit high, but I would have said he's got to be hitting him outside the line of off stump.
Not a lot going for it though.
No. Yeah. Miles outside the line of off stump. Good appeal though.
Yeah, if you're going to sell it hard. Bashir in once again. A little bit of air on that one, bringing Rohit forward. Plays defensively, no run. There's still 17 overs after the completion of this, so even with the spinners bowling in tandem at the moment, there'll be a little bit of overtime work, but I'm thinking more in terms of 17 overs. How many are India going to score? In goes Bashir, turned quietly by Rohit to short leg, and that completes the over. Some more thoughts from Harmy and Tudes, and Neil Manthorpe's turn to come in and describe the action for you.
Yeah, 57 for none off the 13. If you look at 17 overs, there'll be a passage of playing for the close of play, if depending if Jaiswal and Rohit are still in. But you'd think India would be about 100 behind on first innings at the end of the day, and if England don't get a wicket, or if England have one wicket, you really struggle to work out where England get back into this game, because I just don't see. I know India, give the first Test match away from a hugely winning position. Not sure they're going to fall for that one twice.
Good crowd in, kept pouring in or trickling in throughout the day. There's only a smattering of people at the start of play when it was pretty chilly, but there's a good support now, and they're understandably vocal. Driven down the ground here by Jaiswal down towards long on, and Duckett fields to go through for another single. Now I know this is a question to two fast bowlers, albeit one of you is an all-rounder, but that Shoaib Bashir first over, which Jaiswal helped himself to 18, hit 3 sixes. So, there's a thing about Yashasvi Jaiswal, who of course has had a record-breaking series for India, 2 double hundreds and 100, the record that's defended. It's that it appears that he has moments of extreme attack for no apparent reason. I mean, I find it quite hard to say that those 3 balls that he hit for 6 were poor. They weren't long hops. They may be a bit full. That's short from Hartley. That is not a good delivery, and that's been hit for 6 as well. And that one deserved it. That was a poor delivery, and it got what it deserved.
Yeah, that was a poor ball, and that was a long hop. But you're right, it wasn't but I think the beauty about Jaiswal, he identifies passages in play, and he identifies passages in games, and also passages where bowlers are fresh, or bowlers are tired, or bowlers are maybe not as confident, and he heaps pressure back on them by taking the risk, but his technique, and he's in such a great place.
Hartley now too short again outside the off stump, and it's cut away behind square on the offside. Nice fielding from Johnny Bairstow, diving and tumbling away to his left, and they'll go through for a couple. So, but it's been throughout the series, and he'll then go through periods where he absorbs a lot of pressure, and where it doesn't necessarily look like he's under great pressure.
But is that not batsmanship? Is that not reading a situation and thinking, right, this young man's going to be under pressure, they've only got 218?
Forward comes Sharma playing defensively.
The captain throwing the ball quite early. I'm going to put him under pressure. When he hit those 3 sixes against Jimmy Anderson, he had a score behind him, and he just went, all right, exactly. I know what you're going to try and do. Okay, see you later. They're calculated risk. I don't think he's just sort of jumping out of the box thinking, I'm just going to smash it. There's a reason why and a method why he's done it, and that's why he's accumulated the runs he has in the series so far.
Slipping a short leg, and Hartley is in with a good ball, which is respected by Rohit Sharma, playing away defensively on the offside. Well, that was exactly my question. I mean, it's so what I'm saying is that he's proactive rather than reactive. He doesn't wait for the bowling to deteriorate before he attacks. He decides that now is the moment to attack. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't react to the bowling.
No,
he dictates.
And I just think, and I always say this to the youngsters, you've got to earn the right to be out there and score your runs, and he's earned the right through the bare amount of balls that he's faced in the series and the runs that he scored. He's earned the right to go out there and jump on a bowler if he feels that, I'm going to put him under pressure.
Shoaib Bashir in again, and forward comes Jaiswal playing defensively out to extra cover. The temperature is dropping rapidly as we come towards the end of the day in Dharamshala, and those whose job it is to sit still and watch the game are really beginning to wrap up. Jaiswal again plays defensively, and there's no run. Next in, Shubman Gill he's got his pads on and his whites obviously, and all of his equipment, and a black puffer jacket. And he's running around in the players' change room area trying to keep warm. Sweep shot from Jaiswal, hit it hard, power sweep rather than a lap sweep or a tickle sweep, and he's got 4 runs for it. Gosh, he hit that hard.
Again, the execution. He knows where the fielder is, and he's hitting the ball where the fielders are not. That is how you score runs. It's a great shot. He's gone out there, he's reached it. He knows that the square fielder's in front, so he's hit it extremely hard behind. And now Ben Folkes has to say, Ben Stokes has to decide whether he manoeuvres that fielder, and that is your job as a batsman. Manoeuvre the field and hit the ball where the gaps are. It's great batsmanship.
Here's Bashir once again, and Jaiswal stands up tall in the crease and punches it to short mid-off.
He's also getting the bowler in a position where he wants him. Bashir's bowling the ball a little bit fuller outside off stump. So he's rocking forward, playing defence, knowing that if you just drop it a little bit shorter on that line, going with the angle, that's into my sweep shot, and I'm ready to play it.
Forward comes, forward then back goes Jaiswal here, playing the length beautifully. Again, just drops it down into the offside, and he rotates the strike very well. He hits boundaries beautifully, but he also rotates the strike really well. Rarely plays a dead bat shot. If he can just drop it into a gap and take a single, he does.
A little bit like Ben Duckett. He has that open face to the bat that hits it through sort of cover point into the gap for one. So he's always putting pressure back on the bowler by getting down the other end.
Nudged away behind square on the leg side by Rohit Sharma. And, they go through for a single, and Rohit keeps the strike after 15 overs. But what it almost looks like they're looking to play with the batsmen's minds. And, Shoaib Bashir is only 20 years old. But so he's bowled his first over, and Jaiswal's hit him for 3 sixes. He's got 1 over for 18. And then Rohit Sharma faced his second over and played out a maiden. It's almost like you're... I'm imagining this, obviously, but you're sort of playing with the bowler's mind?
Yeah, I'm toying with you. We're not both going to go at you. He feels that he's got the calling of you, so I'm just going to allow that. I'm just going to sit on you. I'll get my runs off maybe Tom Hartley. And that's what batting in a pair is about. That's what communication's about. And all those things when you're batting as a 2 out there in the middle against the other 11, you've got to think of ways how you're going to get your partnership and score your runs. It's old school thinking in a modern game, but it can still be very effective if you do it in the right way. And that is the key word. Do it in the right way. You can't just go out there and just be ultra aggressive all the time. You just can't. You will get bitten on the back side more often than not. You will have good days, but you're going to have bad days. And I just think if you want to evolve as a team, you want to have more better days than you do have bad days. And at the moment, this England team are having sessions, not days, but having sessions where they're losing games because of the amount of wickets that they're losing, especially when they're back.
They have had days. They've had days. They've had, not sort of 3 in a row. They lost the first 2 days in Hyderabad and won it on the 4th. But they've had very, very good days. It's drinks, by the way, here on the first day of the 5th and final Test match in Dharamshala. India are 72 without loss. I don't know what they're having for drinks, but they didn't look cold. I honestly think that they might be having some tea, some chai, some hot drink.
Yes, some chai. I think it would go down well. I think the bowlers might just be holding the cup than anything else. See, I've told the story during the first Test when we signed Javagal Srinath in the 2003, I think it was. He came for the first 4 games of the season. He stood at fine leg, waving at the dressing room, asking for his drink at the end of each over, having bowled. I think he must have bowled about 100 overs for Durham, and he bowled every single one in a long sleeve sweater. And he bowled beautifully.
He's one of my favourite fast bowlers.
What a man.
When he was at Gloucester, when he came over and he was at Gloucester sort of mid 90s, when I was playing, I used to love watching bowl. He was fantastic, and he was quicker than you think. I remember he went to Australia and he shook them up a little bit. He bowled extremely well. He was a great bowler. I think it was him and Venkatesh Prasad were the sort of seamers for India right then, weren't they? And they were a great pairing, but Javagal Srinath was a serious bowler.
I was just about to say that Javagal always gives credit to Venkatesh Prasad and the work that he did at the other end.
What a man. Really, really nice fella. Taught me a hell of a lot. He's only at Durham for 3 or 4 games, but taught me a hell of a lot when it comes to bowling at the other end, standing mid-off. Just little things, bowling at new batters, attacking their pads and everything that goes with it. But he stood at fine leg nearly every over with a hot cup of water. No tea bag in it, just a hot cup of water. And he didn't even drink it. Our great physio, Nigel Kemp, what a man. He would go around with a flask with some hot water in it in Jav. Poor soul, just stood there with 2 hands, long sleeve jumper, cap on, trying to get it over his ears in Durham. There was one game in Stockton, I'll never ever forget this. Sanas Jayasuriya was playing for Somerset. We were playing an out ground, And I mean, I think Sanath Jayasuriya had 2 long sleeve jumpers on, a woolly hat underneath his helmet, and Mark Davis kept nipping it away from him, and it was torture. And I'm going, he is one of the all-time, Sanath Jayasuriya, one of the all-time greats, especially in a white ball game. We had Javagal Srinath, and the two of them, Sanath was standing at slip, him and Trez are standing at slip. I think Trez is trying to hide Sanath Jayasuriya because it was that cold, thinking if this edges towards him, it's gonna break him. It was that cold. It was about, I think the whole 4-day game, I think a cumulative temperature got about 4 degrees between the 4 days. Oh, it was cold. It was damp. It was bleak in early April.
Here is Tom Hartley. Drinks have been taken, and I have to say that if you happen to catch a glimpse of the Test match in Dharamshala, unless the camera's panned over to the Himalayas and you'll see lots of snow, at least it's not grey. Blue skies, and it looks bright and sunny, but it's chilly. Very chilly. Rohit Sharma in again to Hartley, plays defensively. Rahul Dravid, the Indian captain, has got a beanie on, which is pulled right down to his eyebrows and is covered, completely covers both ears. Really does look like a tea cozy. He's had it on all day. Here's Hartley again. Rohit Sharma plays defensively, no run. India 72 for none.
It's 19 degrees. It's 19 degrees. They've got beanies on. We'll be in shorts and t-shirt over at 19 degrees, let me tell you.
It's one of those situations actually where if you're in the sun and out of the breeze, might feel like 19. But there's a very chilly breeze coming down off the Himalayas, and that's driven down the ground again by Rohit Sharma to duck it at mid-off. So you've got to find the right corner, out of the breeze, in the sunshine, and you'll be all right. Then it might feel like 19.
Yeah, but then you've got Shubman Gill standing behind him, who's trying to shadow bat while having got the biggest puffer jacket and woolly hat on that you see. He's not wanting these two batters to go well and stay at it and get 100 partnership because he wants them to get runs. He just doesn't want to take his hat and coat off.
Hartley in again to Jaiswal, who pushes towards extra cover, and they go through for another easy single. Do you get the impression, both of you, that we're seeing the beginning of greatness from Yashasvi Jaiswal?
Yes. As I said, the biggest compliment I'll give him, I love watching him bat as I did Brian Lara back in the day. He excites me when he goes out there, just his batsmanship, the way he goes about it, the attacking prowess when he decides, the defensive element of it, the way he's stable at the crease, love it all.
Here's Tom Hartley, and forward comes Virat. Plays Rohit Sharma. 16 overs gone, 74 without loss. Now he's got almost 700 runs in the series, Harmy. So, but then the last Indian batsman to score 2 double hundreds, back-to-back double hundreds, was Vinod Kambli.
Yeah,
and he didn't last the distance. So
yeah, I think he had a lifestyle. He had a lifestyle which is a bit like what mine is now, enjoying the pub, and wasn't exactly as disciplined as what they are now, this modern generation, since Virat Kohli really took charge of India, and MS Dhoni before that, and the professional manner of fitness and the way they field now and the way the outlook is. I think it's a different world now. In mine, I think a lot of only people's not concerns is, but I'd like to see him play in England, in Australia, in somewhere like South Africa with a ball bouncing.
Shoaib Bashir into Jaiswal, who flicks this away out into another gap. Jimmy Anderson will do the fielding. Nothing ages me more than remembering to think that I was commentating in the days when Indian fielders generally didn't dive because they grew up playing on the Maidan, and they would lose the skin on half their body if they dived.
Yeah, their fielding in the late 80s, 90s was not great.
Manners was talking about 50s and 60s.
No, stop it. No.
He said that, Manners, not me, mate.
No, late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, turned away with the spin nicely by Rohit Sharma for a single.
Big size 12 would try and stop the ball, and if it didn't, it was like, oh, fair enough, and just throw it back.
Well, the great man Javagal Srinath, he was one of the last great foot fielders.
Yeah.
Him and Courtney Walsh.
Yeah, Courtney Walsh, massively, yeah.
Big time.
And then the big underarm, wasn't it? David Gower when he lost his shoulder.
Bashir in again. It's punched off the back foot down towards long off. The weird thing is that Courtney Walsh could underarm it 70 yards hard into the keeper's gloves.
You've not seen that wingspan. A wingspan, it's like an albatross. He's got levers, let me tell you.
David Boone could do that. He could underarm it from slip all the way across the other side of the field at pace, like an absolute exocet. But the thing on Jaiswal, I think the way it runs, he's going to have the word around the traps. He goes to Australia, India and England.
Bashir, a little bit of height and width on this. Steered to backward point, no run.
With not a target on his back, but with, I think, people wondering how he would go. But the confidence I'm sure he goes there with, and his ability to be aggressive and forceful on and posing on the bowlers, I think that tells me that he will play well in them conditions. And then it'll be a watch of when bowlers start working him out, and there will be somebody who works him out, and then how he comes back from that, because he's still in the infancy of his career. A bowler will work him out, there will become a technical flaw, and then he has to then evolve and go again. If he gets that second part of his career right, this boy's got a great future.
Bashir in again, and Rohit Sharma back and across and clips it away for a single to mid-wicket. 78 without loss in reply to England's disappointing 218 all out.
Yeah, there's nothing in his technique that tells me that he won't be successful. It's always the education, isn't it? Can he get runs in Australia? Can he get runs in South Africa? Can he get runs in England when it's seeming all over the place?
Driven by Jaiswal out towards cover, half a diving stop from Ben Duckett. Johnny Bairstow tidies up and they go through for another single. It's interesting, in that test match, actually, I think we do have a tool change in the commentary box, but just a final thought. In South Africa, the last test match, the second test match that finished before tea on the second day, India needed 80 in the fourth innings to win, and Jaiswal came out and lashed 6 fours, scored 28 from 21 balls. And because I hadn't seen him on a good pitch, I thought, and he was backing away, giving himself room, and I thought, oh gee, he doesn't fancy it. But you know what? In retrospect, he read the game superbly and just thought, we need to get this job done because this could be awkward, even chasing 80.
And I think that's the beauty about what he's been like in this series. Young bowlers, putting pressure back onto the opposition, and he's done it brilliantly well. And I think he's got a bright future in the game. And I think when he comes to England, moving bowled, yes, there will be a question mark, but I think he will answer them perfectly well.
Hartley is in, and this is neatly clipped away by Jaiswal, but he won't add to his 37. Fielded it backwards square. Rohit Sharma, 42 from 46. He's actually slowed down a touch. He was going at a runner ball for the first half of his innings as a straight mid-wicket, and this ball is defended by Jaiswal. Always thinking, he's that kind of... There's some batters you wonder whether they're actually awake at the crease. And at the other end from Rohit Sharma is Jaiswal, who just appears to be crunching the numbers in his head, working out the field positions and the time to go as Hartley is in, and this is driven past that straight mid-wicket to Ben Duckett at long on for a single. This has been a chastening day for England fans, and there's quite a number of them that have made their way out to India just for this test match. Somebody who has travelled all the way to Brisbane to watch England have a bad day or two. You do start to question your life choices at times. There's enough time in the day to do that, as Sharma just plays this to Ollie Pope at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, but then you're in Brisbane. That's the problem. At least here you're in Dharamshala. You walk up to the mountain and sleep overnight. You can have some momos. You ever had a momo, Bats?
I have quite a few momos, but I don't know what momo you're on about.
How can there be more than one kind of momo? Touch fuller on the pads of Rohit Sharma, who tries to place this past Ollie Pope on the leg side, but fails.
Well, there's chicken and mutton. Is there a pork momo as well? Can you get pork momo?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, different fillings.
Yeah. I don't know what Bats was on about.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about moments in life.
You're right. Fuller from Hartley, driven back to the bowler.
Must be a wild ride when Bats has to give a speech to the Surrey team. When suddenly goes on to one of his tangents, and then it's like,
I think
what?
I think all Bats does is he just goes to the back of the room, slaps Land of Hope and Glory in the old the boombox, hits play, turns it up to 11, and then just tops the chest.
I think you're giving me too much credit, both of you.
Come on, lads, get your beans going.
No. This is where everybody gets it wrong. That's not what coaching's about. It's about the players. It's about the players, not the village idiot giving the speech.
80 without loss then, India, here on Talk Sport 2. And Shoaib Bashir, who's been expensive in his 5 overs so far, is back for another over. This is defended by Jaiswal, who momentarily seemed a little surprised by the lack of bounce from this delivery, but comfortably dealt with. 38 from 50. He's gone past 1,000 test runs in this innings. He's only been playing test cricket for a little over a year, or maybe just under a year actually, as this is defended away to the offside. And he has impressed us all.
It was the West Indies series he made his debut, wasn't it?
Yep, and he scored a century on debut. Joint second quickest in terms of matches to 1,000 test runs. At the top of the list, Don Bradman. Heard of him?
I don't know if you saw one of the articles I wrote the other day mentioning this kind of stuff.
Round the wicket from Bashir, and down the track is Jaiswal, and he drives handsomely past mid-on and away for 4. And that's what I mean about this guy. He's just watching, and then he just goes. More often than not, it pays off. He's drawn level with his skipper. Both are on 42. Bashir might be wondering about the meaning of life right now. And India moving on.
Yeah, I think he just saw that one go up out of the hand a little bit and just decided straight away, I'm just going to come down. And he's so quick that he can get to it.
Touch Fuller on the leg side, clipped away. This could be another boundary. It is. Big expanse at mid-wicket. And Jaiswal goes past his skipper. He's 46 now. And India in absolute control. 3-1 up. This is the final of 5 test matches. They trail by just 130. They're 88 without loss.
Yeah, same again. It's gone up out of the hand. This time a little bit fuller, a little bit straighter. And Jaiswal manipulates the field through straight mid-wicket this time. One through mid-on, one through mid-wicket.
Still a slip in place, and he goes again to mid-wicket. Anderson running across from mid-on. Hauls this one in. It's just a single.
So every time we look at a stat at the moment for Jaiswal, Bradman's name comes up. It's so obvious. And so there's a thing in the NBA that, especially when Nikola Jokic, the Joker, does something good. The statisticians always have to say, not since Wilt Chamberlain. And it's become such a meme that not since Wilt is now what we say. It's exactly the same for Jaiswal. It's not since Don. Because every time you look up a Jaiswal stat, it's him and Bradman neck and neck. And sometimes he's ahead of Bradman, and sometimes he's just behind him. It's remarkable what he's managed to do in first-class cricket and Test cricket so far in his career.
Plenty of flight and a loop. It's a bit wide, though, and Rohit Sharma, who hasn't seen a lot of strike, just pushes this wide of Jimmy Anderson at mid-off for a single. He moves to 43. That's the end of over number 6 for Bashir, and India 90 without loss.
What does the NBA have to do with an English Prime Minister?
Wilt.
Chamberlain, you said, didn't you?
And these, see, I think this is how he starts the speeches to the Surrey team. And he just waits for the reaction of everyone in the room, and then he presses play on Hope and Glory.
And then they go out and perform.
Back-to-back titles.
It may not be the speeches that's getting it done.
But yeah, I mean, as comparisons, for a young opener or a young batter to be mentioned in the same breath as the Don, it's kind of where you want to be. Hartley is in and defended by Rohit.
I'd be happy if my batting was at Tom Topley's level.
Yeah, we've got.
Well, I've got good news for you.
We've got some numbers coming up with the great Sunil Gavaskar as well, which Sony are putting up on the screens that we're watching. I mean, it's frightening the company that he's in for a man so young.
Fuller and driven, clubbed rather, by Rohit, but no timing, and Anderson fields at mid-on, running around. This is the highest first wicket partnership for India in the series.
I checked myself, it's not frightening, it's incredibly exciting for a young man with the world at his feet.
Touch flatter from Hartley, and no turn, so Rohit plays this straight, can't get it past at mid-wicket.
Did you ever get compared to someone that kind of freaked you out a little bit? Someone came up and said, oh, there's a bit of Underwood in this young guy.
This young go-getter. Down the track is Rohit, and he just evades Anderson at a deepish at mid-on. Anderson, for a second there, turned and then half-heartedly jumped to try and catch the ball. He knew it was sailing too high over his head. Hartley was interested, but the end result is another 4 to the score. 94 without loss India, both Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal 47 not out, and they trail by just 124 runs now. 10 wickets in hand as Hartley once again comes forward, and Rohit plays this out into the offside without adding to his score.
It's a great effort by Anderson here, because he clearly was never going to get to it, but you don't want to be seen not jumping. And so he did the kind of jump that you probably do at his age to look like you're jumping, but he was nowhere near it. Wouldn't have got there with Chris Tremler tight.
Last ball of the over, and defended again by Sharma. And this has been an England coach kind of day, isn't it?
Assistant coach
kind of day.
Which is now their 13th and 14th men, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we've got the Trescothick and Collingwood are down as substitute fielders today. I think if India continue batting, we might see them at some point tomorrow.
Yeah, Collingwood, yes, but not Trez, surely.
I was gonna say, like, I thought Trez obviously a very good fielder in close and these sorts of things.
Yeah, if you don't have to move, good catcher, but he's not mobile anymore.
But at his age, surely Collingwood is the better option as the backup fielder.
Oh yeah, and Colley's come back off some kind of operation on was it his ankle or his knee? He did a bairstow and fell off a tee box somewhere, and he was out for the best part of 6 months with serious structural work. Or was it his shoulder? It could have been his shoulder. I don't know. It's something really structural there.
I've been told it was his Achilles. Touch of width from Bashir, and Jaiswal could be adding another 50 to his score. No, Bairstow runs around from deep point. It'll just be the 2 runs. 49 to Jaiswal as he heads towards another half century. And we all know once he gets going, he very often continues away as he does reach 50. Bashir once again has just fired this in a little bit wide, a touch short, and it's allowed Jaiswal just to rock back and cut this through point. Another 50, another raise of the bat, and it's 100 up for India as well, and it's coming good time. The start of the 21st over, England only lasted 57 of them, bowled out for 218, and India in reply on TalkSport 2, 100 without loss. On the sweep this time is Jaiswal, tucking in again to young Bashir. He'll take another 4 runs, this time to the leg side, and he moves to 57, and he's going at a runner ball.
Yeah, not only skillful batting, it's smart batting. 3 balls in a row now. Bashir back short, he gets a 2. Same ball, gets his 50 but finds the gap for 4. Knows full well he can't bowl the same ball again. It's got to come near the stumps, so he sweeps him off the stumps for 4. Brilliant batting.
Down the track and stumped. Bashir gets his man. He's gone for a little bit of flight. possibly watching Kuldeep Yadav earlier today, tossing it up above the eye line, and Jaiswal, who went back-to-back at boundaries, going for a third successive big shot. He's down the track, he misses the ball, Folkes does the rest, and he's got to go for 57. Well done, Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, a bit premeditated, I reckon, this from Jaiswal. He feels like he's playing a video game, I reckon, at one point there. He's gone cut, big sweep. Oh, he's got to come full and straight. I'm going to run down the pitch and smack him straight back over his head. Bashir up to the challenge. Brave piece of bowling, offered the bit of width, and the width was what did for Jaiswal, but held his nerve, pulled it back, so the length does for him, but also the width. If that's down the channel of the stumps, he probably gets bat on it, but the fact he just held it that fourth off stump, just creating a bit of danger for himself, but also for Jaiswal. He comes out on top. Fine piece of bowling.
I mean, we've been quite harsh on the England batters today and what they did. That's the same kind of shot. He's completely on top there. He got his boundaries. I reckon if he stays back in his crease then, whether Shoaib saw him or not, I don't know. Let's give him the credit and say maybe he did. But if he didn't, that's a ball he could have easily punched through the offside for a couple more runs, or cut away again if he wanted to. The point being is the balls are there to hit, and he'd created them. Running down the wicket at a ball like that, it's actually probably one of the worst shots we've seen today.
I got a better one. Run down the pitch, but it's not there to hit. Defend it. Don't have to hit it for 4 just because you've run down the wicket.
I think you do have to hit it for 4 now in modern cricket. I think if you're out of the crease, you have to try and hit a 4 or a 6. I could be wrong. They change your regulations all the time.
Ollie Pope didn't try. He wasn't trying to hit it for 4.
He was trying to flick it for 2.
That was what he did wrong.
Yeah. So, look, you're right. You and I have talked about this before. Zach Crawley, that's one of his big issues, is he comes down the wicket, and when he's not there, he's just got to block it. He's already created the problem for the spinner, because the spinner's like, he's going to come down at me. You don't have to hit the 4 or the 6.
If it's a positive attacking position, it's also your best defensive position. If it's a reckless attacking position, it is not a good positive decision to defend either. That was more reckless than positive. There's a very distinct line, and it was just crossed there, hence why he's in the changing room now.
Has it just granted England just the slightest opening, as Shubman Gill obviously hasn't read the memo. He's down the track and he doesn't try and hit a boundary shot. He just defends Bashir back down the track. The field has been brought in for Shubman Gill, who we know, last innings actually aside, is a little bit of a nervy starter. This time Gill is forward and defending. And that brings it to the end. A successful over, 10 runs coming from it, but also a wicket, that of the opener, Jaiswal, who has departed for 57. Shubman Gill, the new batter. Rohit Sharma is 47 not out. India trail by 114 after England were bowled out earlier today for just 218. They were 137 for 2. When Zach Crawley, who top scored with 79, was bowled through the gate. A third wicket for Kuldeep Yadav. He'd taken all 3 at that stage. He went on to take Johnny Bairstow's wicket as well. He'd taken all 4. And he ended with brilliant figures of 5 for 72. Bairstow on the occasion of his 100th Test match, and 18 ball 29.
Just on Shoaib Bashir as well, I don't know if you saw his celebrations when he took that wicket. I think there's going to be some people on Indian social media.
A little bit wide of Rohit Sharma, and it's fielded by Bashir at backward point.
Might be screenshotting some of those facial expressions, perhaps some of the words that were mouthed in the way of Jaiswal. I think he felt disrespected is the word I would use, Bats, and that emotion came out of him. I think England were trying to push him away from Jaiswal a little bit.
He was competing, and he was just showing, look, I'm here to keep competing. We got to be careful. There's a line that you don't want to cross, but you also want to keep those competitive juices. Let's, he's a young man finding his way.
No, exactly.
Let's, allow some bits, and somebody somewhere just have a real quiet word and just say, look, come on, we just got to be a little bit careful. But we want him to play with some passion. Nothing wrong with that.
Forward short leg and a slip, and a short fine leg as Rohit Sharma is forward and defending against Tom Hartley.
I was thinking that that's the sort of thing that the old pro, when he gets back in the change room, just says to him, you realise you've got bowled with this bloke for the next 15 years.
And he's pretty good. Don't wind him up now.
Rohit forward again, defending. Maybe they're bowled and bat against each other next year. That's the question, isn't it? Who will who will be leading the attack from a spinning perspective when England are playing at home. It's Sri Lanka and West Indies this summer after the T20 World Cup, but India will be back. 5-test series next year, 2025, as once again Sharma, who has slowed a touch, is forward, watchful, defending. He tucked into Mark Wood earlier in the innings, but it's been a touch slower as Rohit tries to whip this ball from Hartley, which is on-off stump through mid-wicket. Just gets a little bit more flight on it than he expected, but there's no fielder close to the wicket at mid-wicket, so no real danger there. Just a couple of overs which have gone England's way. Can Hartley see this over out? Yet to concede a run. Rohit will prevent that from happening as he'll take a comfortable single to square leg. He will face Shoaib Bashir's first ball, and India move on to 105 for 1. I mean, this is take that wicket out of the equation. I suppose this game situation right now, and it's credit to Stokes and it's credit to the bowlers that have been brought, but this is kind of where we thought the games would have gone way quicker than they have done. I mean, with a bowling attack, if you bring in Rayan Ahmed as well, between Hartley, Bashir and Ahmed, they'd played 1 test coming to India, 2 tests.
Rayan played 1, definitely.
Yeah. So with such a callow and inexperienced bowling lineup, you really thought coming up against this India batting lineup in home conditions, the gulf between the two would at times be vast. And it hasn't quite worked out like that, has it? Not to the levels that we expected anyway. Touch flatter, and this pushes through on Sharma, who will take 1. It's whether he wants to come back for a quick 2. No, he'll stay at the non-striker's end. So that brings Shubman Gill on strike, and he's the guy that England want to be bowling at right now.
I think that first test, India gave up a chance of making a massive total and kind of exploiting the younger bowlers. And then in the second test and the fourth test, you know, there was enough mistakes by the Indians at times to keep England interested. And a lot of that is the inexperience of the Indian lineup. We've just seen, you know, Jaiswal come down the wicket. Let's be honest. Since Sehwag, they haven't had many players who would have played that particular shot. And so they have, you know, they've got a couple of players who want to get on top and have given wickets away. And just some bad luck at times too. Like Patidar has gone out to 2 half-trackers and punched one back onto his stumps. You know, so England have probably gotten away with a few and kept themselves in games at times.
Is a straight mid-wicket, short leg, and also catching mid-wicket. So 3 fielders in and around the leg side for Shubman Gill, who first ball can't clip this ball past short leg, and he'll stay on strike and yet to get off the mark. Just been sent through a stat that down the leg side, that's a poor ball from Bashir, and he'll get punished as Gill just carries on with the shot on the sweep, really. And 4 runs that added to the score, so he gets off the mark with the boundary. 110 for 1 England. A stat coming through that 46 runs of Jaiswal's 57 came from the bowling of Shoaib Bashir. So just another reason why, you know, his celebrations when he got rid of Jaiswal weren't quite so marked. 110 for 1 then India, and this is on off stump, and Gill deep in his crease rides the bounce and helps it around the corner for a single. Rohit on strike, 49 not out.
I think I'd almost go a step further with the field that Bashir's bowling to. He's got a short leg, a very, very straight mid-wicket, a mid-on that's a little bit wider, almost on the straight mid-wicket shoulder, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square. I'd almost get deep square in front.
Forward again is Sharma. One ball left of Bashir's over, 111 for 1.
Bring him in front of the wicket and get slip to leg slip, so he can get that shape. He's into him, but he's tall, so the bounce is always coming into leg slip. So in one breath he's got an easy boundary, Gill, but also it could be a catching position.
Last ball of the over, and defended again by Rohit, who stays on at 49. India trail by 107 runs, and Bashir bowls another over with just one poor ball in it. His 8 overs have gone for 56, but he's picked up the 1 wicket to fall. India 111 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think that was a bad over at all, but that one poor ball was short and down the leg side.
No, I don't think it was short. I think it was the line.
You think it was just down leg side?
I think it's still top of the stumps. I think because he's in shape, the batters get offside of him. That's why I'm saying get slip to leg slip. It's never going to slip.
Yeah.
And you're actually saying to him, if you miss there, and actually we're going to make your deficit your strength. You have a man-saving one and a leg slip.
Because we had the spider cam moving around at one stage. I actually thought they'd taken slip out, but
yeah,
I haven't.
That at the start, that's what I thought. And I thought, oh, I quite like this plan. It looks negative, but it's actually playing to his strength. He's able to get lots of dot balls on, and the bounce and the angle of the ball is going towards short leg and leg slip.
Hartley to bowl, and this is a cut to Shoaib Bashir at backward point. Gill remains on 5. Rohit is 49. 111 for 1 India, trailing by 107 here on TalkSport 2. Neil Manthorpe's about to come in. But Gill is very, very... just pulls this away for 4. He's so still at the crease, is Shubman Gill. And Tom Hartley has delivered this ball on off stump, and Gill has just swatted it away over mid-wicket. A couple of bounces at 4, and it's like it's a half tracker actually. It's like he's been at the crease for the best part of an hour or so.
Yeah, as a purist player is Gill. Love to watch him play. I wouldn't say it's a front foot press that he uses, but he certainly gets a ready position, able to go backward and forward equally, and there he's not even really transferred his weight. He's just put a fraction more on his right foot and pulled it over into that open mid-wicket area, just a bit too short from Hartley.
Yeah, it's been a poor ball, touch fuller, and Gill comes forward, pushes this to mid-wicket, no run.
Modern players call it the hovering foot, don't they? When your front foot doesn't plant, it's just sort of it's forward, and there's a little bit of your balance is forward, but you're not really on it, and so it allows you then to rock back again.
Full again, and no run again as Gill just places this to short mid-wicket, no run.
Or even move it forward again.
Yeah, I think it was a period of time, wasn't it, where Duncan Fletcher's era talked about the front foot press, but I think it was evolved in a bad way for a period of time where people put all the weight onto the front foot and couldn't move again.
Defended by Shubman Gill, 9 not out.
It's really what a lot of players work on now, is the ability to go a little bit forward, but then go further forward if they need to, or rock back. And I think Gill's almost the best in the world at that particular movement. I mean, Joe Root wouldn't be far off as well. There's a couple of guys who were brilliant at that.
115 for 1 then India. Last ball of Hartley's 9th over, and once again Gill happy to just prop forwards, push this out into the offside, and it's no run. India trailing by 103 then here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Rohit Sharma is still 49 not out, Shubman Gill 9 not out. They're 115 for 1, and after a word from Gareth Batty, maybe Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, I think a really good way of explaining in a different sport would be to put boxing into the picture. If you have your big sluggers who are going to fight at the weekend, Big Anthony Joshua's back in the ring, you watch his right foot. He's always got weight on his right foot so he can move forward and back. Now he's leading with his left foot, of course he is. And you'll just see, he does what you said. It's almost like a de-weighted front foot, so you can go front or back to attack or just be on the retreat, but you're easy to go back in.
Whereas if you plant it, you're stuck, aren't you?
You're stuck, you're a sitting duck. You've got one option and nothing else. So fencing's another good one. You're up and down, you're up and down.
Shoaib Bashir continues, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. That turned quite sharply, but I think Rohit Sharma had taken a half step down the wicket. Gareth Batty's given this out. He's a long way out of his ground, but that doesn't matter with DRS like it used to.
I thought I might have just hit him outside the line of off, would be my question.
It spun quite a lot, but something looked nice about it. I'd like to see it.
It was a beautiful delivery.
Folks has said no to Stokes.
There is no way I'd be reviewing it. I wouldn't have the... That's close.
It is in the line of off stump.
Close.
I think it's spinning too much. I'm sure we'll see the Hawkeye decision. Oh, Rohit Sharma turns this one away through mid-wicket. and completes his 50. 50 for the India captain from 77 balls. India going well, just 102 runs behind now at 116 for 1.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just gone almost into defensive mode for a period of time, and he's still striking at 64. Rohit Sharma's going up and down the gears. He tucked into a bit of wood. He's had his moments against the spin, but he's just an elegant, beautiful player who trusts his defence, but also he's got a wonderful attacking ability. The Indian captain leading from the front.
Yashasvi Jaiswal increased his record for the most runs by an Indian in this series, again a series against England. Here's Shoaib Bashir once again, and this time Shubman Gill takes half a step out of his crease and is struck on the pads. There's a yelp rather than an appeal. Yashasvi Jaiswal stumped by Ben Foakes off Bashir for 57, but Rohit Sharma going well, 50 not out. Bashir in once again, turned away behind square on the leg side. Tom Hartley feels at backward square leg.
It just feels like with Bashir, where he's bowling is sort of not quite mid-crease, is inside that, but the angle of the ball is always going over off stump. It's always funneling into where the ball's just gone there. Can we somehow get a catcher? Can England get a catch there? Even short leg go there.
Here's Shoaib Bashir again. Slog sweep! Beautifully played by Shubman Gill. Half an hour to go before the close of play, 20 minutes actually, and he's slog swept him for 6. Doesn't matter what time of day it is. If it's in the slot, it's on its way.
Yeah, this is beautiful batting, Shubman Gill. This is where I don't think Bashir needs to be. He's outside off stump, not probably hitting off stump. It's width. Shubman Gill gets down on the lap slog. He's down in a sweep position and hits it expansively up and over mid-wicket. The modern-day player, it's just too much width. Bashir just needs to use that strength that he has of being able to cramp the arms, which he's done for so many balls. Just sitting there for a while, like that.
He is, and again Shubman Gill uses his feet but then plays defensively. 25 overs gone, 122 for 1. Please feel free not to commit to this, just a gut feel.
Hovering front foot.
It's a gut feel. Will Shoaib Bashir play 50 tests for England? Well, he's not going to play them for anyone else.
Wow. I'd be surprised if he played this summer. I'm prepared to commit to that. Will he play 50 test matches? I'm not in the business of predicting any young man. I like his skill. I liked it a few years ago when I saw it on the academy at Surrey. It's a nice skill. I think you can look at it both ways, and you say, well, I'm sitting on the fence by saying he's not going to play 50. If I say he's going to play 50 and he plays 100, I look silly either way. If he only plays these, I look silly. So I'm basically saying I think he has a wonderful skill set. We've seen enough to know that there is something there. The one thing that goes against him, he's not a jet fielder and he doesn't bat. You have to be an exceptional spin bowler to get in the team as a spinner in English conditions. Yes, you will play away from home from time to time, but if you have a poor season in English conditions, you're not going to get on that away trip because they're not always going to pick just on height and how this selection process was for this tour.
So in other words, I'll have to tour the subcontinent a lot.
But also perform in the summer.
Yeah, he can't just be a winter cricketer, can he? Tom Hartley in once again, and Rohit Sharma. It's a thick outside edge, and it squirts off into the covers for a single. But I mean, the question about why Surrey didn't retain him after a very brief stint there is based purely on the talent that you already had. I'm assuming.
No. It was from what I wasn't part of the process. It was whether he's retained on the academy or there becomes an age thing, and he was too old to be on the academy, and we couldn't take him on the pro staff. So it became an issue as to how you retain somebody. But we have a young bowler called Yusuf Majid.
Flicked away, straight to backward square leg, no run.
Who's a very fine left-arm spinner, and in the same mould. He's just behind Will Jacks and a few other. Possibly Dan Lawrence now, and we had overseas spinner for T20. So
you guys
he will come at some
Dan
point.
Lawrence.
Yeah.
Here's Tom Hartley, pushed away defensively by Shubman Gill, straight back to the bowler. India 123 for 1. Don't be a smarty pants, Jared. India trail by 95 runs.
No wonder he says his team talks don't matter too much. It's just, who's the latest good player? Where's he? Let's get him in.
Yeah.
Here's Hartley again, and Shubman Gill plays defensively.
I think we'll expand on this conversation. I think Chelsea spent £1 billion, didn't they? Doesn't mean to say they're going to win anything. Jog on, Chelsea.
Oh,
What sport is that?
Kevin Peterson will be interested in that. Here's Hartley. Short and wide and cut shot. Didn't have a great deal of room, Shubman Gill, but he made best use of what room he had outside the off stump. Johnny Bairstow sweeps up on the cover boundary. 124 for 1. England bowled out for a very disappointing 218. Sixth time that Zach Crawley's been out in the 70s for England. 79 he made today. And there were 20s from Ben Duckett, Joe Root and Ben Foakes. But a disappointing collapse, shocking collapse in many ways in the afternoon session from England, who lost 8 wickets in that session. 6 wickets, I beg your pardon, and then 2 straight after tea to be dismissed for 218. Last ball is played defensively. Rohit Sharma on 51, Shubman Gill on 16. India 124 for 1. It's going to take a lot of coming back from day one in this 5th Test match, but that's the beauty of this format. They can come back. There's time.
It's been an incredible passage of play. It feels like India have soaked up some pressure that England's good balls, but they've still scored at 4.5, 5 runs and over. I think that stems from the stability that Rohit Sharma, the captain, has given at the top of the order. Jaiswal played beautifully before. At times we would question some shot selection from England in the first innings. You've got to put Jaiswal in that category. But the stability that Rohit Sharma is giving right now, he needs to extend on this. This needs to be transferred into 3 figures to give stability throughout the order and to keep putting England under pressure. And I think this is the bit that the lads were talking about an hour ago. It's extending on a good period of play. It's extending on a solid position in the game and making it longer and actually snubbing out your opposite number. India have a foothold in this game. They need to snub England out.
Shoaib Bashir has 1 for 63 from 9 overs, so he's going at over 6s as Shubman Gill plays his first ball of his next over defensively out to short mid-wicket, where Zach Crawley, short mid-on, catching mid-on, should say. That's Zach Crawley. So Ben Stokes giving plenty of support to Shoaib Bashir, showing a lot of confidence in him. Next one again is defended by Shubman Gill. 1 for 63 in 9 overs, but his first over went for 18. Yashasvi Jaiswal hit him for 3 sixes in his first over. Ben Stokes, as he has done throughout the series and throughout his captaincy career, backing his bowlers to come back, keeping them on, not trying to hide them. Next one again defended by Shubman Gill, back up the wicket on the offside. Have you ever thought about, at any stage of your career, go back as far as you like, did you ever think, I wish the captain would take me off? Bashir in once again, pushed away out towards mid-wicket. Not that you wanted to hide, but just like maybe give me half an hour.
Yeah, for 2.5 days in Antigua.
I was waiting on that one, yeah. That was after I got tactically warned off.
Running on the wicket. Here is Bashir once again. Pushed out to Zach Crawley at short mid.
I got done for the 3rd time. I forgot I got done on day 1. This was day 3 I got done.
At least you had the good courtesy of turning up to play the game. Gilo fell off a lilo or whatever. Oh, no, I can't play this one. I know it's going to be a flatty. Oh, thanks, mate.
That's turned away out to short leg, fielded by Ollie Pope. India 124 for 1.
Yeah, Brian didn't look like scoring a run for 6 innings, and then he got past 20 on the 7th innings, and he never looked like never thinking a timeless test he could get 1,000.
Do you remember you nicked him off first ball?
Nicked him off first ball, and we've all gone up. He's got to be out. I think it was Darryl Hare, didn't give him out, and we were like, uh-oh. And he looked, and this is the joke I always make, you're thinking, he looked in trouble every time, we had the new ball. So that was like for 6 overs. So for 18 overs, 3 brand new balls, he looked half in trouble. But what an innings that was. It was just, he just teased us. You talked earlier before when you say a spin bowler would won like 12 fielders. I think Vaughan wanted 14 fielders that day and he still would have got 400.
And some in the stands. That's punched off the back foot nicely by Rohit Sharma to cover.
14? I was thinking nearer 20. And like you said, 2 in the stands, 1 a sniper with a gun trying to shoot him, it was the only way we were getting him off the field. It's unbelievable.
Here is Tom Hartley, and that one is swept away behind square on the leg side for a single for the younger listeners who might not be aware of what the innings we're talking about. Brian Lara's 400 in Antigua in the pre-DRS days.
pre-DRS days, yeah. See, I shared a room with Andrew Flintoff from 1996. That first Pac under 19 tour in Pakistan. Bats was me and Bats were on. Tudes was on that trip as well, all the way through to 2009.
Hartley again. Rohit Sharma. Shubman Gill defends.
It's the only thing he's never forgiven me for. Antigua, because I had 2 for 98, 38 overs, and I've run on the wicket for the third time in 3 days. I can't remember running on time before, and he had to come on and finish me over. And his first ball, he got hit for 4, and he went for 100.
Low full toss from Hartley, and it's slap driven by Shubman Gill straight to halfway back mid-on. No run.
And as a bowler, getting the gallon up, getting the 100 up off your bowling figures is just, it's so embarrassing, especially as a seamer. It happens to spin bowlers because they bowl a lot more overs. But I had 2 for 98 when I got warned off. Can't bowl anymore. Fred, you come on. But I think he had 2 for 96 at the time. His first ball went for 400.
Hartley again. Forward comes Gill defending. There's no run. Play will end, by the way, at 11:30, so in 10 minutes' time, UK time.
And Bats knows how much we've all gone through with the big fella, and we've pulled a few capers towards one another.
Forward comes Shubman Gill, pushing this one wide of mid-on and fielded by Jimmy Anderson, but they go through for a single.
But it's the only thing he's never forgiven me for. Even to the darkest extremes of some of our touring days, the one he does not forgive is the one where he in Antigua when he went for that gallon, as I was standing mid-off with my shoulders going up and down and crease of laughter.
Just shows what strange creatures cricketers are, because you could have done all sorts far worse than that.
I have.
But that's the one thing. I didn't want to go into that. I wasn't leading you down that path, but yeah. God, blimey.
Did either of you play with or against anybody who went for the double gallon?
No, I don't think so.
It has happened very seldom. Do you remember Steve O'Keefe played a test match for Australia, and he played 3 test matches, but he took 14 wickets for about 400. He went for a 200 in one innings in that test match. It's quite extraordinary.
Jason Krazier went for a few in his debut.
Was that who it was? Jason Krazier also.
Off spinner. He went. Did he not get 7 for like 190?
Yeah, it happens very, very seldom. 200 bowling for analysis of 200. Here comes Shoaib Bashir once again. Shubman Gill defends, and no run. It looks like India. I shouldn't say this. They've played a couple of quiet overs now since Shubman Gill's slog sweep for 6 over deep mid wicket. They've looked like they'd be happy just to go into the close of play in 9 wickets in hand, trailing by just 92. The next one again is turned with the spin out on the onside. Are you both thinking about the most expensive analysis you can recall experiencing?
I'm panicking now that I might have gone for 200. I can't remember. I don't think I have. I don't think.
What were your Antigua figures? I think you would. You surely would. Oh, in fact, that's nudged away again with the spin past short leg and out to deep mid wicket for a single. In fact, given that human nature is to erase the worst and most painful of memories from our consciousness, perhaps you did, and that's why you can't remember.
No, I'm not that intelligent to do stuff like that.
Me neither. So no, I don't think I've gone for 200. I've gone for 100
You definitely
plenty of times.
haven't.
No, I've gone for 100 plenty of times, but not for 200. I don't think I've played with anybody that's gone for 200.
It happens very seldom, and it used to happen in the olden days a lot more. Here comes Rohit Sharma. So Shoaib Bashir, Rohit Sharma pushes defensively out on the onside. A test match I covered in which Sri Lanka made 700 and plenty for 4. Mahela Jayawardene scored 300. Kumar Sangakkara 200. They added 600 for the second wicket, which is the highest partnership of all time. That's Rohit Sharma defending the last ball out on the onside, and Nicky Boyer. Fast forward to the post-match press conference. Mahela Jayawardene said, "I thought Nicky Boyer bowled really, really well, and was unlucky and could 0 for 225."
Ouch. I think he played in Sri Lanka when Monty dropped him, Mahela on not very many single figures, and he got 190. And then at just after lunch, this next test match in goal, I think it was, Kumar top edge one straight up in the air, and Monty standing underneath it, and I'm standing going, if he drops this, I'm going home. I really am going home. I mean, it was the hottest day in the world. I was seeing pink elephants.
Tom Hartley into Gill defends, no run, 127 for 1.
I think who the second spinner was in that game. I don't think it was Swanee, but Monty would have went for a few in the second test match in Sri Lanka, and that they got a massive score there, 600 there. I know Pakistan got a lot of runs in Multan and went for massive. Like, that was my biggest.
Hartley again. Shubman Gill defends.
About 46 overs in Multan, and I think that was 100 and plenty. But I don't think it was anywhere near 150. So that's probably the biggest I've gone for. And Mohammed Yusuf got double 100.
The wizard.
What a glorious batsman he was. Yusuf Yohana he started off with, didn't he? Here's Hartley again, and that's driven down the ground. Bottom hand beats the diving Hartley, but it will be cut off by Jimmy Anderson, who's still chasing around enthusiastically at the end of what has been an arduous and disappointing day for England. 129 for 1 India now, in reply to India's 218. And it sounded, when Mahela Jayawardene said that Nicky Boyer bowled very well and was unlucky and could have taken a lot more wickets. It sounded patronising and condescending, but he meant it. Genuinely pushed out on the onside. I think he was just being sympathetic as well, the fact that he bowled 68 overs in the innings. 625 they put on, those two. Jayawardene and Sangakkara. It remains the highest test match partnership for any wicket. It's fun commentating on it. 129 for 1, and slog sweep. They haven't decided that they'll come back tomorrow intact. They're going to score some more runs. Shubman Gill just waits, and so he knows exactly, doesn't he? He just picks the slot ball so early, and slog sweep for 6, second time in 2 overs.
Yeah, just went up out the hand from Hartley, just quietly going about his business up until that ball. Hartley just bowled nicely, good muscle memory, good repeatable action over and over again. And this one, because the field is changing, only a couple of balls left in the day, faffs around, goes up out the hand, bang, gone, rose head. Beautiful batting from Shubman Gill.
Just amazing how he picks he's beaten him past the outside edge. What a beauty. Suddenly, and that's been actually the story of Tom Hartley's series, of his tour. He's bowled bad balls consistently, but he's also bowled wicket-taking balls consistently, and that, in fact, is the last ball of the day. So we're an over ahead of where I thought we were, and the end of play has been reached with India. So he's actually slog-swept the penultimate delivery of the day for 6, and then been beaten by the final ball of the day. Remarkable stuff. Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma have enjoyed a massively productive day for India, who are looking at a lead well before lunch on day 1, having bowled England out for 218. They've reached 131 for 1 with Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill going beautifully, and another half century from Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's the only man to fall, running down the wicket to Shoaib Bashir, and missing it, being stumped by Ben Foakes to depart for 57. Earlier, England bowled out for 218 after a really promising start. They reached 100 for 1 and were bowled out for 218. Ollie Pope was dismissed shortly before lunch, on the stroke of lunch actually, stumped off the bowling of Kuldeep Yadav, who took 5 wickets. He went for 11. England took lunch at 100 for 2 and looked well placed on a pitch that is offering generous turn, but otherwise has been extremely fair, and you'd have to say, if anything, an above par pitch for a test match in India. Not absolutely flat. Yes, it is turning, but no lavish seam movement. There was some swing early on, but that was atmospheric conditions, and a day, Gareth Paddy, in which England will have to doff their caps to the hosts and say, you've outplayed us.
Yeah, I think the day started pretty well from an England point of view. Yes, you win your toss, which is good. We saw a bit of swing, like you say, and I felt like the openers played quite nicely and had that little bit of luck. But that's the way they play. They're not frightened to try and put the bowlers under pressure. But to get to 64 for the first wicket, you would say that's a nice place to be. Expecting probably with the moisture around that it might just have something for the bowlers. But unfortunately, after that, it just seemed to be wickets at regular intervals. 25th over, we lost a wicket, 37th, 43rd, and then we lost the cluster of wickets, which 3 wickets for no runs just absolutely broke the back of the innings. And you're never dragging that back, whether you like it or not. And it doesn't matter if you have a little flutter at the end or whatever, folks. A nice 24 at the back end, but it's never enough to change that, I suppose, psyche that is brought in the game. And then I think the way that India started with the bat, they were calm, composed, they were prepared to play the shots when it was there. 100 for the first wicket, and you would say it's a fraction more batsman error rather than wonderful bowling. It was a nice piece of bowling, but more batsman error. But I think the way that India have played and the way they've been able to trust their defence but also score relatively freely has just suggested that this is a pretty good pitch, and tomorrow is going to be incredibly difficult for England and they need some seriously hard work.